Tonight, my exhausted friends, we begin with a move through the final years of something enormous, not as it collapsed, but as it slowly loosened. Long before the world marked an ending, everyday life inside the Soviet Union had already begun to change, shaped by small absences, unspoken doubts, and routines that no longer quite worked. If you enjoy these slow, reflective journeys through history, you can like the video, subscribe, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is. Now dim the lights, turn on a fan unless it's cold as heck in your comfy spot, and let's learn history and sleep. Welcome to tonight's journey through one of history's most peculiar endings, the slow, almost apologetic dissolution of the Soviet Union. You're settling in for a story about how the world's largest country simply stopped being, not with a bang or a revolution, but more like a marriage that ended because both people forgot why they'd gotten together in the first place. We're travelling back to the 1980s, when superpower rivalry still dominated headlines. Yet beneath the surface, something fundamental was quietly coming undone. You're standing in line outside a Moscow bread shop on a Tuesday morning in November 1986, and you've already been here 40 minutes. Your feet hurt in that specific way. Feet hurt when you're shifting weight from one leg to the other, trying to convince each foot it's getting a break while knowing full well you're just redistributing discomfort. The woman ahead of you has a string bag, an avoska they call it, which literally means perhaps bag, name for the perhaps you'll find something to put in it. And she's doing that thing everyone does in these lines, staring into the middle distance, with the patience of someone waiting for geological processes to complete. The queue stretches down the block, a human snake of brown coats and tired faces, and here's the thing nobody's saying out loud. Half the people in this line aren't entirely sure the bread will still be there when they reach the counter. It's not a panic exactly. Panic would require energy. This is more like a collective sigh that's been going on for decades, a low-grade acceptance that wanting butter for your bread is perhaps getting a bit ambitious. You've brought a book, which was clever of you, except your gloves are too thick to turn pages properly, and taking them off means your fingers go numb in about 90 seconds. The temperature hovers around -5 Celsius, cold enough that your breath makes a little clouds, but not so cold that it feels like a weather event. Just a regular November in Moscow. The kind of cold that seeps rather than strikes. Behind you, someone's grandmother, babushka in a headscarf that's probably older than some of the people in line, is explaining to her neighbour that she remembers when you could just walk into a shop and buy things. You know, like a normal person. 1937, she says, which is a year most people would associate with other problems, but she's thinking about bread availability, which tells you something about perspective. Her neighbour makes a non-committal sound, the vocal equivalent of a shrug, because what are you going to say? Yes, the purges were bad, but at least the stores were stocked. The queue moves forward 1/2 metre. A small victory. Someone near the front has apparently caused a hold-up by asking if there's any white bread, which seems to have struck the shop assistant as either hilarious or offensive. It's hard to tell which. White bread. The optimism of it. They are dreaming big. This is what passes for entertainment in the queue, watching other people's small domestic tragedies unfold at the counter. You notice the building across the street has a banner reading "Glory to the Communist Party," which has been there so long the red has faded to a sort of disappointed pink. Nobody looks at it anymore. It's visual furniture, like a crack in the ceiling you've stopped noticing. This, you're beginning to realise, is what the end of an empire looks like. Not dramatic collapse, but slow forgetting. Like a word that's been repeated so many times it stops sounding like language. The man in front of you, wearing a hat with ear flaps that make him look like a philosophic spaniel, stamps his feet periodically. Not from impatience, that would be pointless, but from cold. You can hear the snow compacting under his boots, a small squeaking sound that's somehow very Soviet, very this exact moment in history. Everything feels temporary and permanent at the same time, if that makes sense. The queue will end, eventually, but there will be another queue tomorrow, and another the day after that. Queues stretching into a future that's becoming harder to imagine. What's strange is that you're not particularly angry about it. You were maybe years ago, now it's just Tuesdays. The system isn't working. Everyone knows it isn't working. But knowing something isn't working and actually doing something about it are separated by a gap so wide you'd need a spacecraft to cross it. And even if you had a spacecraft, where would you go? The whole system is like this. One giant queue from Vladivostok to Kaliningrad. Inside your coat pocket you have ration coupons for meat, though whether the meat will materialise is another question entirely. The coupons are printed on paper so thin it feels apologetic, as if even the paper knows it's making promises it can't keep. You've learned not to make plans around future meals. You've learned to be pleasantly surprised when things appear rather than disappointed when they don't. This is what they don't teach you in school. How to calibrate your expectations downward until they're basically subterranean. The queue moves again. You're maybe 20 people from the door now, close enough to smell the bread when they open it, which creates a small torture of its own. Being able to smell what you're waiting for, but not yet obtain it. Someone's teenage son has joined his mother in line, and you can see the calculation everyone's making. Is he cutting? Is this allowed? Nobody says anything. Confrontation requires energy, and energy requires calories, and calories require bread, which is why you're here, which brings us full circle in the most tedious way possible. A black Volga, an official car, drives past, and everyone in the queue instinctively doesn't look at it. Not looking at official cars is a reflex by now, like blinking. The car probably contains someone whose access to bread doesn't involve queues, whose life operates on an entirely different system of availability, but thinking about that too much leads nowhere useful. Better to focus on the square metre of pavement in front of you, the back of the coat ahead of you, and the slow shuffle forward. You remember because memory is what you do while waiting, when queues felt temporary. Early 1980s maybe, when there was still this sense that shortages were aberrations, that next year would be better, that the 5-year plan would kick in and solve everything. But next year came and was the same, and the year after that, and eventually temporary became permanent, without anyone officially announcing the change. It's like how you don't notice yourself aging until you look at an old photograph and realise your face has been slowly rearranging itself without asking permission. The woman with the avoska turns around and catches your eye. She gives you a small smile that contains entire libraries of shared experience. The understanding that you're both part of this ridiculous daily ritual, that complaining won't help, and that humour is the only reasonable response to absurdity. At least it's not raining, she says, which is the kind of optimism you develop when not actively raining counts as a good day. You agree that it's not raining, which is true and probably counts as one of the day's victories. Small victories are important when the big victories have stopped happening. The Soviet Union was supposed to deliver big victories: space exploration, industrial might, equality, and prosperity for all. Instead, it's delivering "at least it's not raining and maybe there will be bread." The gap between promise and delivery has become so wide you could drive a Volga through it, though the Volga would probably break down halfway through because Soviet cars are another subject entirely. The queue has its own culture, its own unspoken rules. You don't stand too close to the person in front of you. That's aggressive. You don't stand too far back. That's an invitation for someone to claim you're not really in line. You maintain exactly the right distance, about an arm's length, close enough to claim your spot, but far enough to grant everyone their personal space bubble. These are the kinds of social protocols you develop when queuing becomes a major life activity. Someone further back is humming something. You can't quite make out the tune, but it's gentle and rhythmic. The kind of thing you hum to pass time. Nobody objects. In the queue, you develop tolerance for small irritations because everyone's irritating everyone else simply by existing in proximity for extended periods. The humming is fine. The throat clearing is fine. The periodic sighing is fine. What wouldn't be fine is complaining about these things, because that would make you the problem, and nobody wants to be the problem. You've been in line now for about 55 minutes, which you know because you checked your watch earlier, and you're checking it now. Though what you're going to do with this information is unclear. You can't make the line move faster. You can't make the shop stock more bread. You can only stand here shifting your weight, thinking about how you used to have ambitions and dreams, and now you have this. The hope of purchasing bread before noon. This is how empires end, you think. Not with revolution, but with exhaustion. Not with people storming palaces, but with people too tired to storm anything. People who just want bread and maybe, if the universe is feeling generous, some butter to go with it. The grand promises of the revolution, everyone equal, everyone provided for, have narrowed down to this: equal access to insufficiency, democracy of disappointment. Finally, after what feels like a geological epoch but is actually about 70 minutes, you reach the counter. The shop assistant looks at you with the expression of someone who's seen 1,000 faces today and will see 1,000 more, none of them particularly interesting. You ask for a loaf of bread. She has bread. This feels like winning the lottery. You pay your rubles, take your bread, and walk out into the cold morning air feeling triumphant in a way that would be pathetic if it weren't so real. The bread is still warm. That's something. You hold it against your chest as you walk home, letting its warmth seep through your coat. Tomorrow you'll do this again, and the day after that, and the system will continue not working, and everyone will continue working round it, and somewhere in Moscow someone is giving a speech about the glorious achievements of Soviet agriculture. But you have your bread, and for now, that's enough. You're sitting in a government office on a Thursday afternoon in March 1987, waiting to get approval for your apartment renovation, and you've now been passed between 6 different departments, like a particularly boring game of catch. The office smells of old cigarette smoke and defeat, which is a specific smell, something like wet wool mixed with the ghost of expired dreams. The chairs are orange plastic, moulded in that 1970s style that assumed humans were shaped like uncomfortable parentheses. The woman behind the current desk, you've lost track of which department this is, something involving housing approval or maybe construction permits or possibly both, is examining your papers with the intensity of someone searching for nuclear codes. She's found a problem. You filled out Form 7b when clearly, obviously, any fool would know you needed Form 7b too. The difference between these forms, as far as you can tell, appears to be entirely philosophical. This, she says, tapping the offending document with a pen that's been chewed into abstract art, is for interior modifications. You're removing a wall. That's structural. Structural requires 7b2, submitted in triplicate, with approval from the building committee, the local housing authority, and the fire marshal. She says this with the satisfaction of someone who's found a winning chess move, except the game is bureaucracy and nobody actually wins. You point out, gently, that the wall in question is not load-bearing, which you know because you've had it examined by an engineer, whose report you have here, in your expanding folder of documentation. She looks at the engineer's report the way someone might look at a note excusing you from gym class. That may be, she says, but the fire marshal still needs to approve. Regulations. The regulations she's referring to were written in 1973, possibly by someone having a breakdown, and they specify that any structural modification requires approval from 7 separate entities, each of which keeps hours that seem designed to never overlap with the others. It's like trying to assemble a group photo of people who are actively avoiding each other. You've been working on this renovation approval for 4 months now. 4 months. The actual renovation, knocking down one wall to combine 2 small rooms into one medium room, would take approximately 3 days. But first you need the permission, which requires the forms, which require the stamps, which require the officials, who require the committees, who require the documentation, which you're now learning requires additional documentation that documents. The documentation, behind you in the waiting area, an old man is sleeping with his mouth open, his own folder of papers clutched to his chest like a teddy bear. He's probably been here since morning. Time moves differently in these offices, slower, thicker, like trying to walk through honey that's also somehow boring. The clock on the wall says 3:15, but it's been saying 3:15 for the past 20 minutes, so either time has stopped or the clock has given up, and honestly, either explanation seems plausible. The woman stamps something, not your approval, just an acknowledgement that you've been here and been found wanting, and directs you to the 3rd floor, room 317, which handles the structural modification subcategory of interior renovation. Permits. Room 317 is only open on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 10 to noon, which is useful information given that it's now Thursday afternoon. Come back next Tuesday, she says, with the air of someone who's said this 10,000 times and will say it 10,000 more. Walking through these hallways is like touring a museum of inefficiency. You pass office after office. each one containing people pushing papers that authorise other papers, each stamp validating some previous stamp in an infinite regression of administrative authority. Nobody, you suspect, knows what the original point of any of this was. The system has achieved bureaucratic enlightenment. It exists to perpetuate itself. Purpose having become irrelevant somewhere around 1963, there's a portrait of Lenin on the wall, looking stern and disapproving. Though whether he's disapproving of you or of what his revolution has become is open to interpretation. You'd ask him, but he's been dead since 1924, which might actually make him more accessible than the various officials you've been trying to meet with. You've started to understand that the Soviet Union isn't really a place. It's a filing system that happens to have geography. Everything runs on paper, and the paper runs in circles, and somewhere in those circles is the theoretical possibility of getting things done. But it's theoretical in the way that parallel lines meeting is theoretical. True in some abstract, mathematical sense, but not really helpful for renovating your apartment. The truly Soviet thing, the thing that would make perfect sense if anything here made sense, is that you could probably just renovate the apartment without permission, and nobody would notice or care, except that if they did notice and did care, the consequences would be severe enough that it's not worth the risk. So instead, you gather your papers and visit your offices and collect your stamps, participating in an elaborate dance that everyone knows is ridiculous, but that nobody knows how to stop. There's a man in the hallway smoking a cigarette with the dedication of someone either very stressed or very bored, possibly both. He catches your eye and gives a little sardonic smile that says, I know, which is its own form of communication. Shared suffering creates community, even if that community's main activity is waiting in hallways and collecting stamps. You notice that the walls are painted that particular shade of institutional green that seems to exist only in government buildings, a colour that's actively hostile to joy. The paint is peeling in places, revealing older layers of paint underneath. Green, then beige, then another shade of green, like tree rings recording decades of bureaucratic indifference to aesthetics. The fluorescent lights overhead flicker periodically, creating a strobe effect that's subtle enough not to be seizure-inducing, but noticeable enough to be irritating. One bulb is completely dead, creating a dark patch in the hallway that everyone navigates around automatically. A shared acceptance that replacing light bulbs is someone else's problem, and that someone else is probably waiting for approval from 3 separate committees. You think about the Americans, who you've heard can just hire a contractor and do things just like that. No forms, or at least fewer forms, or at least forms that don't require approval from the fire marshal and the building committee and the local housing authority and probably eventually the ghost of Lenin. This thought is both appealing and slightly terrifying. What would you even do with all that freedom? Probably screw something up, honestly. At least with this system, when things go wrong, it's the system's fault. There's comfort in that. Returning to the waiting area, you need to pick up Form 7B2 before you leave, you notice the old man is still sleeping. His folder has slipped slightly and you can see it's filled with papers, stamps visible on every page, an archaeological record of bureaucratic encounters. How long has he been pursuing whatever it is he's pursuing? Months? Years? Is he actually sleeping? Or has he achieved some kind of bureaucratic nirvana where consciousness becomes optional? The woman at the desk, a different woman now, a shift change apparently happened while you were wandering the halls, hands you the new form without comment. She's younger than the previous woman, maybe in her late 20s, and there's something in her eyes that suggests she's aware of the absurdity but is powerless to change it. You're all trapped in this system together, administrators and applicants alike, going through motions that nobody believes in but everyone maintains. How long have you worked here, you ask, making conversation while she locates the form. 2 years, she says. Before that I was in engineering. This pays better. She doesn't say whether it's more satisfying, which probably tells you everything about satisfaction levels. You take your Form 7B2 and head for the exit, passing through a door that's supposed to close automatically but hasn't closed automatically since approximately 1978, judging by the wear pattern on the floor where people have been. Propping it open. Outside, the afternoon is fading into evening. That particular quality of late winter light that makes everything look both crisp and exhausted. By the time you reach the metro station, You've got Form 7B2 clutched in your hand, which is progress, technically. Only 6 more departments to visit, if your understanding of the requirements is correct, which it probably isn't. Because understanding the requirements would require the requirements to be understandable, and they're really, really not. On the metro ride home, you stand because the seats are full, holding the overhead rail with one hand and your precious form with the other, surrounded by other people holding their own folders and forms, everyone participating in the Grand Soviet. Tradition of pursuing permissions they may or may not eventually receive for activities they may or may not still want to do by the time they're permitted to do them. The metro car rocks gently as it moves through the tunnels, and you think about how these tunnels were built in the 1930s with marble and chandeliers, monuments to Soviet ambition and achievement. The contrast between the beautiful stations and the bureaucratic nightmare you've just experienced would be poetic if it weren't so exhausting. Beauty and dysfunction exist side by side like everything else in this enormous, confusing, slowly crumbling empire. You're at a public meeting about local housing issues on a Wednesday evening in January 1988, and the official from the city Soviet is explaining why the promised repairs to the building's heating system won't be happening this year. He's got charts, which is his first mistake. People can tell when you're using charts to avoid saying, "We don't have the money or the expertise or frankly the motivation." His second mistake is continuing to talk when it's obvious nobody believes him. The meeting is held in a community room that smells like old cabbage and disappointment, with folding chairs that were probably uncomfortable when they were new in 1965 and have not improved with age. About 40 people have shown up, which is actually good attendance, suggesting either strong feelings about heating or terminal boredom with evening television. The woman in the 3rd row, you recognise her from your building. She's on the 5th floor and has a cat that howls at night, raises her hand. You told us last year that repairs would happen this year. Now you're saying next year. What makes next year different? Her tone is polite, but contains that particular edge of someone who's done being polite, like a butter knife that suddenly remembered it has a point. The official shuffles his papers. The situation has evolved, he says, which is a sentence that means nothing while using 3 whole words to mean it. Resource allocation priorities have shifted in light of emerging challenges and opportunities at the regional level. This sentence means even less, but it's longer, which perhaps he thinks is better. It is not better. Around the room, you can see people doing the calculation, not the financial calculation. Nobody here has enough information for that, but the trust calculation. How many times can someone tell you something will happen before you stop believing them? What's the exchange rate between promises and credibility? The official is spending trust he doesn't have to buy time he can't use, and everyone knows it except possibly him. The heating system in question hasn't worked properly in 3 years, 3 winters of malfunction. In winter, it's either off or on full blast with no middle ground, turning apartments into either refrigerators or saunas with no notice. People have learned to dress in layers that can be rapidly added or removed, like thermal matryoshka dolls. You've developed a system. When you wake up and your apartment is freezing, you know within about 30 minutes it will become unbearably hot, so you prepare accordingly. The official promised repairs would begin in spring of 1987. Spring came and went, notable mainly for its brief 2-week appearance between winter and summer. Then summer came and went, then autumn, with its particular Moscow character of being aggressively grey, then winter, which is when you really notice a heating system's inadequacy, when the difference between functional and broken becomes the difference between discomfort and genuine suffering. Someone in the back, a man with a spectacular moustache that probably requires its own heating system, suggests that maybe if the city Soviet is unable to fix the heating, perhaps residents could organise repairs themselves. The official looks momentarily panicked, like someone suggested overthrowing something, which in a way they have. Overthrown the idea that official channels are the only channels. That would be irregular, he says, clutching his charts like a shield. The proper procedure is to submit a request through the housing committee, which forwards it to the maintenance department, which schedules an assessment, which goes to the technical bureau, which determines feasibility, which returns to the maintenance department for budget allocation. He recites this like a prayer, which perhaps it is. a prayer to the gods of process that have failed him repeatedly, but which he continues to worship because what else is there? We did that 3 years ago, someone points out. A woman whose voice carries the weariness of someone who's repeated this information multiple times to multiple officials, each one apparently hearing it for the first time. Yes, well. The official has discovered that his watch is very interesting and requires immediate examination. These things take time. The system has many layers and many considerations. You can't just rush into repairs without proper authorization. The irony of saying repairs can't be rushed when they've been delayed for 3 years appears lost on him. An older man stands up, the kind of elderly that comes with authority in Russia, where surviving to old age is its own credential. I remember when we built this building, he says, 1956. The heating worked fine for 20 years. Then something changed. The maintenance stopped. The repairs stopped. The caring stopped. He sits back down, having delivered his statement with the finality of someone who's said what needed saying and is now done with the conversation. The official tries to respond to this, but seems to realise there's no response that won't sound hollow. How do you argue with someone's lived experience? How do you explain away 3 decades of decline? He returns to his charts, pointing to budget allocations that might happen in hypothetical futures and resource distributions that assume problems that aren't the problems anyone's actually experiencing. The meeting continues for another 40 minutes, which is about 39 minutes longer than it needs to, unless the actual purpose of the meeting is to drain everyone's will to complain, in which case it's perfectly calibrated. People ask questions that get answers that don't answer anything. The official makes notes that probably won't be read, or will be read and ignored, or will be read and considered and then lost in some administrative black hole where good intentions go to die. You notice the pattern that's emerged in these meetings over the years. Officials promise things that sound reasonable. People believe them because they want to believe them, because the alternative is accepting that the system simply doesn't work. And then time passes and the promises evaporate and everyone reconvenes to hear new promises that will also evaporate. It's a cycle, like seasons, except seasons at least have the courtesy to be predictable. Walking out afterward, you hear people talking in small groups and the conversation has shifted. Not to revolution, nobody's got the energy for revolution, but to workarounds. Someone knows a guy who might be able to look at the heating system unofficially. Someone else has a cousin who imports space heaters from Poland. Not exactly legal, but not exactly illegal either, existing in that grey zone that's become everyone's favourite colour. The man with the spectacular moustache is explaining to a small crowd that he's going to organise a building committee meeting, residents only, no officials, to discuss what can be done independently. We can't wait for them anymore, he says, gesturing back toward the meeting room where the official is probably packing up his useless charts. We wait, we freeze. Better to do something, even if it's wrong, than to do nothing and call it proper procedure. This is happening everywhere, you realise. Not just with heating systems, but with everything. The official structures make promises they can't keep, so people are quietly building parallel structures that actually work. It's not rebellion, exactly. More like a collective shrug, a turning away. The state isn't delivering, so people are delivering for themselves. And each time they do, the state becomes a little less relevant, a little more like those faded banners, present but ignored, taking up space without meaning anything. You think about when you were younger, maybe the late 1970s, and there was still this sense that the system would eventually work itself out, that the problems were temporary, that someone somewhere was competent and in control. That feeling is gone now, replaced by something else. Not quite cynicism, more like realistic pessimism. A recognition that the people making promises don't have the means to keep them, and maybe never did. Your neighbour from the 5th floor catches up with you on the walk to the metro. I'm not going to any more of these meetings, she says. What's the point? They talk, we listen, and nothing changes. I'd rather spend my Wednesday evenings doing literally anything else. Watching paint dry would be more productive. You ask if she's found a solution for the heating problem. She shrugs. I wear extra sweaters. I drink hot tea. I've stopped expecting the apartment to be warm. Lower expectations, less disappointment. She says this with a smile that's half humour, half resignation. the smile of someone who's achieved peace through the abandonment of hope. The worst part isn't the anger, you realise. Anger you can work with. Anger is energy, motivation and fuel for change. The worst part is the creeping indifference, the sense that it doesn't really matter what the officials say because the gap between what they say and what happens is so wide that their words have become decorative, like those faded banners about glory and achievement. Everyone's learning to nod and agree and then go do whatever they were going to do anyway, building their own little survival systems in the gaps between promises and reality. Trust is a strange thing to lose. It doesn't disappear all at once, like money stolen from a purse. It drains away slowly like water from a cracked tank, and you don't notice it's gone until you reach for it and find nothing there. The Soviet Union ran on trust. Trust that the party knew best, that the plans would work, that tomorrow would be better than today, and that sacrifices made now would pay dividends later. But trust, it turns out, isn't renewable. Once it's gone, it's just gone. And no amount of charts and promises and properly submitted forms can restore it. The metro is crowded with evening commuters, everyone pressed together in that intimate way that's somehow completely impersonal. You're surrounded by people who've probably attended similar meetings, received similar non-answers, and made similar calculations about trust and promises, and the growing gap between official reality and actual experience. Nobody's talking about revolution. Most people are just thinking about dinner, about whether there will be hot water tonight, and about the small domestic concerns that make up the actual substance of life. Above ground, as you walk the last few blocks home, you pass a poster urging citizens to build communism through labour and dedication. The poster is peeling at the corners. Someone's drawn a moustache on one of the idealised workers, and there's a coffee stain obscuring part of the slogan. Even the propaganda is falling apart, too tired to maintain its own message. You wonder who still believes these things, if anyone ever believed them, or if belief was always optional, and you're only now noticing its absence. You're watching the evening news in March of 1987, and the General Secretary, Gorbachev, the one with the birthmark and the actual personality, is talking about glasnost and perestroika, which translate roughly to openness and restructuring, though what they mean in practice is anyone's guess. He's saying things that sound almost radical, like maybe problems should be discussed rather than ignored, and maybe the economy should, work. Novel concepts. These, the camera shows factory workers watching him speak. Their faces carefully neutral, which is its own kind of communication. Careful neutrality is what you do when something might be important, but might also be a trap. It's better to wait and see which way the wind blows before expressing opinions about the wind. 60 years of Soviet power have taught people that enthusiasm at the wrong time can be as dangerous as criticism at any time. Your neighbour, the one who listens to Voice of America on a contraband radio hidden inside a bread box, which seems both paranoid and reasonable, drops by with the kind of casual timing that means he wants to discuss something without seeming to want to. Discuss it. Quite a speech, he says, accepting the tea you offer. The tea is weak because good tea is hard to find, but the ritual of offering and accepting is more important than the quality. Very different, you agree, which is the right word. For decades, Soviet leaders gave speeches that sounded like they'd been written by a committee of extremely cautious lawyers, each sentence designed to say nothing that could possibly be interpreted as interesting. Gorbachev actually sounds like a human being, which is so unusual in a Soviet leader that it's almost suspicious. What's he playing at? Is this a test? Are we supposed to agree enthusiastically, or is enthusiastic agreement the wrong move? Your neighbour leans back in his chair, a piece of furniture that's been with you since your wedding in 1972, and has developed a squeak that announces his scepticism. My cousin in Leningrad says they're allowing some criticism of local officials now. Not the party, mind you, just specific officials who've been particularly incompetent, like they're letting us complain about the symptoms while the disease continues untreated. This is an astute observation. The changes, when they start coming, are incremental enough that you're never quite sure if they're really happening or if you're misreading signals. Some censorship relaxes. Books that were forbidden are suddenly available, or at least less forbidden, existing in that peculiar Soviet state of being officially discouraged, but not actively prevented. You can find Solzhenitsyn in some bookstores now, though whether you should openly carry it or hide it in a newspaper remains unclear. The next week you're at work. You're in an engineering office, designing things that may or may not ever be built, contributing to 5-year plans that may or may not bear any relationship to reality. And the atmosphere is shifting like weather before. A storm people are starting to acknowledge, out loud, in actual words, that the 5-year plan is more of a 5-year aspiration, that the production targets were always somewhat fictional, and that everyone's been basically pretending for quite a while now. Your colleague, a man named Victor, who spent 20 years perfecting the art of looking busy without actually producing much, stops by your desk with coffee that tastes like it was brewed from regret and old boots. "Did you read the article in Pravda?" he asks. "About industrial efficiency? They're actually admitting we're behind the West in productivity. In Pravda, in actual print. This is remarkable. Pravda admitting Soviet shortcomings is like the Pope questioning Catholicism. The newspaper, whose name literally means truth, has spent decades denying obvious realities, and now it's cautiously acknowledging them, like someone admitting they might have been slightly wrong about absolutely everything. Your boss, a man named Sergei who survived by being exceptionally good at agreeing with whoever was most recently in power, seems genuinely confused about what position to take. Should he embrace the new openness? Resist it? Pretend to embrace it while actually resisting it? He settles on enthusiastic caution, which is a bit like trying to jump carefully. Technically possible, but sort of missing the point. In meetings, he says things like, "We must boldly embrace these reforms, but prudently and with appropriate consideration for established protocols." This sentence manages to support change while supporting no change, a verbal gymnastic that would be impressive if it weren't so transparently absurd. The thing about glasnost is that it's supposed to be openness, but nobody's entirely clear about how open is acceptable. Can you criticise local officials? Yes, apparently, especially if they're already on their way out. The party itself? Maybe in some contexts, with careful phrasing that makes clear you're criticising implementation rather than theory. The fundamental premise of the Soviet system. Probably not, but then again, Gorbachev keeps saying things that sound uncomfortably close to criticising the fundamental premise, so who knows? It's like someone's opened a window in a room that's been sealed for 70 years, and everyone's standing around wondering if the fresh air is good for them, or if they're all about to catch pneumonia. The window is definitely open. You can feel the breeze and smell the outside air that's different from inside air. But what comes through that window, and whether opening it was wise, remain open questions. At the local party meeting, you still have to attend these, though they're becoming increasingly surreal, like watching a play that nobody believes in anymore but everyone's contractually obligated to continue performing. There's discussion about allowing more autonomy for state enterprises, letting them make some of their own decisions rather than having every detail planned from Moscow. This sounds reasonable until you remember that nobody currently working in these enterprises has ever made an autonomous decision in their professional lives. It's like telling fish they can fly now and being surprised when they seem uncertain about the opportunity. How would that work exactly, someone asks. The party secretary, a woman who looks perpetually worried that she's about to be blamed for something, shuffles her papers. That's what we're meant to figure out, she says, which is honest but not particularly reassuring. The older members of the party are clearly struggling with all this. They joined up when the line was clear. The party is always right, criticism is betrayal, and the plan is sacred. Now the General Secretary is saying the plan might need adjusting, and criticism might be helpful, and perhaps everyone could try thinking for themselves a bit more. For people who've spent 40 years learning not to think for themselves, this is less liberating than disorienting. Your friend who works in publishing, remember when publishing meant publishing what you were told to publish, when editors were essentially quality control agents for ideology, says the office is in chaos. Good chaos, maybe, but still chaos. Manuscripts that would have been rejected automatically 5 years ago are now being considered. Writers are submitting things they wrote years ago and hid in desk drawers, pulling out stories and poems that question things that weren't supposed to be questioned. "We don't know what to do," she admits over vodka one evening. Vodka has become the universal Russian solvent, the social lubricant that makes difficult conversations possible. There are no guidelines for this. Before, we knew exactly what we couldn't publish. Now we're supposed to use editorial judgment, but nobody trusts their judgment because we've spent decades having our judgment overruled by regulations. Everyone's recalibrating what's possible, which means nobody's sure what's possible, which means decisions that used to take 5 minutes now take 5 weeks while everyone checks and rechecks and tries to figure out where the new boundaries are. It's like playing a game where the rules are changing while you're playing, and nobody's entirely sure who's changing them or why or if they might change back. The strange thing is that these reforms, these changes, they're coming from the top. This isn't revolution bubbling up from below. It's restructuring mandated from above, which creates its own paradox. You're being told to be more independent by people who are telling you to be more independent, which rather undermines the independence aspect. It's freedom as an instruction, which is a very Soviet kind of freedom. You see this everywhere now. Magazines testing boundaries, publishing articles that gently question things, television programs that show problems without immediately showing solutions, theatre productions that are slightly experimental, slightly critical, and slightly dangerous in that way that art used to be dangerous before it was domesticated by censorship. A play opens in Moscow, you go see it with your wife who has opinions about art that she's finally starting to express out loud. And it's about a family dealing with alcoholism and domestic problems, and the gap between party rhetoric and lived reality. 5 years ago, this play would have been shut down opening night. Now it runs for months, and party officials are in the audience, and nobody's quite sure what to make of this new permission, to acknowledge that life sometimes doesn't match the propaganda posters. Walking out of the theatre, your wife says, "I'd forgotten art could be about real things. I'd gotten used to art being about tractors and wheat yields and the triumph of the collective." She sounds sad about this, mourning something she didn't realise she'd lost until it started coming back. And underneath all of it, underneath the speeches and the reforms and the cautious optimism, there's a growing sense that something fundamental is breaking. Not dramatically, this isn't collapse, not yet, but the adhesive that's been holding everything together is drying out. The belief that the system works, or will work, or could work if everyone just follows the plan, that belief is becoming harder to maintain when the General Secretary himself keeps pointing out all the ways the system isn't working. You have a conversation with your father, who's 72 now and has seen everything. He lived through collectivization, the war, Stalin, Khrushchev, Brezhnev, and now this. They're trying to fix it, he says, meaning the system, meaning the whole Soviet project. But I think maybe it's not fixable. I think maybe the problem isn't that we're doing communism wrong. Maybe the problem is communism. This is a radical thing for him to say. This man who joined the party in 1948 because he believed in it, who worked his whole life believing in it. You don't know how to respond, so you just sit there in silence. Two people contemplating the possibility that everything they've built their lives around might be fundamentally flawed. The reforms continue. Some things get better. Some things get worse. Most things stay the same but feel different, because now the problems are acknowledged rather than denied, and somehow that makes them both more bearable and more frustrating. Glasnost means you can complain, but complaining doesn't fix anything, so you end up just being more aware of how broken everything is. You're visiting your cousin in Tallinn in the summer of 1989, and the first thing you notice is the flags. Not Soviet flags, Estonian flags, blue, black, white striped banners that aren't technically illegal anymore, but until recently would have been very technically illegal. They're everywhere, in windows, on lapels, hanging from balconies like laundry with political opinions. It's like the city decided to redecorate with national identity. Your cousin, younger than you by a decade and much more optimistic about basically everything, meets you at the train station with a flag pin on his jacket. "Welcome to Estonia," he says, pointedly not saying welcome to the Estonian Soviet Socialist Republic, which is still technically the official name, but which feels increasingly like a polite fiction everyone stopped maintaining. The flags, you say, gesturing around at what looks like a flag store, exploded. "The singing revolution," he says, as if this explains everything. "We're taking back our country one song at a time." This sounds insane, which means it fits perfectly with everything else happening in 1989. Your cousin explains as you walk through Tallinn's old town, cobblestone streets that were here before the Soviet Union and will presumably be here after, surrounded by medieval architecture that has the good sense to ignore politics entirely. We've been gathering at song festivals, he says, thousands of us, tens of thousands, singing folk songs, Estonian songs, and songs our grandparents sang, songs that weren't allowed but weren't exactly forbidden either, existing in that grey zone where everything interesting exists. You ask if this isn't dangerous, gathering in large groups to express national identity. Your cousin shrugs in that particularly Baltic way that manages to convey both awareness of risk and complete indifference to it. What are they going to do? Arrest 10,000 people for singing? Moscow is distracted. Gorbachev is busy with his reforms, and honestly, I don't think they have the stomach for crackdowns anymore. The whole system is tired. He's right about that. The Soviet system, which once crushed Hungarian uprisings and Prague Springs and sent tanks to maintain control, seems exhausted now. Like an old boxer who's taken too many hits and can't quite remember why he's in the ring anymore. Your cousin takes you to a meeting of something called the Popular Front, which sounds vaguely Soviet but is actually the opposite. A grassroots organisation pushing for Estonian autonomy, maybe independence. The goals seem to be evolving faster than anyone can write them down. The meeting is held in a community centre that smells like old coffee and new possibility. Packed with people of all ages, everyone talking at once in Estonian, occasionally switching to Russian to include you. The woman leading the meeting, a professor of history, your cousin whispers, is discussing practical things. How to organise elections, how to communicate with similar movements in Latvia and Lithuania, and how to push for change without pushing so hard that Moscow pushes back with force. Everything is pragmatic, careful and strategic. This isn't emotional nationalism, it's procedural secession, revolution by committee, and independence through proper channels if possible, and improper channels if necessary. We're not Soviet, someone says during the discussion, and several people nod in agreement. We were occupied in 1940, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, the secret protocols. We had a country before that. We'll have a country after this. The distinction feels important. There's a whole historical argument about whether the Baltic states joined the USSR voluntarily or were annexed, and the official Soviet position has been voluntarily, definitely voluntarily. Why would you even ask? But that position is becoming harder to maintain when half of Tallinn is wearing Estonian flag pins and singing pre-Soviet folk songs. Walking through the city later, you hear Estonian more than Russian, which is noteworthy because for decades Russian was the dominant public language, the language of advancement and official business. Now people are making a point of speaking Estonian, even when they're perfectly capable of speaking Russian, especially when they're perfectly capable of speaking Russian. Language has become politics, and every conversation is a small declaration of identity. The locals have started renaming streets. Not officially. Officially, everything still has its Soviet name, some general or party official nobody's heard of. But people are just using the old Estonian names, printing their own street signs, and hanging them below the official ones. It's remarkably passive-aggressive, this approach to independence. We're not rebelling against your names, we're just quietly ignoring them until they become irrelevant. You notice similar patterns everywhere. Shops that would have had Russian names now have Estonian names. Universities are teaching more courses in Estonian. Newspapers are publishing in Estonian about Estonian topics. It's like the Soviet overlay is gradually being erased, rubbed away by a million small acts of cultural assertion, none of them individually revolutionary, but collectively transformative. Your cousin's friend, a man who works in the local Soviet, the delicious irony of using Soviet institutions to pursue independence, explains how they're gaming the system. Moscow says we can have more autonomy. Fine. We'll take all the autonomy and keep asking for more. They say we can have economic independence. Great. We'll run our economy like we're already an independent country. They've given us just enough rope, and we're braiding it into a rope ladder to climb out. This is happening in Latvia too, he says, and in Lithuania. The 3 Baltic states are coordinating, supporting each other, and creating a collective movement that's harder to suppress than individual national awakenings. In August, There will be a human chain, people holding hands across all 3 countries, from Tallinn to Vilnius, a Baltic way of peaceful protest that will be impossible to ignore. You think about Moscow's perspective, how this must look from there. These little republics on the edge of the empire are getting ambitious, talking about sovereignty and forgetting their place. But what can Moscow do? Crack down and undermine Gorbachev's whole glasnost project? Let them go and risk other republics getting ideas? There's no good option, only choices between different kinds of loss. In a cafe, one of the new private cafes, technically illegal until recently, technically still in a legal grey zone but operating openly because nobody's stopping them, your cousin introduces you to a friend who's learning Finnish. Why Finnish, you ask? Because Estonia will need foreign relationships when we're independent, she says. When, not if. Finland is right across the water. They were part of the Russian Empire too. They got out. We can get out. The optimism is startling. These people genuinely believe the Soviet Union is temporary, that independence is achievable, and that history is moving in their direction. Coming from Moscow, where everything feels heavy and stuck, this lightness is almost foreign. You ask if they're not worried about Moscow's response. Your cousin's friend, the one who works in the Soviet, laughs. Moscow barely responds to Moscow anymore. Half the government buildings in the capital don't answer their phones. The system is collapsing from bureaucratic entropy. By the time they notice we're gone, we'll have been gone for months. This turns out to be almost exactly what happens. But you don't know that yet. For now, you're just watching this strange phenomenon. A nation waking up, remembering it exists and deciding to exist again. The Soviet Union claimed it was creating new Soviet men, homogeneous and loyal to the party above all. Instead, it seems to have preserved national identities under ice, and now the ice is melting. You notice similar patterns in Georgia, where your friend's brother lives. The Georgians have never forgotten their Georgian, he tells you. They've maintained their language, their culture, and their sense of being something other than Soviet. In 1989, they're having massive demonstrations in Tbilisi, demanding independence. The demonstrations turn violent. Soviet troops kill protesters, but even that doesn't stop the movement. If anything, it intensifies it. Blood for independence makes the independence more precious. The Ukraine is stirring too, though more slowly, more carefully. The Ukrainian language is being reclaimed from suppression. Cultural organisations are forming. There's talk of sovereignty, though independence still seems radical, too far and too much. But talk is the first step toward action, and action is coming. Central Asia is different. The republics there, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, aren't clamouring for independence the way the Baltics are. But they're not exactly enthusiastic about being Soviet either. More like they're waiting to see what happens, ready to make their own moves when the opportunity presents itself. On your last day in Tallinn, your cousin takes you to a beach on the Baltic Sea. The water is cold. It's always cold this far north, but the sun is warm and the sky's that particular blue that seems more intense here. Maybe because you see it less often in Moscow's perpetual greyness. Do you think you'll really become independent, you ask? Your cousin skips a stone across the water, watching it bounce 5 times before sinking. We already are independent in every way that matters. We just need Moscow to acknowledge it. And even if they don't, even if they try to stop us, it's too late. You can't force people to be part of something when they've decided they're not. That's not how countries work. That's not how people work. On the train back to Moscow, you pass through landscapes that look the same but feel different now. These aren't just Soviet territories. They're places with names, histories and identities that predate the USSR and might outlast it. The empire, you realise, isn't falling apart through weakness or invasion. It's falling apart through indifference, through the slow withdrawal of emotional investment, and through people deciding that the grand Soviet project is something that happened to them rather than something they're part of. The Soviet Union, for all its claims of unity and solidarity and international brotherhood, seems to have been held together mainly by force and habit. Now the force is waning and the habit is breaking, and what's left is a bunch of different peoples remembering they're different peoples, deciding they'd rather be themselves than be Soviet. You think about your cousin's optimism, his certainty that Estonia will be independent. Part of you thinks he's naive, that Moscow will never let the republics go, and that the Soviet Union is too powerful to simply drift apart. But another part of you, the part that's been watching the breadlines and the bureaucratic nightmares and the vanishing trust, thinks maybe he's right. Maybe the Soviet Union is already over, and everyone's just waiting for someone to officially acknowledge it. The train rocks gently as it moves south, back toward Moscow, back toward the centre of an empire that's becoming periphery to its own story. Outside the window, the sun sets over forests and fields that don't care about politics or flags or national identities, that just exist as they have always existed, indifferent to the human dramas playing out beneath their branches. You're watching the news in August of 1991, and there's a coup happening, except it's the strangest coup you've ever heard of. If you've heard of any coups before, which you probably haven't because those usually happen in other countries to other governments, not to your own supposedly stable superpower. Communist hardliners have detained Gorbachev at his dacha in the Crimea and declared a state of emergency, and they've sent tanks to Moscow, which would be alarming except the tank crews don't seem particularly interested in doing coup-like things. The coup leaders have appeared on television to explain how they're saving the country from chaos and collapse, except they look like men who've been dragged to a party they don't want to attend. The spokesperson, a man whose name you've already forgotten because he radiates the charisma of wet cardboard, has hands that shake visibly on camera. He's reading from prepared notes with the enthusiasm of someone reading a phone book, occasionally losing his place and having to backtrack, which is not typically how you want your revolutionary moment to go. This is either the worst coup in history or the most reluctant, your wife observes, and she's not wrong. The whole thing has an air of half-hearted obligation, like the plotters felt they should do something about Gorbachev's reforms, but couldn't quite remember why or what they hoped to accomplish. People in Moscow are gathering in the streets, but they're not really protesting, not exactly. They're sort of standing around looking sceptical. It's August, which means it's warm, which means being outside is pleasant, which gives the whole thing a picnic atmosphere. People are bringing food. Someone's set up a tea samovar. This is possibly the most polite resistance to military dictatorship in human history. Boris Yeltsin, who's become a figure of resistance by virtue of being the only person who seems to know what they're doing, climbs onto a tank to make a speech. The tank crew doesn't stop him, which tells you everything about how committed the military is to this coup business. Not very, apparently. Not very committed at all. The tank commander actually helps Yeltsin up, which is possibly the most Soviet thing imaginable. Even during a coup, people maintain basic courtesy. Yeltsin's speech is stirring in that way that speeches are stirring when someone's actually saying something rather than reciting approved talking points. He calls the coup illegal and unconstitutional, which are both true, and urges people to resist, which they're sort of already doing by simply not cooperating. The Russian method of resistance has always been passive obstruction, expert foot-dragging, and the art of doing nothing extremely effectively. The tank crew seem confused about their role. They've been sent to intimidate, but haven't been given clear orders about what to do if people aren't intimidated. Someone offers them sandwiches, they accept. This is not in the coup handbook, probably because no coup handbook anticipated a situation where the population responds to military force with lunch. Over the next 3 days, the attempted coup gradually falls apart through sheer lack of momentum. It's like watching a balloon deflate. No dramatic pop, just slow, sad deflation. The plotters give up. Nobody's quite sure why they give up. They have the military, they have the security apparatus, and they have all the tools of authoritarian control, but they lack will. And will turns out to be the essential ingredient they're missing. Gorbachev returns from his Black Sea captivity looking confused about what exactly happened while he was gone, like someone who left a party early and is trying to catch up on gossip. The coup leaders are arrested, though arrested might be too strong a word. They're more like politely detained, processed through systems they themselves once controlled, and treated with the bureaucratic courtesy that characterises even this, the final spasm of Soviet authority. But here's the strange part. In the aftermath, the Soviet Union just continues not existing. Not suddenly. There's no declaration of war, no dramatic final speech, and no climactic moment where someone hauls down the flag while orchestra music swells. Instead, republic after republic just sort of wanders off, like dinner guests remembering they should probably head home. Ukraine declares independence on August 24th. Just declare it, announce it, and vote on it in their parliament, and that's that. The largest Soviet republic after Russia itself decides it's done being Soviet, and Moscow's response is essentially a shrug. What are they going to do? Invade? With what army? Using what justification? Gorbachev's already undermined his own authority by getting himself ousted. Belarus declares independence. The Baltic states, which have been mentally independent for months, make it official. Georgia has been pushing for independence for years and now just takes it. The Central Asian republics, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, look around, notice everyone else is leaving, and figure they might as well leave too. It's like a party where one person stands up to go and suddenly everyone remembers they have other places to be. By December, the Soviet Union exists mainly on maps that haven't been updated yet. The hammer and sickle still flies over official buildings, but it's flying over buildings that are administering countries that aren't the Soviet Union anymore. It's like a company that's gone bankrupt, but nobody's quite gotten around to taking down the sign. You're at work in early December, supposedly working for a Soviet ministry, except the ministry is technically Russian now, or maybe still Soviet, or possibly in transition between identities. Nobody's entirely clear. Your boss has stopped beginning meetings with ideological statements about communist brotherhood, which used to be required, which tells you something about how thoroughly the old certainties have evaporated. Are we still getting paid in rubles? Someone asks at a staff meeting. Which rubles? Soviet rubles or Russian rubles? This question would have seemed insane 6 months ago. Now it's practical, because the currency situation is becoming unclear, because everything is becoming unclear. On December 8th, the leaders of Russia, Ukraine and Belarus meet in a forest in Belarus. Why a forest? Why so dramatic? Nobody knows, and declare that the Soviet Union no longer exists. They form something called the Commonwealth of Independent States, which sounds official but is really just a polite way of saying, we're going our separate ways, but let's stay in touch. Gorbachev finds out about this from news reports, which is a special kind of humiliation, discovering you're no longer president of a country, because that country has decided to stop existing and nobody told you directly. He spends the next couple of weeks in a strange liminal state, president of nothing, head of a dissolved state and captain of a ship that's already sunk. On December 25th, 1991, chosen perhaps because everyone assumed the West wouldn't be paying attention on Christmas, which shows a touching faith in Western distractibility, Gorbachev resigns. Not from being president of the Soviet Union exactly, because the Soviet Union doesn't really exist to be president of anymore, but from being the last person pretending it exists. He makes a speech that's dignified and sad and acknowledges that the whole thing is over, has been over, and probably was over before anyone realised it was over. You watch the speech with your family, your wife and your teenage daughter, who's never known anything but the Soviet Union and is about to know something completely different. Gorbachev talks about his intentions, about how he wanted to reform the system, make it work better, and preserve it while improving it. He acknowledges that things went differently than planned, which is possibly the understatement of the century. The Soviet flag comes down from the Kremlin. The Russian flag goes up. That's it. That's the end. 70 years of Soviet power concluded with a flag ceremony. No civil war, no occupation, no dramatic last stand. The largest country in the world, the other superpower, just stops being. Turns out you can end an empire with paperwork and resignation speeches and a general sense that everyone's tired and ready to try something else. Your friend who works in the government, worked in the Soviet government, now works in the Russian government, same desk, same building, different flag, calls you that evening. I came to work this morning, he says, and my job was the same, but the country was different. Or maybe the job was different and the country was the same. I'm honestly not sure. My nameplate still says USSR on it. I suppose I should get a new nameplate. This becomes the running joke over the next few weeks. Everything has changed, nothing has changed. The Soviet Union has ended, But the buildings are still there, the people are still there, and the problems are definitely still there. It's continuity through transformation. Transformation through continuity. A paradox that somehow makes sense because nothing else makes sense. The remarkable thing is how quickly everyone adjusts, or doesn't adjust, or does something that's neither adjusting nor not adjusting, but is some third thing that doesn't have a name yet. Shops that were state-owned are becoming privatised, though what privatised means is still being figured out in real time, making it up as everyone goes along. Prices that were fixed are becoming flexible, which mostly means becoming higher, which mostly means nobody can afford anything, which is different from the Soviet system, where nobody could buy anything because it wasn't available. Different problems, same frustrations. You're buying groceries in January of 1992, and the store looks almost the same as it did when it was Soviet, except the prices are different, higher mostly, and there are more Western products appearing on shelves, though more is relative when you're starting from nearly zero. There's Coca-Cola now, which costs about a day's wages for a can, turning American soda into an aspirational luxury item. You stand in the aisle looking at it, this red can with white script, this symbol of capitalism that you're now free to purchase if you had money, which you don't, not really, not enough for imported carbonated sugar water. The cashier is the same woman who's been working here for 15 years, through every shortage and crisis, and now through whatever this new thing is. Her name is Vera. She has a son in the army, the Russian army now, you suppose, though whether he knows he's switched armies is unclear, and she's seen it all. She handles the new currency. Still rubles, but rubles that mean something different now, or maybe nothing at all given how fast their value is changing. With the patient exhaustion of someone who's seen it all, and been unimpressed by most of it. How are things, you ask, because you know her slightly. Enough for basic pleasantries. Enough for the small human connections that make urban life bearable. She shrugs, a gesture so perfectly calibrated to convey maximum indifference that it could be taught in universities. Different boss, same job. The shelves are still empty, just empty of different things now. This is profoundly true. Under the Soviets there was no butter. Now there's butter, but it costs more than anyone can afford, so functionally there's still no butter, just more expensive no butter. Progress apparently means replacing one kind of unavailability with another. Walking home you pass buildings that still have Soviet slogans carved into their facades. Glory to labour and forward to communism, and nobody's bothered to remove them because removing them would cost money and effort, and everyone's got more pressing concerns like where their next meal is coming from and whether their salary will be paid this month in currency that has any value. The slogans have become historical artefacts while remaining physically present. Like those evolutionary remnants you learned about in biology class. The human appendix of architecture, vestigial and pointless, but still there. Your apartment is still the same apartment, in the same building, with the same terrible heating system that still works poorly, but now poorly under Russian management instead of Soviet management. The neighbours are the same neighbours. Babushka upstairs still complains about noise, though who is she complaining to? The building committee? The local government? God? Her deceased husband has become unclear. The mechanisms of complaint have disappeared, but the habit of complaint remains. At work, they've changed the name of the company, deleted the Soviet part, and added some words that sound market-oriented like enterprise, group, and international, but the actual work is identical. You're still designing the same things, using the same equipment, in the same office with the same water stain on the ceiling that's been slowly expanding since 1986 and will presumably continue expanding through governments, through economic systems, and through the heat death of the universe. Your boss is trying to understand capitalism by reading translated American business books, which is a bit like trying to learn swimming from a cookbook, but you admire the effort. He's picked up phrases like synergy, value proposition, and leveraging core competencies, which he deploys in meetings with the confidence of someone who doesn't fully understand what they mean, but knows they sound important. The American business books assume you have functioning markets and legal systems and business loans and consumers with disposable income. You have none of these things. But the books are very confident, so maybe confidence is transferable. The bizarre thing is how much is exactly the same. The Soviet Union has ended, but the Soviet world, the physical structures, the social relationships, the habits and patterns, all that continues. People still gather in kitchens to drink tea and complain about things. Still navigate bureaucracy that's Byzantine regardless of what flag it's flying under. Still make do with insufficient resources using excess ingenuity. That particularly Russian genius for improvisation, for making something work with nothing, for building functional systems out of broken parts. You think about the older generation, your parents' friends, people who lived through the war and the Stalin years and the Brezhnev stagnation. They're watching all this with a kind of weary recognition. Governments come and go, they seem to be saying without actually saying it. Systems rise and fall, life continues. You plant your garden, you raise your children, and you wait for better times while not holding your breath, because breath holding leads to suffocation. Your father, who's 73 now and has seen everything worth seeing and much that wasn't, says over dinner one Sunday, the Soviet Union, Russia, whatever comes next, these are just names for the place we live. The place is the place. It doesn't change because Moscow calls it something different. He's eating soup, the same soup his mother made, the same soup her mother made. Continuity through cuisine regardless of ideology. The younger people, teenagers and 20-somethings, are more excited about the changes, seeing opportunity in the chaos. They're learning English, which has suddenly become very useful, the language of business and money and whatever this new world is that's supposedly coming. Talking about business ventures, which sound exciting until you remember that nobody knows how business works here, that the entire legal framework for private enterprise is being invented in real time, making it up as everyone goes along. Some will succeed spectacularly. You're already hearing stories about people who bought state assets for nothing and sold them for something, about privatization schemes that transfer wealth from public to private hands with magical efficiency. Most will fail, but at least they're trying something, which is more than could be said for the last decade of Soviet existence, when trying things was actively discouraged, unless the trying had been previously approved by 17 committees and stamped by 12 officials. On television, there are new programs from the West, American shows dubbed into Russian by single voice actors who do all the characters, making sitcoms into unintentional surrealist comedy. There's a show about a bar in Boston where everyone knows your name, which seems exotic beyond imagination. Bars where people gather voluntarily, where the beer isn't an industrial accident, and where knowing names is considered desirable rather than a security risk. There are news programs that report actual news instead of agricultural production statistics. Someone on television actually says the economy is in crisis, just says it out loud, no euphemisms, no positive spin. This is simultaneously refreshing and terrifying. Under the Soviets, problems were denied. Now they're acknowledged but not fixed, which might actually be worse. At least denial had the comfort of pretense. There are advertisements, which are jarring. Nobody's sure how to feel about being sold things aggressively when they can barely afford the things they're being sold. An advertisement for cars shows beautiful people driving beautiful cars through beautiful landscapes, and the disconnect between this and your life is so vast it's almost funny. You don't know anyone who's bought a new car in the last decade. You don't know anyone who could afford a new car. But the advertisement is very insistent that you should want one. The metro still runs on time, which is something. The trains are the same trains, covered in the same decades of grime, but they run, taking people to work and home again, maintaining the rhythm of normal life. The Soviet Union built a lot of infrastructure that outlasted its builder, and perhaps that's its legacy. Not the ideology or the politics or the promises, but the subways and the apartment blocks and the heating systems that work poorly but work. The physical residue of 70 years of state planning. You meet your friend for drinks, vodka, because some things are eternal, because vodka transcends political systems, because vodka is the one reliable constant in Russian history, and discuss whether things are better or worse now. The answer is both, or neither. It depends on what you mean by better, and whether you value stability or opportunity, on whether you have savings or debts, and on 100 factors that make simple judgments impossible. At least we're not pretending anymore, your friend says, pouring another shot with the precision of someone who's done this many times. The Soviet Union spent 70 years pretending everything was fine when everything wasn't fine. Now everything's not fine, but at least we're admitting it. He raises his glass. To honesty, even if the honest truth is that everything is terrible. This seems like progress, maybe. Honest failure instead of dishonest success. The comfort of lowered expectations. The freedom of acknowledged problems. You're not sure if this makes you optimistic or pessimistic about the future, but you're certain about the present. It's confusing, it's difficult, it's expensive, and it's real in a way the late Soviet period wasn't, with all those years of pretending to work while the state pretended to pay you, and all that elaborate theatre of functionality that fooled nobody but that everyone maintained because the alternative seemed worse. Your daughter, who's 16 and has opinions about everything, asks you what the Soviet Union was like. You realise you don't have a simple answer. It was frustrating. It was secure. It was stifling. It was predictable. You knew what tomorrow would look like because it looked like yesterday, which looked like the day before that, stretching back into a past that seemed eternal, even though it turned out to be quite temporary. Was it better than now? She asks. It was different, you say, which is true but unsatisfying. We had less but worried less. Or maybe we worried differently. We worried about shortages and lines and whether Big Brother was watching. Now we worry about whether we'll have jobs tomorrow and whether our money will be worth anything, and whether crime will get worse. Different worries, same worrying. She seems disappointed by this answer, wanting clarity, wanting to know if history went forward or backward. But history doesn't move in clear directions. It moves sideways, diagonally, in loops and circles, sometimes advancing while retreating, sometimes retreating while advancing, always more complicated than simple narratives allow. The Soviet Union is over. Long live whatever this is. You finish your vodka, pour another, and toast to uncertainty, which at least has the virtue of being honest about what it is. Tomorrow you'll wake up in a country that didn't exist last year, doing a job that's nominally different but actually identical, waiting in lines that are organised by different principles, but still fundamentally involve waiting and participating in an economy that's supposed to be free but feels just as constrained as the planned economy, just constrained in different ways. History, it turns out, doesn't end so much as change costumes and continue the performance. The actors are the same, the stage is the same, but someone's rewritten the script and nobody's entirely sure what their lines are anymore. You'll figure it out as you go, which is what everyone's been doing all along anyway, improvising through history, making it up, and hoping for the best while preparing for the worst. Outside your window, Moscow continues, indifferent to flags and ideologies and the rise and fall of empires. The city's older than the Soviet Union. It's been here since 1147, give or take, and it'll be here after whatever comes next. That's oddly comforting. The idea that places persist regardless of what people call them, that life continues even when systems don't, that bread still requires buying and apartments still need heating, and people still complain about the weather, regardless of what government is failing to fix the heating system. The snow is falling, gentle and steady, covering everything in white indifference. Moscow in January looks the same as it did in Soviet January, in Tsarist January, and in pre-Tsarist January when it was just a collection of wooden buildings around a river. The snow doesn't care about political systems. It falls on everything equally. Communist buildings, capitalist buildings, buildings that predate both systems and will outlast whatever comes next. You watch the snow accumulate on your windowsill, building up slowly, patiently and inevitably. This is how change happens, you think. Not dramatically, not all at once, but gradually, imperceptibly, until one day you look up and everything is different but also somehow the same. The Soviet Union fell apart so quietly that people are still discovering it's gone, finding its absence in small moments. Forms that reference organisations that don't exist, habits that no longer have context, and beliefs that lost their foundation, but remain ghost-like in memory. You're living through history's gentle ending, the whimper heard round the world, the revolution that forgot to revolve and just sort of wandered off instead. And life, as it does, as it always has, as it presumably always will, continues. The breadlines continue, differently organised but still breadlines. The bureaucracy continues, under new management but still bureaucratic. The cold continues, because Moscow in January is cold regardless of what flag flies over the Kremlin. And you continue, because what else are you going to do? You get up in the morning, you go to work, you wait in your lines, you buy your groceries, you drink your tea, you complain about your heating, you love your family, you dream your small dreams. You live your life, which is all anyone can do, all anyone has ever done, through systems and governments and ideologies that rise and fall while human life continues, stubbornly, persistently, refusing to be reduced to political categories or historical narratives. The Soviet Union ended. Life didn't. That's the secret they don't tell you in history books. That grand historical moments are lived by people who still need lunch, who still have relationship problems, who still worry about their children and their jobs and whether there will be hot water tonight. History happens to people who are just trying to get through the day, and the day continues regardless of what history is doing. Tomorrow will come, with its challenges and its small pleasures, its frustrations and its moments of unexpected grace. The country may be different, but tomorrow is still tomorrow, arriving with the same inexorable certainty as it always has, indifferent to human attempts to name it or control it or understand it. And that, finally, is the story of how the Soviet Union quietly fell apart before the world noticed. Not through revolution or invasion, not through dramatic collapse or violent upheaval, but through the simple, profound, everyday act of people deciding to continue living their lives regardless of what the government called itself or what system supposedly organised their reality. The empire ended, the people remained, and life, as always, found a way to continue. You wake before dawn in a river valley in an era when agriculture is still a whispered rumour passed between neighbouring groups. The air smells clean and sharp, carrying the scent of wet grass and distant pine. Your hands know exactly where to find the wild emmer wheat that grows in scattered patches along the hillside. The same hillside your mother walked, and her mother before her. The gathering takes hours. You move slowly through the tall grass, running your fingers along each stalk to feel which seeds are ready. The ripe ones come away easily between your thumb and forefinger, dropping into the woven basket slung across your shoulder. Some people rush this task, but you've learned that hurrying means bruising the kernels, and bruised seeds don't store properly. The sun climbs higher, warming your back through the leather tunic you've worn smooth over 3 seasons. Your basket is lined with soft grasses to cushion the seeds as they fall. You've woven this basket yourself during the long winter evenings, using techniques passed down through observation rather than instruction. The weave needs to be tight enough to hold the smaller seeds, but flexible enough to compress when the basket's full. Your fingers bear small scars from the sharp edges of the reeds you worked with, tiny white lines that mark you as someone who makes useful things. By mid-morning, you've filled one basket and started on another. Your fingers move with practiced efficiency, and your mind wanders to other things. The crack in your grinding stone that needs repair, and the strange birds you saw yesterday flying south earlier than usual. A grasshopper lands on your forearm, bright green against your sun-darkened skin, and you pause to watch it before it springs away into the wheat. The wild lentils grow in a different area, down near the stream where the soil stays damp even in the dry season. You have to crouch low for these, sorting the plump pods from the shriveled ones, listening to the water burble over smooth stones. Your knees protest this position after a while, and you shift your weight from side to side, trying to ease the ache. Occasionally you spot a fish, quick and silver, and you make a mental note to bring the net tomorrow. But today is for gathering, and you stay focused on the task. The lentil plants have delicate stems that break easily if you're not careful. You've learned to support each plant with one hand while picking the pods with the other. A two-handed operation that slows the process but preserves the plants for future harvests. Some of the younger people in your group haven't figured this out yet, and they leave a trail of broken stems and damaged plants behind them. You feel a flicker of irritation at their carelessness, but you also remember being young and impatient yourself. When you return to camp, others have brought different offerings. Someone found a patch of wild garlic, another person collected mushrooms from the shaded northern slope, and a small group managed to trap 3 fat rabbits. This is how your people eat, A little bit of everything gathered from dozens of different locations, combined in ways that shift with the seasons and the weather and the simple luck of what you happen to find. You pour your wheat kernels onto a flat rock and begin the tedious process of removing the husks. The technique requires patience, rubbing the seeds between your palms, blowing away the chaff, and picking out tiny stones that could crack a tooth. Your grandmother could do this while telling stories, her hands working automatically, but you still need to concentrate. The pile of clean kernels grows slowly, golden in the late afternoon light. The chaff blows away on the breeze, scattering across the camp like snow. Children chase it, laughing, while you work steadily through your pile. Your palms are turning pink from the friction, and you pause occasionally to flex your fingers and ease the cramping. This is mindless work in the best sense. It occupies your hands, but leaves your thoughts free to drift where they will. The fire pit has been in the same location for as long as anyone can remember. A shallow depression ringed with heat-blackened stones, built up and tended and rebuilt countless times. Starting the fire is your responsibility today, and you approach it with the same careful attention you gave to gathering the wheat. The drill and hearthboard are worn smooth from use, carved by someone whose name is no longer spoken, but whose skill still serves the community. You brace the hearthboard with your foot and begin spinning the drill between your palms, pressing down just enough to create friction without breaking the rhythm. The motion is hypnotic, your palms sliding down the wooden shaft in quick repeated movements. Smoke appears first, thin and promising, then a few orange sparks that drop into the nest of dried grass you've prepared. You lean close and blow gently, steadily, coaxing those tiny sparks into actual flame. The grass catches and you feed it carefully with small twigs, then larger sticks, building the fire up until it's strong enough to handle the green wood that will burn for hours. The choice of wood matters more than you once realised. Dry oak burns hot and steady, perfect for cooking that requires sustained heat. Pine catches quickly but spits sparks and leaves behind a resinous residue. Birch bark makes excellent kindling, peeling away in papery sheets that ignite at the slightest touch of flame. You've learned to read the forest, identifying the best wood for different purposes, understanding that fire is not just heat, but a relationship between fuel, air, and the patience to let it develop properly. The rabbits are already skinned and cleaned, but you have other plans first. You arrange several large stones in the heart of the fire, smooth river rocks that won't explode from the heat. While these are warming, you prepare the wheat you spent all morning gathering. Instead of grinding it into flour, today you'll cook it whole, a technique that preserves more nutrition and creates a nutty, satisfying texture. You fill a clay pot with water from the stream and add the wheat, along with the wild garlic someone else found, chopped fine. The pot goes directly onto the fire, balanced carefully on 3 stones. The heat is intense, and you can feel it on your face when you lean in to stir. As the water begins to simmer, you add the lentils and a handful of the mushrooms, torn into rough pieces. The smell that rises from the pot is extraordinary, earthy and rich, with the sharpness of garlic cutting through the deeper notes. You watch the wheat kernels swell as they absorb the water, changing from hard little pellets into something soft and substantial. This transformation never stops fascinating you. The way heat and time and liquid can turn bitter seeds into food that actually sustains. Steam rises from the pot in lazy spirals, and you add more water as needed to keep everything submerged. The lentils cook faster than the wheat, softening into tender crescents that threaten to fall apart if you stir too vigorously. The mushrooms release their moisture and shrink, concentrating their flavour into something almost meaty. You taste the broth with a wooden spoon, considering whether it needs anything else, deciding it's perfect as it is. Meanwhile, the stones in the fire have reached the perfect temperature, hot enough to hiss when you drip water on them, but not so hot they'll crack the clay. Using 2 sticks as tongs, you carefully transfer several stones into the pot, where they continue heating the stew from within, keeping it at a gentle bubble even as you tend to the rabbits. The meat goes onto a green branch stripped of leaves, suspended over the coals where the heat is less intense than the direct flames. Fat drips down and sizzles, sending up small flares of light and the irresistible scent of roasting meat. You turn the spit slowly, watching the skin darken and crisp, rotating it a quarter turn every few minutes to ensure even cooking. Your arms begin to ache from holding the spit at the right height, and you fashion a support from forked sticks driven into the ground on either side of the fire. This frees your hands to tend to other tasks, adjusting the stones supporting the pot, adding more wood to maintain the fire, and checking the doneness of the wheat by fishing out a few grains and testing them between your teeth. The rabbits take longer than you expect. The meat near the bone stays stubbornly pink while the outer portions threaten to dry out. You pull the spit back from the heat slightly, allowing the temperature to equalize, trusting in patience rather than urgency. Good food cannot be rushed, and you've learned this lesson through countless meals that suffered from impatience. 4,000 years later, you live in a stone house with a proper oven built into the wall, but the relationship between heat and food remains equally intimate. Your hands are deep in a bowl of dough, kneading with a steady rhythm that your shoulders and arms remember even when your mind wanders. This bread started 3 days ago with just flour, water, and a piece of dough saved from the last batch. What you'll someday hear called a sourdough starter, though right now it's just how bread is made. The dough has a personality, you've learned. Some days it rises quickly and springs back eagerly under your hands. Other days it sits sullen and heavy, requiring more kneading, more patience, and more time to develop the complex flavours that make good bread worth waiting for. Today's batch falls somewhere in between, cooperative but not enthusiastic, slowly transforming from a shaggy mess into something smooth and elastic. You work the dough with the heels of your hands, pushing it away from you and then folding it back over itself. The motion is rhythmic, almost meditative, and you fall into the kind of steady work that allows your thoughts to roam freely. The dough gradually changes under your hands, becoming smoother and more cohesive, developing the gluten strands that will trap air and create the characteristic texture of risen bread. The smell of the dough is mildly sour, pleasant in a way that promises flavour rather than spoilage. You've learned to distinguish between the tang of proper fermentation and the off-putting smell of dough that's gone bad. This batch smells right, yeasty and alive, with undertones that are hard to describe but easy to recognise when they're present. You shape the dough into round loaves, each one the size of 2 fists pressed together. They go into baskets lined with linen cloths dusted with flour, and you cover them with more cloth to keep them warm while they rise. This second rising is critical. Too short, and the bread will be dense and gummy. Too long, and it will collapse. All those careful air bubbles deflating into sourness. The baskets sit on a shelf near the warmth of the hearth, not close enough to start cooking the dough, but warm enough to encourage the fermentation. You check them occasionally, pressing a finger gently into the surface to gauge how far they've risen. The dough should spring back slowly, leaving a slight indentation that fills in gradually. When it reaches this stage, it's ready for the oven. While the bread rises, you prepare the soup that will accompany it. Barley forms the base, a grain that cooks up hearty and filling, almost chewy. You add dried beans that you've soaked overnight, along with carrots, onions, and a precious bit of salt. The vegetables require their own preparation, washing away the dirt, trimming the tough parts, and chopping everything into pieces small enough to cook through, but large enough to have presence in the spoon. The carrots are particularly stubborn today, their cores dense and woody. You trim these away, saving them in a separate bowl for the chickens, using only the tender outer portions for the soup. The onions make your eyes water as you peel away the papery skin and slice them into half moons. You've tried every trick people suggest for avoiding tears, holding a piece of bread in your mouth, cutting the onions under running water, chilling them first, but nothing really works. You've made peace with crying while you chop onions, accepting it as part of the process. The soup pot is made of iron, heavy enough that you need both hands to lift it when it's full. You add the barley first, along with enough water to cover it by several inches, knowing the grain will swell as it cooks. The pot goes over the fire, suspended from a hook that allows you to adjust its height above the flames. You want a steady simmer, not a rolling boil, so you position it carefully and watch until the bubbles start to rise at the right pace. The oven is essentially a large clay dome with an opening at the front. You build the fire inside the oven itself, letting the flames heat the walls and the stone floor until everything radiates warmth. This takes the better part of an hour, and you feed the fire steadily, watching the interior walls change colour as they reach the right temperature. When spit evaporates instantly on the stone floor, you know it's ready. You sweep out the coals and ash, clearing a space for the loaves. The long-handled brush you use for this task is made from bundled twigs, constantly shedding pieces that you have to fish out before they burn. The swept ashes go into a bucket that you'll later use for making soap. Nothing is wasted, and everything serves multiple purposes. The bread goes in on a long wooden paddle, each loaf sliding off onto the hot stone with a soft thump. You seal the opening with a clay door and wait, trusting in heat and time to complete the transformation you started with your hands. The temperature inside the oven is fierce enough that you can feel the heat radiating through the clay walls when you stand nearby. The smell that eventually seeps from the oven is nothing short of miraculous, yeasty and warm, with caramelized sugars browning on the crust. When you finally open the door and pull out the loaves, they're golden and hollow sounding when you tap the bottom. You set them on a rack to cool, resisting the urge to tear one open immediately, knowing the crumb needs time to set properly. While the bread cools, you return to the soup. The barley has absorbed much of the water and swelled to twice its original size. You add the beans and vegetables, along with a generous pinch of salt and some dried herbs you collected last summer. The soup will simmer for another hour at least, the flavours melding and deepening, the vegetables softening until they're tender but not mushy. You're standing in a late autumn field surrounded by cabbages that need to be harvested before the first hard freeze. The leaves are enormous, veined and curling, beaded with morning dew that soaks through your sleeves as you work. Each cabbage requires a firm twist and pull, separating it from the stem with a satisfying snap. Your basket fills quickly, and you haul it back to the house where the real work begins. The field stretches away in neat rows, each one planted with precision back in the spring when the soil was still cool and damp. You remember the day you set out these seedlings, your back aching from bending over row after row, wondering if you'd planted too many. Now you're grateful for your earlier optimism, looking at the abundance that will see your family through the winter months. Some of the outer leaves are damaged, torn by wind, nibbled by insects, or simply past their prime. You strip these away in the field, leaving them to decompose where they fall and return nutrients to the soil. The inner heads are perfect, dense, and heavy, exactly what you need for the preservation work ahead. The earthenware crock stands as tall as your waist, glazed on the inside and scrubbed spotless. You've done this every autumn for more than 20 years, turning fresh vegetables into sauerkraut that will feed your household through the lean months when nothing green grows. The process is simple but demands precision. Too little salt and the cabbage will rot. Too much and it becomes inedible. The balance as critical as any recipe you know. You cut away the outer leaves and the tough cores, then slice the remaining cabbage into thin ribbons. The knife work is meditative, requiring just enough attention to keep your fingers safe, but leaving your mind free to wander. Slice, slice, slice. The blade rocking against the cutting board in a rhythm that your wrist remembers from years of practice. The pile of shredded cabbage grows into a pale green mountain. Your knife needs sharpening after the first few heads, the blade dragging slightly instead of slicing cleanly. You take it to the whetstone and work it carefully, maintaining the angle that creates the sharpest edge. The stone makes a pleasant scratching sound as steel slides across it, and you test the edge occasionally against your thumbnail, feeling for the catch that indicates proper sharpness. Now comes the salting. You sprinkle coarse salt over layers of cabbage in the crock, then pound everything with a wooden masher, pressing down hard to break the cell walls and release the cabbage's own moisture. After 15 minutes of vigorous pounding, liquid begins to pool at the bottom of the crock. You add more cabbage, more salt and more pounding. Your arms ache pleasantly from the effort. The salt crystals are large and irregular, harvested from salt pans near the coast and traded inland at considerable expense. You measure it carefully, knowing that this precious ingredient needs to be distributed evenly throughout the cabbage. Too much salt in one layer and too little in another defeats the purpose, creating pockets where fermentation proceeds too quickly or not at all. When the crock is full, you weigh down the cabbage with a plate and a clean stone, ensuring everything stays submerged in the brine. A cloth covers the top to keep out dust and insects while still allowing air to escape as fermentation begins. You carry the heavy crock to the cool cellar and place it in the corner where it will sit for 6 weeks, transforming slowly from raw vegetable into something tangy and alive with beneficial bacteria. The cellar is already filling with other preserved foods. Clay jars of olive oil stand in neat rows, each one sealed with wax. You filled these yourself back in late summer, pressing olives until your hands were stained purple and your shoulders ached from working the lever. The oil is green gold and fruity, perfect for drizzling over bread or using in cooking throughout the winter. Strings of onions and garlic hang from the rafters, their papery skins rustling when you brush against them. You braided these carefully, weaving the dried stems together into long ropes that can hang without tangling. Each bulb was inspected for damage or soft spots before being added to the braid, because one rotten onion can spoil an entire string. Dried beans fill woven sacks, sorted by type. White beans, black beans, and speckled beans, each variety with its own cooking time and character. You grew all of these in a separate garden plot, letting the pods dry on the vine until they rattled when shaken. Shelling them was a multi-day project that left your thumbs sore and your lap covered in bits of dried pod. But the satisfaction of seeing sacks full of beans made the tedium worthwhile. Smoked fish wrapped in cloth occupies one shelf, while another holds wheels of cheese at various stages of aging. The fish and mackerel caught in the late summer run split and hung in the smokehouse until they turned golden and firm. The cheese represents months of work, collecting milk, heating it carefully, adding rennet, pressing the curds, and then the long wait while it develops flavour. You've also dried apples, sliced thin and laid out on screens in the autumn sun until they turned leathery and sweet. These sit in a wooden box layered with clean straw, ready to be stewed or eaten as a chewy snack during the long evenings. You check them periodically for any signs of mould, removing any questionable pieces before they can contaminate the rest. Dried mushrooms fill glass jars, porcini, chanterelles, and others you collected during careful foraging trips through the forest, always leaving enough behind to ensure next year's harvest. Each type of mushroom required different treatment. The porcini you sliced thick and dried slowly, while the delicate chanterelles needed faster drying to preserve their colour and flavour. Root vegetables are stored in bins of sand, carrots, parsnips and beets, nestled in layers that keep them from touching each other. The sand maintains just enough moisture to prevent shrivelling while keeping the vegetables cool enough to slow any sprouting. You'll dig into these bins throughout the winter, pulling out what you need and leaving the rest undisturbed. The market square fills before dawn, vendors arriving in the dark to claim their usual spots and set up their displays. You're among them, arranging your goods on a wooden table you've carried from home, rounds of the cheese you've been aging since spring, each one wrapped in wax and marked with the date it was made. Next to these, you stack loaves of the rye bread you baked yesterday, still fresh enough to be slightly soft inside while the crust crackles under your fingertips. The journey to market started while stars still crowded the sky, your handcart bumping over rutted roads, the cheese carefully cushioned with straw to prevent damage. You've made this trip once a week for years, and you know every turn and dip in the road, every place where the wheel catches on a particular stone unless you angle it just right. Your spot in the market is one you've earned through years of reliable attendance. The best locations go to those who show up every week regardless of weather, who build relationships with customers, and who maintain a reputation for quality. New vendors get assigned to the edges where foot traffic is lighter, but you're near the centre where people naturally congregate. As the sun rises, the market comes alive with colour and noise, and 100 competing smells. The fishmonger 2 stalls down is selling mackerel so fresh they're still silver bright, packed in baskets of crushed ice. Their clean, briny scent mingles with the earthy smell of root vegetables from the farm opposite you. Potatoes, turnips, and carrots, all with dirt still clinging to them because everyone knows that's how you identify the freshly dug ones. The fishmonger is a woman about your age who's been working this market as long as you have. You exchange greetings and brief comments about the weather while you both set up. This relationship is built on proximity rather than deep friendship, but there's a comfortable familiarity to it, a shared understanding of the rhythms and challenges of market life. A woman stops at your table and picks up one of your cheese rounds, testing its weight and firmness. She doesn't ask the price immediately, and you don't volunteer it. This is a dance you both know well. Instead, you cut a thin slice from the sample wheel and offer it to her. She tastes it thoughtfully, considering the sharp tang that develops during proper aging and the way it melts slightly from the warmth of her mouth. The negotiation unfolds in the leisurely manner of people who know they have all day. She mentions that the cheesemaker on the far side of the square is charging less, and you point out that his cheese is younger and won't keep as long. She agrees, but suggests your price is still ambitious. You counter by offering a slightly better price if she takes 2 rounds instead of 1. She nods, already reaching for her coin purse. This kind of bargaining is expected, almost ritualistic. To accept the first price offered would seem desperate, while to haggle too aggressively would damage the relationship. You've found a middle path that serves you well. Firm about your cheese's quality, but flexible enough to reward loyal customers or bulk purchases. Across the square, someone is roasting chestnuts in a perforated pan over a charcoal brazier. The smoke carries their sweet, nutty scent across the entire market, and you notice people gravitating toward that corner, drawn by their noses rather than their eyes. The chestnut seller has positioned himself strategically upwind, ensuring maximum distribution of that enticing aroma. A vendor selling honey has lined up earthenware pots of different varieties, like amber from spring flowers, darker and more robust from late summer wildflowers, and nearly black from chestnut groves. Each pot bears a label describing not just the source, but the specific hillside where the bees collected their nectar. She offers tastes on small wooden paddles, and customers sample thoughtfully, comparing the delicate sweetness of acacia honey with the almost bitter complexity of buckwheat. You watch a young apprentice learn the art of making sausages at a butcher's stall, carefully grinding meat while the master adds precise amounts of salt, pepper, and herbs, teaching through demonstration rather than instruction. The mixture goes into casings that will hang in a cool, dry room for weeks, slowly developing the complex flavours that make preserved meats more than just sustenance. The butcher catches you watching and nods in acknowledgement. His hands never stop moving as he works, showing the apprentice how to tie off each sausage link without creating air pockets that could lead to spoilage. The young man is trying hard, but clearly hasn't developed the muscle memory yet. His movements stiff and self-conscious. By mid-morning, you've sold more than half your cheese and all of the bread. A steady stream of customers has kept you busy, each transaction requiring its own small performance: the greeting, the sample, the negotiation, and the exchange of goods for money. Your coin purse grows heavier, the reassuring weight of a successful market day. You use some of your earnings to buy things you can't produce yourself. A small bag of the foreign spice they call black pepper, impossibly expensive but transformative in the right dish, and a cone of sugar wrapped in blue paper, a luxury you allow yourself twice a year. The sugar is refined in a distant country and has travelled thousands of miles to reach this market, changing hands multiple times, each transaction adding to its cost. The spice merchant weighs your pepper carefully on a small brass scale, adding and removing grains until the balance is perfect. He wraps it in a twist of paper and seals it with a dab of wax, protecting the precious contents. You tuck it carefully into your bag, already planning the dishes you'll enhance with this expensive addition. As the day wears on, the market's character changes. The early morning shoppers who came for the best selection have been replaced by people looking for bargains, waiting to see what vendors might discount rather than carry home. Some sellers begin packing up, but you stay, knowing that the late afternoon often brings a second wave of customers, people who work during the day and can only shop when their labour is finished. You're preparing for a journey that will take 3 weeks, maybe more, and the food you carry needs to sustain you without spoiling, without requiring cooking, and without adding unnecessary weight to your pack. This kind of travel food is an art form perfected over generations, and you prepare it with the same care you'd give to any feast. The hardtack biscuits start with just flour, water and salt. No fat or milk or anything that might turn rancid under a hot sun. You mix the dough until it's barely cohesive, then roll it thin and cut it into rectangles. Each biscuit gets docked with a fork, creating rows of holes that will help it dry evenly. They bake slowly in a low oven, losing moisture until they're hard as stones and will remain edible for months. When you tap two together, they sound like wood knocking. You make dozens of these biscuits, knowing from experience how many you'll need. The calculation involves not just the number of days you'll be travelling, but also the level of physical exertion you'll be maintaining. Hard travel burns through calories at an astonishing rate, and you've learned to err on the side of bringing too much rather than too little. The biscuits emerge from the oven pale and unpromising, nothing like the golden loaves you normally bake. But their purpose isn't to be delicious, it's to be reliable, to provide sustenance when fresh food isn't available, and to keep you alive and moving. You pack them in a canvas bag where they settle with a dry rattle. For protein, you've made a pemmican using techniques your grandmother taught you. Dried meat gets pounded into a powder fine enough to pack densely, then mixed with rendered fat and dried berries. You form this into cakes and wrap each one in cloth, creating portable nutrition that won't freeze in winter or melt in summer. The ratio of fat to meat matters enormously. Too much fat and it becomes greasy and unpleasant. Too little and it crumbles and doesn't provide enough calories for hard travel. The meat you use for pemmican comes from the lean cuts that aren't pleasant to eat fresh, the kind of tough, sinewy meat that requires hours of cooking to become tender. But dried and pounded, it transforms into something useful. You slice it thin and hang it in a dry, airy place, waiting for it to become brittle enough to powder. The rendered fat is equally important. You collect this throughout the year, saving the fat trimmed from better cuts of meat, rendering it slowly over low heat until it's pure and shelf-stable. The smell of rendering fat isn't pleasant, but the result is essential for pemmican that holds together and provides the caloric density needed for long journeys. The dried berries add a touch of sweetness and provide vitamins that pure meat and fat lack. You use whatever you have: dried currants, chopped dried apples, even rose hips pounded to a powder. These get mixed into the fat while it's still warm and pliable, distributing evenly throughout the mixture. You've also prepared a supply of parched corn, each kernel toasted until it's crunchy and slightly sweet. This can be eaten as is for a quick snack or boiled into a simple porridge when you have time to make camp and build a fire. A leather pouch holds dried fruit, apples, pears and cherries, all picked at peak ripeness and dried slowly to concentrate their natural sugars. The parching of corn is a process that requires constant attention. The kernels go into a dry pan over the fire and you shake them continuously to prevent burning. They pop and jump, occasionally leaping out of the pan, and you watch for the moment when they turn golden and develop a toasted aroma. Too much heat and they burn, becoming bitter and inedible. Too little, and they remain tough and difficult to chew. Your water skin hangs from your pack, sewn from goat hide, and sealed with pine pitch to prevent leaking. Water is the heaviest thing you'll carry, and you plan your route carefully around reliable streams and springs where you can refill. Between water sources, you drink sparingly, rationing the skin to last, trusting your experience to judge how much you actually need versus how much you think you want. The water skin itself represents weeks of work. The hide had to be cleaned and treated, stretched and sewn with sinew, then tested for leaks and repaired where necessary. You've gone through several skins over the years, each one eventually failing at a seam or developing a crack that no amount of pitch could seal. This current one is relatively new and still supple, not yet stiff from repeated drying and wetting. You also pack a small quantity of salt wrapped in oiled paper. Salt is essential for maintaining your body's balance during hard physical work, especially in hot weather when you'll be sweating constantly. You ration this carefully, taking just a few grains dissolved in water each day, enough to prevent the weakness and cramping that comes from salt depletion. The first few days of travel are always an adjustment. Your body expects regular meals at predictable times, and instead you eat small amounts throughout the day, keeping your energy steady rather than spiking and crashing. You discover that you can walk for hours on nothing but water and a few pieces of dried fruit, then eat a more substantial meal when you stop for the night. Your pack also contains a small pot for cooking and a few basic implements: a knife, a spoon, and a cup. These are the minimum tools needed to prepare a hot meal when circumstances allow. The pot is battered from years of use, dented and discoloured, but it still holds water and conducts heat, which is all that matters. When you do stop, you build a small fire and make a simple soup from the dried vegetables you've carried. Peas, beans and onions, reconstituted in water and seasoned with salt. The hot meal is psychologically important as much as nutritionally necessary. A moment of warmth and normalcy in the midst of constant movement. You eat slowly, savouring each spoonful, letting the heat settle into your bones before you roll yourself in your blanket and sleep. The dried vegetables expand remarkably as they absorb water, swelling to something approaching their original size. You've learned to use less than you think you'll need, because a handful of dried beans becomes a full pot of soup after sufficient soaking and cooking. The transformation is satisfying to watch. Another example of how proper preparation extends the usefulness of food far beyond its fresh state. You arrive at the gathering house just as the sun begins to set, your arms full of the contribution you've prepared for tonight's shared meal. 20 families will eat together, each household bringing whatever they've made, and the long table is already beginning to fill with an astonishing variety of dishes. This is how your community celebrates the harvest, the changing seasons, or sometimes nothing in particular except the pleasure of eating together. Your offering is a large pot of stew made from the tough cut of beef you've been braising since morning. The meat started almost inedible, but hours of gentle cooking in wine and stock have transformed it into something that falls apart at the touch of a fork. You added root vegetables in the final hour, carrots, potatoes and turnips, cut large enough to hold their shape while absorbing the rich wine-dark sauce. The pot is still warm, wrapped in towels to keep the heat in during the short walk from your house. The beef came from a neighbour's cow, slaughtered last week and divided among several families. You received this particular cut as part of your share. A shoulder roast riddled with connective tissue, the kind of meat that most people consider inferior. But you knew what to do with it, applying time and moisture and low heat until the collagen melted into gelatin and the meat became tender. The wine you use for braising is from your own small vineyard, pressed last autumn and allowed to ferment through the winter. It's not fancy wine, just honest table wine with enough acidity to balance the richness of the beef. You poured in nearly half a bottle, knowing that the alcohol would cook off while the flavours concentrated. The family beside you has brought fresh bread, 3 enormous loaves with crispy crusts and tender, airy crumbs. The baker scores each loaf in decorative patterns before setting them out, not for vanity, but because beauty matters, because the appearance of food is part of the gift you give to your community. Next to the bread sits a crock of butter churned this morning, still slightly cool and beaded with condensation. You watch the baker arrange the loaves with obvious pride, positioning them to show off the patterns scored into their crusts. These aren't simple slashes but intricate designs. Wheat sheaves on one loaf, a geometric pattern on another, and decorative flourishes that turn functional bread into something approaching art. Someone has prepared a salad using the last of the autumn greens, dressed simply with oil and vinegar and scattered with toasted walnuts. The leaves are a mix of colours and textures, dark green kale, red-veined lettuce, and bitter radicchio that adds complexity to each bite. Another person has baked a whole salmon packed with herbs, the skin crispy and the flesh still moist, served on a platter decorated with lemon slices. The salmon is magnificent, its skin bronzed and blistered from high heat, the flesh beneath flaking into moist pink layers. Someone has taken enormous care with the presentation, arranging thin lemon slices in an overlapping pattern and tucking fresh dill around the edges. The smell of it carries across the table, fish and lemon and the slight char of perfectly crisped skin. The table groans under the weight of all this food, and you feel a deep satisfaction at the sight. This abundance comes from everyone's labour, from the farmers who grew the vegetables, the fishermen who caught the salmon, and the bakers who rose before dawn to tend their ovens. Each dish represents hours of work freely given and freely shared, a demonstration of trust and community that goes deeper than any spoken agreement. You fill your plate with small portions of everything, wanting to taste the full range of what's been offered. The flavours are wildly different. The sweetness of roasted carrots, the salty richness of the salmon, and the bright acidity of the dressed greens. But they all belong together somehow, creating a meal that's more satisfying than the sum of its individual parts. Your first bite is the beef stew, and you're pleased with how it turned out. The meat is indeed tender, the vegetables have absorbed the wine-enriched sauce, and the whole dish has a depth of flavour that only comes from patient cooking. You notice others reaching for it, which brings its own quiet satisfaction. Conversation flows around the table, rising and falling in waves. Someone tells a story about the summer's strange weather, how the tomatoes came in late but were sweeter than anyone remembered. Someone else mentioned seeing geese flying south last week, earlier than usual, and a discussion develops about what that might mean for the coming winter. The talk is comfortable and unhurried, the kind of conversation that happens naturally when people aren't rushing to finish eating and move on to the next thing. Children run between the tables, their excited voices adding to the general noise. They eat quickly, more interested in playing than in sitting still, and soon they're outside chasing each other in the fading light. The adults eat more slowly, taking time to appreciate the food and to talk with neighbours they might not see often during the busy work season. Someone has brought a fruit tart for dessert, the pastry crisp and the fruit arranged in concentric circles, plums and late apples glazed with honey until they shine. Another person contributes a simple pudding, creamy and flavoured with vanilla, the kind of uncomplicated dessert that children love and adults appreciate for its honesty. As the evening progresses, the candles are lit and the gathering takes on a different character. The conversation becomes more intimate, people sharing concerns and hopes in the gentle darkness, the candlelight soft on faces you've known for years. This is when community truly reveals itself, not in the abundance on the table, but in the trust that allows people to speak openly, to ask for help, and to offer support. You help clear the table when the meal finally winds down, carrying dishes to the kitchen where others are already washing and drying. This collective clean-up is as much a part of the tradition as the meal itself, everyone working together to restore order, to ensure that the gathering house is ready for the next communal meal. You're standing in a kitchen that doesn't quite exist anymore, or rather, it exists only in your memory, as clear and detailed as if you'd left it yesterday instead of 40 years ago. Your grandmother is teaching you to make the apple cake that's been passed down through 4 generations, each woman learning the recipe not from written instructions but from watching, from helping, from developing the muscle memory that makes certain techniques as automatic as breathing. The kitchen smells like apples and cinnamon, with undertones of the wood smoke from the stove and the faint mustiness of the root cellar where the apples have been stored. Your grandmother's hands are gnarled with arthritis, but they move with complete confidence, performing tasks they've done thousands of times. The apples need to be prepared in a specific way, peeled but not too thin, because some of the best flavour lives right beneath the skin, cut into slices that are uniform enough to cook evenly, but not so precise that you lose the rustic charm that makes this a home cake rather than a bakery product. Your grandmother's hands move with absolute confidence, the paring knife following the curve of each apple in one continuous spiral of peel. You try to imitate her technique, but your peel breaks after the first rotation, leaving you with disconnected strips instead of the elegant spiral she produces effortlessly. She doesn't criticize, she just demonstrates again, explaining that the key is maintaining consistent pressure and letting the knife do the work rather than forcing it. She adds cinnamon and sugar to the apples, but the amounts aren't measured. Instead, she judges by eye and taste, adjusting based on how sweet the apples are and how much moisture they're likely to release during baking. Too much sugar and the filling becomes cloying, too little and the natural tartness of the apples dominates. The goal is balance, letting the fruit taste like itself while enhancing its best qualities. You watch her taste a raw slice of apple, considering its sweetness, its texture, and its moisture content. Then she adds sugar in small handfuls, mixing and tasting again, making adjustments until she's satisfied. This kind of intuitive cooking can't really be taught through instruction. It requires experience, countless cakes made and tasted, failures analysed, and successes replicated. The cake batter is equally intuitive. Eggs beaten until they're light and fluffy, sugar creamed with butter until the mixture pales and increases in volume. Flour is folded in carefully, just until combined, because overworking develops gluten and creates a tough, chewy texture, instead of the tender crumb you're aiming for. Your grandmother lets you do the folding while she watches, ready to correct if your technique starts to drift. The butter and sugar cream together with a satisfying change in texture, becoming fluffy and almost white. You beat the eggs in a separate bowl, watching them transform from thick and viscous to light and foamy, their colour lightening as air incorporates. These transformations fascinate you, the way simple ingredients change character through mechanical action. The assembled cake goes into the oven, and you both sit at the kitchen table to wait, the room gradually filling with the scent of baking apples and cinnamon. This is when she tells you stories about learning to make this same cake from her own grandmother, about the year the apple harvest failed and they had to use dried fruit instead, and about the time she made 3 of these cakes for a wedding, and the groom at half of one before the ceremony even started. Her stories connect you to a past you never experienced directly, creating a sense of continuity that extends beyond your own lifetime. You learn that your great-great-grandmother preferred tart apples while your great-grandmother liked them sweet, and how the recipe adjusted over time to accommodate these different preferences while maintaining its essential character. Now, decades later, you make the same cake in your own kitchen, and your hands remember every step, even though your conscious mind might struggle to explain it. The muscle memory is deeply embedded. The way the batter should look when it's properly mixed, the exact shade of golden brown that means the cake is done, and the faint resistance you should feel when you insert a testing skewer into the centre. Your kitchen is nothing like your grandmother's. The stove is gas instead of wood, the mixing bowls are stainless steel instead of ceramic, and the measuring cups are standardised rather than handed down through generations. But somehow these differences don't matter. The essential gestures remain the same, the rhythm of the work unchanged. But more than the technique, you've inherited the understanding that this cake is more than just ingredients combined and baked. It's a connection to the women who made it before you, a tangible link to kitchens you'll never see and people you'll never meet, but who nevertheless shaped who you are. When you serve this cake to your own grandchildren, you're not just feeding them dessert, you're passing on a tradition, a set of values about care and quality, and the importance of taking time to do things properly. Your grandchildren watch you with the same attention you once gave your grandmother, though they're more likely to ask questions than simply observe. They want to know why you don't use a food processor, why you insist on peeling the apples by hand, and why you refuse to substitute ingredients even when the original ones are difficult to find. You try to explain, though you're not sure your explanations capture the real reasons. The first bite always transports you backward, your taste memory so powerful that you can almost see your grandmother's kitchen, almost smell the wood smoke from her stove, and almost hear her voice offering gentle corrections as you learn to fold. The batter. This is what food does at its best. It collapses time, creating moments where past and present exist simultaneously, where the people we've lost somehow feel present again. The cake tastes exactly right. The apples tender but not mushy, the cinnamon present but not overwhelming, and the texture of the cake itself fine-crumbed and moist. You feel a wave of satisfaction knowing that you've maintained the standard, that this cake would meet your grandmother's approval if she were here to taste it. You've made this cake for birthdays, holidays, and ordinary Tuesday evenings when you wanted the comfort of familiar flavours. Each time the process remains essentially the same, though small variations creep in. Different varieties of apples, slightly more or less cinnamon, adjustments based on the day's humidity or the peculiarities of your oven. The recipe is alive in this way, adapting while maintaining its core identity. Tonight, as you settle into sleep, consider all the hands that have prepared meals throughout human history. Think about the patience required to grind wild grain between stones, about the skill needed to keep a fire at exactly the right temperature, and about the knowledge accumulated over thousands of years regarding which foods pair well together and which should be kept separate. Imagine the first person who discovered that milk left in a leather bag and shaken while travelling would transform into butter, or the ancient cook who realised that grain stored in a damp location developed a fuzzy coating that, when mixed into new batches, made bread rise. These discoveries weren't written down or formally studied. They were observed, tested and shared, passed from one person to another until they became common knowledge. Every cooking technique you know was invented by someone whose name has been forgotten. The perfect temperature for roasting meat, the ratio of salt to water for preserving vegetables, the length of time bread needs to be kneaded. All of these were figured out through trial and error, through countless failed experiments and rare successes, and through the accumulated wisdom of people who paid attention to what they were doing. The meals you eat today, whether simple or elaborate, connect you to every human who has ever ground grain, tended a fire or shared food with others. The fundamental rhythms remain unchanged. The transformation of raw ingredients into something nourishing, the patience required for proper preparation, and the joy of eating with people you care about. Think about a day in the life of someone 5,000 years ago. They woke hungry as you do. They gathered or hunted or harvested food as you do in your own way when you shop or garden. They applied heat and time and skill to transform raw ingredients into meals, as you do. They ate with their families and communities, sharing both food and conversation, as you do. The details differ enormously, but the essential pattern persists. Consider the continuity of certain foods across time. Bread in various forms has been made for at least 10,000 years. The basic process, grinding grain, mixing it with water, applying heat, remains fundamentally unchanged. A baker from ancient Egypt transported to a modern kitchen would recognize what was happening even if the tools looked strange. The principles endure. As you drift towards sleep, let your mind wander through all the kitchens and hearths and campfires where humans have cooked. Feel the warmth of those flames, smell the countless meals bubbling in pots, and hear the quiet conversations that happen when people prepare food together. These sensory memories belong to all of us, a shared inheritance that transcends culture and geography and time itself. Picture the hands that have kneaded bread, young hands learning the motion, old hands performing it automatically, and skilled hands judging the dough's redness by touch alone. Think about all the vegetables ever chopped, all the meat ever roasted, and all the pots stirred and tasted and adjusted. This is human work in its most fundamental form, the daily labour of keeping ourselves alive, elevated through skill and care into something approaching art. Rest now, knowing that tomorrow you'll wake hungry, and you'll eat something that connects you to this endless chain of humans transforming the world into meals. The details change, the ingredients, the techniques, the technology, but the essential act remains the same. We gather, we prepare, we share, and we remember. And in these simple actions, we find one of the deepest expressions of what it means to be human. The fire that cooked humanity's first intentional meal has never really gone out. It's been passed from hearth to hearth, from generation to generation, transforming in form but never in purpose. The flame that bakes your bread is the same flame that cooked grain for people who lived before cities existed, before written language, before history itself began to be recorded. Sleep well, nourished by the knowledge that you participate in something ancient and ongoing, something that will continue long after you're gone. The work of feeding ourselves and each other is never finished, never perfected, and always renewable, and that perhaps is part of its beauty. The daily renewal, the constant opportunity to do familiar things with fresh attention, to honour the past while creating the future, one meal at a time. Your earliest ancestors were performing before Netflix, before Broadway, and before anyone even considered charging for entertainment. Imagine a cave from 40,000 years ago. The fire is crackling. Someone begins to tell a story about the day's mammoth hunt, and the dishes are finished. Well, there weren't dishes, but you get the idea. The interesting part, though, is that they did more than merely recount the tale. Oh no, that would be too easy. Someone took a mammoth hide and began to play the role of the mammoth. Someone else posed as the courageous hunter, to symbolise the shaman who blessed the hunt. A third person picked up some berries and painted stripes on their face. Before you know it, you have the first dinner theatre in human history, complete with method acting, real costumes, and a small, intimate setting. Remember, these weren't just any old shenanigans. Directors of contemporary community theatre would be envious of the practical uses of these early productions. Important survival knowledge, such as which berries won't kill you, and how to avoid becoming something else's dinner, was passed down thanks to them. They strengthen ties within the community because nothing unites people like seeing Uncle Grok perform his encounter with a saber-toothed tiger for the 15th time, complete with homemade sound effects and increasingly complex mime work. The irony is that we were already formulating what would eventually become the fundamental principle of all performances. The audience must voluntarily suspend their disbelief. Everyone gathered around that fire was well aware that it wasn't actually a mammoth, but rather Bob in a fur suit, his hands cupped around his mouth, making trumpet-like noises. However, they consented to comply, allowing themselves to be drawn into the narrative. Even though the costumes have become much more elaborate and the venues are much less likely to be overrun by real wild animals, that is the magic contract between the performer and the audience that still exists today. These early performances also appear to have been more than casual affairs, according to archaeological evidence. Figures wearing ornate headdresses and participating in ritualistic activities are depicted in cave paintings from Lascaux and other locations in what seem to be ceremonial poses. Certain cave formations, according to some researchers, were picked especially for their acoustic qualities, natural amphitheatres, where tales could be told and retold with the most dramatic effect. These early societies' performance traditions evolved along with them. Coming-of-age rituals, successful hunts, territorial agreements, and seasonal celebrations of the solstices all became occasions for ever more complicated theatrical performances. The shaman or tribal storyteller developed into something like a director, directing group activities and maintaining the customs of telling some stories. A few thousand years later, you're in ancient Egypt, where someone had the brilliant notion that if ordinary stories were good, then stories about pharaohs and gods must be fantastic. With intricate costumes, makeup techniques that would make a contemporary drag queen weep with admiration, and scripts, hieroglyphic ones, of course, the Egyptians transformed the primal human urge to perform into something that approached professional theatre. In essence, Egyptian religious ceremonies were high-stakes theatrical productions. If you fumbled your lines, you risked upsetting a god, which was far worse than receiving a poor review in the local papyrus. Nor were these solemn, quiet services. They were grand events with hundreds of participants, intricate processions and special effects that must have appeared completely magical to viewers who were unaware of their workings. The story of the god's death and resurrection was narrated over several days of performances that swept across entire cities during the yearly Osiris festivals, which were especially theatrical. Parts of the story would be assigned to different neighbourhoods, resulting in a theatrical experience that stretched throughout the entire city and made contemporary site-specific theatre appear positively modest. The fact that Egyptian performance created numerous customs that still exist today is what makes it so fascinating. They created complex methods for implying supernatural happenings on stage, such as trapdoors for gods to come and go, ornate masks and costumes to turn human actors into gods, and meticulously planned movements that gave the appearance of supernatural strength. The idea of a theatrical season linked to agricultural and religious calendars was also invented by the Egyptians. A year-round cycle of theatrical activity that kept audiences interested and performers employed was created by the various festivals that held various kinds of performances throughout the year. They realised something that contemporary theatre producers are still discovering. Audience loyalty is increased by consistent programming. Papyri and Egyptian tomb paintings also demonstrate that these performances weren't stuffy or overly solemn. There was a place for comedy, frequently in the form of minor characters and servants who offered light-hearted relief from the more sombre divine drama. The Egyptians recognised that audiences needed a few laughs to keep things from becoming too serious. Even in tales about life, death, and eternal judgment. We now travel to ancient Greece, where someone had the brilliant idea to elevate storytelling to a formal activity, complete with regulations, contests, and the kind of critical thinking that would make graduate students today feel completely at home. It was impossible for the Greeks, bless them, to simply appreciate a good story. They had to classify it, evaluate it, and then most likely compose a philosophical treatise on whether or not it effectively elicited catharsis through fear and pity. The Greeks created what is now known as formal drama during religious festivals celebrating Dionysus, the god of wine, which explains a lot about theatre's relationship with altered states of consciousness, in the 6th century BCE. Picture the scene. Throngs of people gathered in massive outdoor amphitheatres carved into the sides of hills, listening to actors in flowing robes and ornate masks narrate tales of heroes, gods, and the occasional dysfunctional family that would make contemporary soap operas appear positively restrained. Let's take a moment to discuss those amphitheatres, though, as they were engineering wonders that contemporary architects continue to admire. About 17,000 people could fit in Athens' Theatre of Dionysus, and the acoustics were so well designed that a whisper from the stage could be heard in the back row. excellent knowledge of sound and space without the use of microphones or amplification. Every audience member had an unhindered view of the action thanks to the seating arrangement, which was set up in a perfect semicircle. By the way, the masks weren't merely decorative. The person in the back row, who is likely squinting and questioning whether they should have brought their antiquated equivalent of opera glasses, needed something to help project emotion in those enormous amphitheatres. These masks were artistic creations, carved to symbolise various character types and emotions. Happy, sad, angry, confused. All the emotions you go through on a normal Monday morning, but artistically captured in plaster, wood and linen that would make contemporary designers cry. The Greeks are credited with creating the idea of the tragic hero, but they also unintentionally created stage fright. His name lives on in the word thespian, though I'm sure he never imagined future actors would use it to sound more important at dinner parties. Imagine poor Thespis, who is frequently regarded as the first actor, standing alone on stage for the first time and likely thinking, "What have I gotten myself into? Yesterday I participated in a chorus, and now suddenly everyone is staring at me, expecting me to be engaging on my own." Greek tragedy dealt with serious issues such as justice, fate, family honour, and whether or not the gods were amused at human expense. Spoiler alert, they usually were. Aeschylus created what were effectively ancient miniseries with greater production values and more divine intervention through his trilogies, which examined a single theme across several plays. In order to create that delicious tension that keeps you wriggling in your seat, Sophocles perfected the art of dramatic irony, in which the audience knows something that the characters do not. However, the Greeks also provided us with comedy, and it was politically incorrect and delightfully crude in ways that would make audiences today gasp and then giggle in private. Because Aristophanes' plays were full of political satire, bathroom humour, and the kind of jokes that made respectable citizens clutch their togas and pretend to be scandalised while actually enjoying every minute, he would have thrived on social media. It is impossible to exaggerate how competitive Greek theatre is. Playwrights, actors and choruses competed for prizes and public recognition during the dramatic festivals, which were more than just parties. Think of the Olympics for the theatre, complete with all the political scheming, artistic competitions and heated public arguments over the judges. While losers likely went home and grumbled about the judges not appreciating their artistic vision, winners rose to fame throughout the Greek world. The chorus was the centre of these productions, despite being frequently disregarded in contemporary discussions of Greek theatre. They were talented performers who represented the voice of the community in the play by dancing, singing and commenting on the action. They weren't merely background singers. A production's success or failure depended on its chorus, and training one required months of rigorous rehearsal. When the Romans saw Greek theatre, they thought, "This is nice, but what if we made it bigger, more spectacular, and threw in some gladiators?" Because if the Romans were good at anything, it was taking someone else's brilliant idea and making it much better with more marble, more violence, and much better engineering. Roman theatre was entertainment on a scale that would make contemporary production companies shiver with fear and jealousy. They constructed massive theatres, some of which could accommodate up to 40,000 people. Can you imagine packing a theatre that big today for a single dramatic performance rather than a sporting event or rock concert? Rome's 20,000-seat Theatre of Marcellus was so exquisitely designed that portions of it still stand today and are used as the base for Renaissance palaces that were erected on its remains. The Romans changed theatrical technology in ways that would not be matched until the modern era, but they didn't stop at size. They featured elaborate set pieces that could be changed between acts using sophisticated machinery hidden beneath the stage floor, hoists that could lift actors into the air to represent gods or flying creatures, and trapdoors that were controlled by intricate mechanical systems, special effects that wouldn't look out of place in a contemporary theme park. Roman theatre engineering produced the first retractable awnings to shield spectators from the sun and rain, intricate subterranean spaces beneath the stage for the storage of equipment and sets, and even crude air conditioners that cooled the air on hot days using aqueduct water. Instead of relying on ideal weather, they made going to the theatre a cosy year-round activity. From a social point of view, this is where Roman theatre becomes truly fascinating. The Romans viewed theatre more like we do television today. Popular entertainment for the masses, supported by the government or wealthy sponsors, and intended to keep the populace content and distracted. This is in contrast to the Greeks, who saw theatre as both entertainment and a spiritual experience connected to religious festivals. Free admission was provided by wealthy individuals seeking social status or politicians hoping to win over voters. The shows had to be suitable for everyone, from senators to dock workers, in order to appeal to the widest possible audience. This democratic approach to entertainment gave rise to storytelling innovations that put mass appeal ahead of creative experimentation. The clever servant who was always smarter than his master, the young lover who was attractive but not very intelligent, the irascible old man whose stinginess caused most of the plot complications, and the cunning parasite who flattered wealthy. Patrons in exchange for food and favours were all examples of stock characters that audiences would instantly recognise in Roman comedies. Does that sound familiar? Even today, these character types can be found in sitcoms and romantic comedies. The ensemble comedy model that we still use today, 2,000 years later, was essentially established by the Romans. It is impossible to overestimate the impact of Roman comedy on subsequent theatrical traditions. Throughout the Middle Ages and into the Renaissance, plays by Plautus and Terence were studied and copied. Shakespeare directly appropriated Roman storylines and character types. Roman theatre is the source of the fundamental framework of romantic comedy, which consists of young lovers kept apart by obstacles, complications involving mistaken identities, and a resolution in which everyone gets married. However, the idea of theatre as a spectacle for public amusement was also invented by the Romans. Their successful productions travelled from city to city across the empire, establishing the first theatrical touring circuit. To bring professional entertainment to provincial towns that might never otherwise see anything more sophisticated than local festivals, picture the logistics of transporting entire acting companies, elaborate sets, and costumes across hundreds of miles of Roman roads. Roman audiences were infamously picky and outspoken about what they liked. They had no qualms about vocally and instantly expressing their disapproval if they didn't enjoy a performance. Both positive and negative effects on the development of theatre resulted from this, as it established a culture in which popularity and entertainment value were valued more highly than artistic ambition. The first celebrity culture centred on performers was also created by the Romans. Actors who achieved success became well known throughout the empire, and rumours and conjecture surrounded their private lives. Does that sound familiar? They invented the idea of a touring star who could attract audiences just by virtue of their reputation, going from city to city to play their most well-liked parts. You might assume that theatre simply put on its masks and went home for a few centuries after the fall of Rome. It had to be extremely inventive about where it lived and how it survived, but not quite. The early Christian church had conflicting opinions about theatrical performances. On the one hand, they disapproved of Roman theatre's connection to violence, pagan festivals, and general immorality. However, they soon discovered that religious stories could be effectively taught through performance to those who were illiterate, which was the majority of the population. As a result, theatre found a new home in churches, beginning with straightforward Bible story reenactments during services. Imagine that during Easter morning services, members of the congregation would pretend that Christ's empty tomb had been discovered. This would likely involve improvised costumes and a good deal of nervous laughter from amateur actors who had never performed on stage before. Since Latin, the church's official language, was typically used for these early liturgical dramas, the majority of the audience was more interested in the spectacle than in fully comprehending every word. This resulted in increasingly complex visual presentations that use staging, costume and action rather than speech to convey narrative and emotion. The Easter story was briefly dramatised in the Cem Quiritus trope, which is frequently cited as the origin of all medieval drama. It began as a straightforward call and response between a clergyman who represented the angel at the tomb and another clergyman who represented the three Marys searching for Christ's body. Jesus of Nazareth. He is not here, he has risen. Whom do you seek? This is where medieval theatre becomes wonderfully human and charmingly chaotic. These religious performances outgrew the churches as they became more elaborate and well-liked. Entire communities participated in large-scale productions known as morality plays, which were essentially medieval after-school specials with titles like Everyman and The Castle of Perseverance, or mystery plays, which told biblical stories. These local productions were pulled by wagons known as pageant wagons, which would move around a town, stopping at various stations during the day. The carpenters would be in charge of Noah's Ark, naturally. The bakers would be in charge of the miracle of the loaves and fishes. The metalworkers would likely be stuck with any scenes that required armour or weapons. And the goldsmiths' guild would usually be in charge of the scenes involving the three wise men and their pricey gifts. Part of what made medieval theatre so charming was that the outcomes were frequently hilariously uneven. Imagine going to a play where Noah's Ark was constructed by real carpenters and looked amazing, and then right after that there's a scene where the angels are obviously just the apprentices of the baker, dressed in bed sheets, and they're desperately trying not to trip over their makeshift wings. For one day's performance, the Guild of Shipwrights would make an ark that could actually float. The Guild of Weavers might make costumes that were works of art, and the Guild of Blacksmiths would forge armour that was entirely authentic. The way that medieval performance combined the sacred and the ridiculous without seeming to care about tonal consistency was one of its most delightful features. Comic relief characters would appear everywhere, even in the most religious productions. In nativity plays, the shepherds were frequently portrayed as foolish country people who offered amusement in between the more sombre scenes. In the midst of a tale about divine judgment and salvation, there is slapstick humour because Noah's wife was traditionally a shrewish character who refused to board the ark without a fight. One of the most well-known medieval dramas, the Second Shepherd's Play, has a subplot about a sheep thief who attempts to conceal his stolen sheep by posing it as his newborn child, with his wife cradling it and saying it only has a peculiar complexion. This farce parallels the nativity story, resulting in a play that serves as both popular entertainment and religious instruction. We sometimes forget that medieval audiences recognised that a little humour helped make difficult spiritual subjects easier to understand and more memorable. They were being pragmatic, not disrespectful. You need to give them something to laugh at and something to think about if you want them to remember the lessons in your play. Medieval drama was staged in a way that was both inventive and useful. The majority of performances were held outside in marketplaces or town squares, so portable and weatherproof stage designs were required. The pageant wagon system made it possible for several plays to be presented at various venues at the same time, resulting in a festival-like atmosphere that persisted for days. Some communities created staging systems that were even more complex. In order to follow the entire biblical story from creation to Judgment Day, audiences moved between the Chester Mystery Plays, which were presented on a number of fixed stages spread out across the city. In order to create enormous outdoor festivals that attracted people from hundreds of miles away, other communities constructed makeshift amphitheatres in fields outside of town. Theatrical aspirations grew in tandem with the prosperity of medieval society and the size of urban centres. Productions became more complex in the 14th and 15th centuries, pushing the limits of what was possible with medieval technology. Hundreds of actors and crew members participated in these enormous multi-day passion plays during this time period. We can get a sense of the scale these productions could reach from the 1634 started Oberammergau Passion Play. Medieval adaptations were frequently even more ornate, with casts that included entire communities, numerous stages, and sophisticated special effects equipment. The technology used for staging advanced. Biblical miracles were cleverly addressed by medieval stage managers who created intricate mechanisms for parting seas or simulating divine fire, flying rigs for angelic appearances, and trapdoors for resurrection scenes. Medieval stage designers developed a specialty for depicting the mouth of hell, which is frequently a massive dragon head with a movable jaw that can swallow the damned while belching smoke and flames. Medieval theatre had a significant economic component. Investing heavily in costumes, materials, and specialised craftwork was necessary for large productions. Guilds would train for their designated scenes for months, and the rivalry between them to produce the best show became a source of artistic innovation and civic pride. According to records from York, England, the mystery play cycle in the city involved 48 different wagons, and most of the adult population as organisers, craftspeople or performers. The play's economic impact was so great that they became popular tourist destinations, bringing in large sums of money for nearby merchants and innkeepers. Humanism, literacy, and the radical notion that perhaps, just possibly, the average person should have access to entertainment that wasn't solely concerned with their eternal souls, and moral advancement were all introduced during the Renaissance. Professional theatre as we know it began during this time, with permanent companies, specially constructed theatres, and the groundbreaking idea that actors could earn a living doing what they did without having to become carpenters or farmers. With stock characters that wore recognisable masks and costumes that have become so iconic that they are still instantly recognisable today, the Commedia dell'arte in Italy was perfecting improvisational comedy, with exaggerated features that allowed actors to project personality even to audiences seated close enough to see their eyes through the mask's eye holes. These were not your sombre Greek masks made to project emotion across enormous amphitheatres. Instead, they were made for intimate comedy. The fundamental character types, Pantalone, the wealthy old merchant who was constantly being conned out of his money. Il Capitano, the blustery soldier who talked endlessly about his military exploits, but turned out to be a coward when faced with real danger. Arlecchino, the cunning servant who was always smarter than his supposed betters, and the young lovers, who were typically beautiful but not particularly blessed with common sense, became so popular that they spread throughout Europe more quickly than Renaissance pasta recipes. Commedia dell'arte is especially endearing because, although the fundamental storylines and character types were the same for all acting companies, a large portion of the dialogue was improvised. Over the course of years or even decades, actors would hone their characters, coming up with unique vocal patterns, physical gestures, and running jokes that viewers would find entertaining. The audience expected the same characters to appear in each performance, albeit with slightly different circumstances and complications, so it was similar to watching a Renaissance take on improvisational comedy. The basic plot outlines or scenarios were handed down from one company to another and grew more complex. Mistaken identities, young lovers attempting to outsmart their parents, servants who were simultaneously assisting and impeding their masters, and enough physical humour to keep audiences laughing even when they couldn't fully follow the plot. Complications are all common elements of commedia dell'arte performances, with their own costumes, props, musical instruments, and specialised equipment for outdoor performances. These travelling companies were effectively small businesses. They kept their main character types and scenarios while travelling from town to town throughout Italy and eventually throughout Europe, tailoring their performances to local languages and tastes. At the same time, something remarkable was taking place in England that would forever alter the field of theatrical literature. However, let's face it, Elizabethan theatre was not the reverent, hushed experience you might expect from something we now study with such academic seriousness. The Elizabethan era produced what many consider the greatest flowering of dramatic literature in the English language. Unlike the calm, reflective settings we now associate with serious drama, Elizabethan theatres were noisy, boisterous spaces that functioned more like a hybrid of a social club and a sporting event. Because they were on ground level, the audience known as groundlings stood in the pit and felt completely free to applaud heroes, hiss villains, and hurl objects at performers they didn't like. In general, they treated the performance as an interactive experience. They consumed food while the show was going on. Vendors offered beer, apples, and nuts. They went to the theatre to see and be seen in London society, made business deals, and flirted with possible love interests. They told the actors bluntly if a play was dull, sometimes to the extent that actors would act out of character to argue with loud audience members. Within the limitations of Elizabethan economics and technology, the theatres themselves were marvels of practical design. They were open to the sky in the middle, so performances relied on favourable weather and natural light. They were mostly made of wood and had thatched roofs. Fire was a constant worry. The Globe Theatre burned down in 1613 when a cannon effect went wrong, during a performance of Henry VIII. The weather and daylight hours dictated the performance schedules. Winter meant earlier start times or shorter plays. Even though some theatres had enough covered seating to continue with smaller audiences during light precipitation, rain could completely cancel performances. It was a straightforward yet elegant stage design, an intimacy that is hard to attain in contemporary proscenium theatres, where the audience is seated on one side of the action, was created by the main platform protruding into the audience. Hamlet stood a few feet away from some audience members during his soliloquies, allowing him to observe their distinct faces and determine how they responded to his remarks. Depending on the needs of the play, the gallery above the main stage could symbolise heaven, castle walls, or balconies. Trapdoors allowed supernatural characters to emerge from hell, a space beneath the stage. There was a curtained space behind the stage that could be used as a cave, an inner room, or anything else the script called for. These theatres relied on the imagination of the audience and the playwright's words to create atmosphere and location because they had little scenery and no lighting effects. You were aware that we would eventually arrive. 400 years later, high school students still complain about having to read William Shakespeare, and theatre professionals are still trying to understand how he was able to be so consistently brilliant while managing a theatre company and likely worrying about paying the rent. Shakespeare was writing popular entertainment for a wide range of readers, not literature for future English classes. This is the aspect of Shakespeare that is frequently overlooked in all the scholarly analysis and reverent treatment. He worked as a playwright in a fiercely competitive commercial theatre setting, producing plays on short notice for audiences who could not stand pretense, and who had plenty of other things to do if his productions didn't hold their attention. Shakespeare's genius lay in his ability to work on several levels at once, without making anyone feel condescending or excluded. Sword fights, puns, and obscene jokes that would make a contemporary R-rating committee blush were all part of the experience for the groundlings who paid a penny to stand in the pit. Sophisticated wordplay, classical references, and intricate psychological insights that unveiled new layers upon repeated viewing were provided to the educated nobility who paid more for seats in the galleries. Everyone heard gripping tales of betrayal, power struggles, love, dysfunctional families, and the sporadic appearance of ghosts to add even more difficulty to an already challenging circumstance. His comedies, which were full of misidentifications, cross-dressing characters, romantic confusion that degenerates into delightful chaos, and the kind of wordplay that makes you laugh and moan at the same time, were truly funny in ways that are still relevant today. With a villain plot that primarily provides the other characters with interesting things to react to, and enough clever dialogue to fuel several contemporary sitcoms, Much Ado About Nothing is essentially a romantic comedy about two couples who approach love from entirely different perspectives. His histories transformed dull political events, which the majority of his audience only knew in passing, into exciting adventures full of endearing characters who seemed more real than the historical figures they purportedly represented. Through stirring battle speeches and character interactions, Henry V turns a medieval military campaign into a reflection on leadership, accountability, and the price of political ambition. This keeps audiences interested even if they are not very interested in English foreign policy in the 14th century and his misfortunes. Yes, they are tragic, but in the most fulfilling sense of the word. They deal with major themes like fate, ambition, love, and retribution. But they do so by showing flawed, complex characters making decisions that have terrible outcomes. In addition to being a play about a prince who must exact revenge on his father, Hamlet is also about a person attempting to live honourably in a corrupt society, and how the quest for perfect justice can destroy everything you're attempting to defend. Shakespeare's comprehension of human psychology and all its contradictory complexity was what truly made him unique. Because his characters, like real people, have internal contradictions, they seem authentic. Frequently in the same scene, Hamlet exhibits both decisiveness and indecision, bravery and cowardice, and cruelty and love. Lady Macbeth is a fiercely ambitious and extremely vulnerable person who can both plan murder and be destroyed by guilt. Iago is incredibly cunning and strangely petty. Driven by resentments that don't fully excuse the complex retaliation he plans, Shakespeare was also more aware of the desire of audiences for variety in a single evening's entertainment than most playwrights before or since. His plays combine court scenes and tavern scenes, high poetry and everyday prose, and comedy and tragedy, all within single stories that manage to remain cohesive despite their complex tones. Drama, comedy, action, philosophy and poetry are all combined into one experience that somehow feels cohesive rather than dispersed, making it similar to receiving a full entertainment package. Hamlet contains a variety of content, including a ghost story, a political thriller, a family drama, a romantic tragedy, a revenge plot, a play within a play, sword fights, philosophical soliloquies, court intrigue, and some of the most hilarious gravedigger scenes in dramatic literature. Shakespeare managed to make that list function as a single, seamless experience, but any contemporary entertainment executive would insist on dividing it into at least 3 distinct products. Shakespeare was essentially creating modern English as he wrote, so the language merits special attention. Shakespeare created or first used many of the words and expressions we use on a daily basis in his plays. He intuitively saw that language could be both poetic and conversational, elegant and approachable, and beautiful and useful. His characters' speech sounds both heightened and natural, poetic and realistic. Dramatic development was as much influenced by the actual theatre locations as it was by the playwrights and performers who performed there. A microcosm of Elizabethan society and a device built to produce particular types of theatrical experiences, the Globe Theatre was more than just a place where many of Shakespeare's plays had their world premieres. The Globe's social geography provides us with a wealth of information about Elizabethan views on community, entertainment and class. The groundlings stood in the pit for a penny, which was less expensive than a loaf of bread, and the least expensive form of entertainment in London. A seat in the galleries, where you would be shielded from the elements and have a better view of the action, would cost an additional penny. Although they most likely couldn't hear much conversation and undoubtedly disrupted the staging, the most expensive seats were actually on the stage itself. where affluent patrons could see and be seen by the rest of the audience. It was revolutionary to bring together people from different social classes in one place. Where else could a pickpocket, a nobleman and a shopkeeper all enjoy the same entertainment in the same place at the same time, in the strict hierarchical Elizabethan society? In London, theatre emerged as one of the few genuinely democratic establishments where individuals from wildly disparate backgrounds could share similar experiences and responses. It's easy to ignore the ways in which the architecture of these theatres impacted dramatic writing. Plays had to be performed during the day because there was no artificial lighting, so night scenes had to be completely set up through staging and dialogue. The actors must use their words and deeds alone to persuade a daytime audience that it is night time when Romeo ascends to Juliet's balcony. As playwrights learned to use words to create vivid images rather than lighting effects, this limitation produced some of the most exquisite descriptive language in English literature. With the platform extending far into the audience area, the thrust stage arrangement produced an intimacy that is difficult for contemporary theatres to replicate. Every performance felt immediate and intimate because the actors were literally surrounded by audience members on three sides. Instead of being performed to the back wall of the theatre or to empty air, soliloquies were shared directly with audience members who could touch them, fostering a sense of mutual confidence and conspiracy between the performer and the audience. Shakespeare and his contemporaries had to use dialogue, costumes and small props to create setting and atmosphere because there was a dearth of ornate scenery. A bed could turn the stage into a bedroom, a throne signified a palace, and a few branches suggested a forest. Instead of just showing viewers preset images, this economy of means compelled playwrights to be resourceful and audiences to be creative, resulting in a collaborative theatrical experience that stimulated viewers' creativity. Actors had to be incredibly adaptable because Elizabethan theatre companies used a repertory system. In a week, a single company may present 6 different plays, requiring actors to learn and play dozens of roles at once. With little rehearsal time, the top actor in a company such as Shakespeare's company, the Lord Chamberlain's men, would have to be ready to play a variety of characters and styles, such as King Lear on Wednesday, Benedick in Much Ado About Nothing on Tuesday and Hamlet on Monday. Additionally, because of this system, plays were written with particular actors in mind. Shakespeare customised roles for each member of his company based on their individual strengths, weaknesses and peculiarities. Will Kempe and Robert Armin, both of whom had distinct comedic philosophies and specialties, were the intended recipients of the clown parts. The tragic parts were written for Richard Burbage, who apparently had a regular ability to bring people to tears. English theatre started to undergo minor but important changes in 1603 when James I came to power. The emergence of private indoor theatres that catered to more affluent audiences coincided with the reign of the new king, who was more interested in lavish court entertainments than in public theatre. Shakespeare's company started its winter performances at the Blackfriars Theatre, which was a far cry from the public amphitheatres. It was more intimate, smaller, artificially candlelit, and admission was much pricier. Playwrights were inspired to experiment with more psychologically complex material and advanced theatrical techniques as a result of the more affluent and educated audience this attracted. Themes of corruption, insanity, and moral ambiguity were explored in darker, more psychologically complex plays written by playwrights such as John Webster, Thomas Middleton, and John Ford. With their graphic violence, sexual transgression, and moral complexity, The Duchess of Malfi, The White Devil, and 'Tis Pity She's a Whore challenged the conventions of what was appropriate for staging in outdoor amphitheatres during the day. More advanced staging methods were also made possible by the indoor theatres. Opportunities for atmospheric effects, abrupt illuminations, and the type of chiaroscuro lighting that painters of the era were employing to produce striking visual effects were made possible by candlelight. When audiences were unable to see all of the mechanical operations clearly, trapdoors and flying machinery could be used more successfully. In indoor theatres, music has grown in significance as a means of providing entertainment in between acts, as well as an accompaniment to the action. The development of what would eventually become theatrical orchestration as an artistic discipline, and more subdued musical effects, was made possible by the acoustics of enclosed spaces. English theatre achieved unprecedented levels of sophistication and artistic achievement during Charles I's reign, but it also began to temporarily decline. Court masques evolved into increasingly complex spectacles that fused dance, music, theatre, and visual arts in productions that were expensive and primarily used to showcase the wealth and power of the monarchy. Playwrights such as John Ford, Philip Massinger, and James Shirley produced works of significant artistic value, and public theatre flourished. However, a confrontation that would temporarily put an end to professional theatre in England was being sparked by the growing Puritan opposition to theatre as politically dangerous and morally corrupting. One of the greatest eras in English dramatic literature came to an end in 1642, when Parliament passed an ordinance banning all public theatres. Actors and playwrights were forced underground or into exile during England's 18-year ban on professional theatre. The theatrical impulse and human nature, however, have a wonderful quality that makes it impossible to eradicate theatre through legislation. Theatrical activity persisted in disguised forms throughout the Commonwealth era. The theatrical tradition was maintained through private performances in aristocratic homes, travelling entertainers who were careful not to identify as actors, and even some public performances that were passed off as musical concerts or instructional. Demonstrations. At fairs and markets, droll performances, brief comedic excerpts taken from longer plays, were presented, frequently with actors prepared to disperse if officials showed up. By offering moral instruction that coincidentally involved costumed actors enacting better stories, some theatrical entrepreneurs came up with inventive ways to get around the bans. When the monarchy was reinstated in 1660, theatre made a comeback to England, but with some notable modifications that would permanently alter the art form. For the first time, women were allowed to act on professional stages, which seems like such an obvious innovation that you wonder why it took so long to occur to anyone. In the past, young men were cast in all-female roles, which created some intriguing theatrical complications when characters and stories pretended to be the opposite gender. The ability to see real women portraying women opened up new avenues for dramatic characterization and romantic comedy. Additionally, male audience members occasionally showed greater interest in the actresses than in the plays they were performing, which led to new issues. The most well-known Restoration actress, Nell Gwynn, is a prime example of this shift's advantages and disadvantages. This conflict between artistic success and personal fame would haunt actresses for centuries, as they benefited from professional opportunities while confronting social stigmas that did not apply to their male counterparts. She was a truly gifted performer who could handle comedy and tragedy with equal skill, but she's more famous today for being King Charles II's mistress. Comedy of manners and other sophisticated plays about the social intrigues of the upper classes also gained popularity during the Restoration era. Instead of being broad physical comedies, these were clever verbal entertainments that deftly parodied romantic pretenses and social norms. Consider them the forerunners of contemporary romantic comedies, albeit with tighter corsets, more complex language, and a markedly more pessimistic outlook on marriage and faithfulness. Perhaps the best example of Restoration comedy is William Congreve's The Way of the World, which features characters who navigate romantic and financial complexities with well-crafted epigrams that only true intelligence can understand. There is a lot of wit in the conversation, but it is used as a weapon in complex social warfare where reputation and wealth are at stake. Compared to their Elizabethan forebears, Restoration theatres evolved into more elegant spaces that increasingly catered to affluent patrons prepared to shell out more cash for cosier surroundings. Imported from Italian architecture, the proscenium arch theatre improved the audience-performer relationship by separating the two in subtle yet significant ways. With painted backdrops and wing flats that could be switched between acts to imply different locations, the scenery grew increasingly ornate, although it also meant that plays relied less on the imagination of the audience and more on visual spectacle. This marked a shift toward theatrical illusionism that would rule stage design for the next 2 centuries. Sentimentalism, the groundbreaking notion that viewers should be emotionally affected by what they saw rather than merely amused or intellectually stimulated, was introduced to theatre in the 1700s. Domestic tragedy and plays about common middle-class people dealing with moral quandaries, as opposed to kings and nobles handling state affairs and divine intervention, became more popular during this time. With its emphasis on a young apprentice whose moral decline is caused by common human frailties, rather than fatal character defects or supernatural intervention, George Lillo's The London Merchant was revolutionary. By establishing the idea that theatre could and should represent the experiences of its audience, rather than merely offering escapist entertainment about exotic people in extraordinary circumstances, this move toward emotional realism and relatable characters set the foundation for modern drama. Emotional responsiveness and moral sensitivity were given new significance by the cult of sensibility that ruled 18th century society. Touching scenes were supposed to make audiences cry, and the number of handkerchiefs needed in the theatre on any given night was frequently used to gauge a play's success. Although this may seem too sentimental by today's standards, it was a significant acknowledgement that theatre could be used to explore emotional and moral complexity in addition to offering obscene entertainment. By creating a more naturalistic performance style that prioritised psychological realism over exclamatory technique, David Garrick transformed acting during this time. Garrick researched human behaviour and attempted to replicate it authentically on stage rather than posing and giving speeches in a formal, oratorical way. His portrayal of Hamlet received accolades for not looking like an actor giving well-known speeches, but rather like a real person dealing with real psychological issues. In addition, Garrick invented a number of theatrical techniques that are now commonplace. He was one of the first to demand that whole productions, not just individual scenes, undergo lengthy rehearsals. He created cohesive artistic visions for his productions by coordinating staging, costumes, and scenery. In order to create atmospheric illumination that increased the emotional impact of scenes, he even experimented with stage lighting effects, using reflective surfaces and hidden lamps. With periodicals like The Spectator and The Tatler reviewing plays and discussing aesthetics, the 18th century also witnessed the emergence of what is now known as theatre criticism. This led to a more self-conscious theatrical culture, where a more sophisticated audience examined and discussed artistic decisions. The development of theatrical celebrity culture as we know it today began in the late 18th century. Performers such as Sarah Siddons rose to fame in Britain and Europe, their private lives the focus of public interest, and their creative interpretations of important roles discussed with the same fervour that contemporary audiences reserve for athletes. People travelled hundreds of miles to see Siddons' Lady Macbeth perform the sleepwalking scene because she was so well known. Her departure from the stage was viewed as a loss to the nation's culture, and her performance of the part became the benchmark by which all other actresses were judged. She was the first actress to receive a statue in Westminster Abbey, something that would have been unimaginable for a performer only a century before. The development of theatre was impacted by this celebrity culture in both positive and negative ways. On the plus side, well-known actors could ensure that shows have audiences and draw funding to theatre businesses. Their notoriety contributed to the development of theatre as a legitimate art form, deserving of significant cultural consideration. On the downside, the star system started to skew theatrical production, with plays selected more for their ability to showcase specific actors than for their inherent artistic value. This resulted in a custom of star vehicles that prioritised individual skills over balanced dramatic construction and ensemble acting. Everything, including theatre, was altered by the Industrial Revolution in ways that continue to shape our perceptions of live performances. Theatre was transformed from an afternoon amusement to an evening event that could rival other nightlife activities, thanks to advancements in lighting technology that allowed indoor performances to last well into the evening. When gas lighting was first used in the early 1800s, it completely changed the possibilities for theatre. For the first time, stage lighting could be precisely adjusted to be brightened for dramatic climaxes and dimmed for intimate scenes. More complex atmospheric effects were made possible, and filmmakers were equipped with new means of directing viewers' attention and evoking strong feelings. By putting performers in the limelight and enabling the type of dramatic illumination that could isolate individual characters or produce amazing visual effects, limelight, which is made by heating lime with oxygen and hydrogen flames, was introduced, resulting in the first powerful spotlight effects. Actors would literally position themselves to catch the most flattering light during this time, which is where the well-known expression stealing the spotlight originates. As urban populations increased and the middle class grew, theatres had to expand to accommodate their leisure time and entertainment budget. Several thousand people could fit in some of the theatres constructed during this time, necessitating innovative staging and performance techniques that could successfully project to such sizable crowds. Melodrama, a theatrical genre that focused on stark moral contrasts, breathtaking special effects, and poignant scenarios that were understandable and enjoyable even in large theatres, was born as a result. The plots of melodramas included enough physical action and visual spectacle to keep audiences interested even when they couldn't hear every word of dialogue, while the heroes were entirely good and the villains were completely evil. Melodramatic plots were thrilling for audiences of the time, but delightfully absurd by today's standards. On family farms, villains threatened foreclosure, heroes swung on ropes across burning buildings, heroines were tied to railroad tracks, and evil was always severely punished, usually in a spectacular way, while virtue was always rewarded. However, Melodrama fulfilled significant social roles that went beyond simple amusement. In order to help viewers comprehend the swift changes taking place in their society, a number of melodramas addressed modern social issues such as urbanization, class conflict, industrialization, and shifting family structures. The most well-known American play of the 19th century, Uncle Tom's Cabin, employed melodramatic devices to make anti-slavery points to audiences that political speeches and newspaper editorials might not have been able to reach. Additionally, touring productions that could reach audiences in smaller cities and towns gained popularity in the 19th century. As railroad networks expanded, it became financially viable to transport entire productions, complete with sets, costumes, and entire acting companies, to locations across the nation. This made it possible for audiences in far-flung places to see the same plays that were performed in large cities, establishing the first genuinely national theatrical culture, with theatrical syndicates planning tours, reserving venues, and standardizing production values across several locations. Theatre emerged as a significant industry during this time. The majority of America's major theatres were under the control of the Theatrical Syndicate, which was established in 1896. Their booking choices had the power to make or ruin careers, a parallel movement that would transform dramatic literature and lay the foundation for many of the tenets that still govern serious theatre today, was emerging at the same time that popular theatre was embracing spectacle and wide emotional appeal. Henrik Ibsen, August Strindberg, and Anton Chekhov were among the first playwrights to tackle contemporary social issues through the experiences of likeable characters in familiar settings. Because it addressed marriage and women's rights honestly and in ways that went against ingrained social norms, Ibsen's A Doll's House sparked scandals across Europe. Some theatres refused to present the play's contentious ending, in which Nora abandons her husband and kids to find her own identity, without including a more traditional conclusion in which she resumes her responsibilities to her family. But the controversy was precisely the point. Ibsen and his peers felt that theatre should provoke viewers to reflect deeply on moral issues and societal issues, in addition to providing amusement. This marked a return to theatre's long-standing role as a platform for discussing significant topics, but with a particularly contemporary emphasis on psychological realism and current social issues. Chekhov mastered the art of naturalistic drama by crafting plays in which characters discuss significant topics without directly addressing them, in which the most poignant emotional moments frequently occur in silence, and in which the overall impact relies on minute details rather than dramatic climaxes. Although The Cherry Orchard is supposedly about an aristocratic family losing their estate, it's really about how hard it is to adjust to social change, and how impossible it is to cling to the past. These playwrights developed new techniques for creating psychological depth and emotional authenticity that would influence theatrical writing for the next century and beyond. Their plots centered on internal conflicts and slow revelations rather than external action and dramatic confrontations, and their characters spoke and acted more like real people than theatrical archetypes. More changes to theatre occurred in the 20th century than in any other because of two world wars, the emergence of television and film, shifting social mores, and new technological advancements. As naturalistic acting techniques gained popularity in the early part of the century, actors attempted to act as naturally as possible on stage. The more clamorous presentational style that had dominated theatre for centuries was drastically different from this. By using their own emotional experiences and creating intricate psychological backstories for their characters, Konstantin Stanislavski created methodical techniques to assist actors in creating believable characters. Modern actor training was built on the interpretation and modification of the Stanislavski method by American instructors such as Lee Strasberg, Stella Adler, and Sanford Meisner. The notion that actors should live truthfully under imaginary circumstances transformed performance and created guidelines that are still studied and used by the majority of actors today. Meanwhile, experimental theatre artists were pushing in completely different directions, rejecting naturalistic representation entirely in favour of more abstract symbolic or ritualistic forms of performance. In Russia, Vsevolod Meyerhold created biomechanical acting methods that prioritized stylized movement and physical accuracy over psychological realism. The theatre of cruelty that Antonin Artaud envisioned would directly affect audiences' emotions and spirituality, while challenging their rational defences through powerful sensory experiences. Despite his own production's frequent failures with modern audiences, his theories shaped experimental theatre for decades. In order to keep audiences from getting emotionally engrossed in theatrical illusion, Bertolt Brecht created epic theatre techniques. In order for the audience to critically consider the social and political issues his plays addressed, he wanted them to keep a critical distance from the action. Political theatre all across the world was impacted by Brecht's alienation effects, which included direct address to the audience, songs that made commentary on the action, and staging that purposefully exposed theatrical artifice. American theatre was creating its own unique traits and contributions to the art form, while European theatre was battling modernist innovations and political upheavals. The rise of uniquely American dramatic voices that wrote about uniquely American issues and experiences occurred in the early 20th century. The first American playwright to receive widespread acclaim for his serious dramatic works was Eugene O'Neill. His early plays featured working-class characters and industrial settings that, in ways never before seen on stage, reflected the realities of American life. Later pieces like The Iceman Cometh and Long Day's Journey into Night examine personal failure and family dysfunction with a psychological depth that was comparable to anything being written in Europe. O'Neill experimented with theatrical methods that went beyond what was typically expected of theatrical entertainment in the United States. In Strange Interlude, there were lengthier side passages where characters expressed their thoughts out loud. Masks were employed by the great god Brown to symbolize various facets of his persona by adapting Greek tragedy to an American setting during the Civil War. Morning Becomes Electra produced a trilogy that used classical dramatic structures to analyze American history. The only time in American history that the federal government directly subsidized theatrical production was during the Federal Theatre Project, which was a component of the New Deal initiatives during the Great Depression. Thousands of theatre professionals were employed by the project between 1935 and 1939, and hundreds of productions were produced nationwide, including the groundbreaking living newspaper productions that dramatized current events and social concerns. Even though the Federal Theatre Project was eventually shut down because of political concerns about its left-leaning content, it showed that serious, socially engaged theatre was in high demand across the nation, not just in large cities. The creation of the integrated musical, which fused songs, dances, and dramatic scenes into cohesive artistic experiences rather than merely entertainment reviews with well-known performers, was perhaps American theatre's most notable contribution to world drama. With songs that developed organically from the character and circumstance rather than being added as specialty numbers, Showboat, 1927, is frequently regarded as the first fully integrated American musical. The production addressed weighty topics like racial prejudice and the passing of time, demonstrating that musical theatre could tackle important issues while still offering mainstream entertainment. All right. 1943 transformed musical theatre by introducing dance sequences that progressed the plot and revealed character rather than merely offering spectacle, and by starting with a single character singing alone on stage instead of a large chorus number. Richard Rodgers and Oscar Hammerstein, the Seconds partnership, created a model for musical theatre design that shaped the genre for many years, through complex music and choreography that produced theatrical experiences unmatched in any other medium. West Side Story, 1957, showed that musical theatre could address modern social issues like gang violence, racial tension, and urban poverty. Classical, jazz, and popular music were all incorporated into Leonard Bernstein's score, and Jerome Robbins' choreography turned dance from a decorative element to a crucial part of the narrative. Broadway musicals' heyday, which spanned roughly the 1940s to the 1960s, produced works that shaped American culture. Songs from these shows entered the popular repertoire, and the shows themselves established Broadway as a major cultural export that influenced musical theatre development worldwide. Alternative theatres arose to accommodate more experimental work and give up-and-coming artists a platform as Broadway grew more commercial and costly. Originally characterised by their smaller size and cheaper ticket costs, off-Broadway theatres evolved into hubs for theatrical innovation and platforms for works that were unable to find a home in commercial settings. Julian Beck and Judith Malina founded the Living Theatre, which pioneered confrontational and interactive theatre that dismantled the conventional divide between audiences and performers. In addition to challenging preconceived notions about social norms and theatrical behaviour, their production of Paradise Now invited audience members to participate in the performance. Instead of adhering to conventional hierarchical structures, the Open Theatre, under the direction of Joseph Chaikin, developed ensemble-based creation techniques in which actors, directors, and writers work together throughout the creative process. Their work, which placed a strong emphasis on vocal and physical experimentation, produced performance styles that had an international impact on experimental theatre and actor training. As a separate field, performance art rejected many of the conventions of theatre, while drawing inspiration from it. Solo performances by artists like Laurie Anderson, Spalding Gray and Karen Finley blended storytelling, visual art, music and theatre in ways that defied easy classification as art. A decentralised theatrical culture was produced by the founding of regional theatre companies across the United States in the 1960s and 1970s, which lessened New York's hegemony and offered chances for theatrical growth outside of conventional commercial hubs. Organisations such as the Arena Stage in Washington, D.C., the American Conservatory Theatre in San Francisco, and the Guthrie Theatre in Minneapolis formed unique creative personalities while giving back to their communities. Regional theatres emerged as crucial venues for creating original works and bringing classic plays back to life for modern audiences. In addition to creating audiences for serious theatre in communities across the nation, they offered jobs to theatre professionals who wished to work regularly without vying for the few Broadway openings. The growth of playwright development programs, which supported up-and-coming authors through workshops, readings, and developmental productions, was also encouraged by the regional theatre movement. The works of many of the most significant American playwrights of the late 20th century, such as David Mamet, Sam Shepard, and Lanford Wilson, were developed in regional theatres. The theatre of today is part of a complex ecosystem that also includes social media, video games, streaming services, television, and movies. Instead of being supplanted by these more recent entertainment mediums, theatre has managed to integrate their innovations while preserving its fundamental qualities as a live social event. Diversity is embraced by modern theatre in ways that were unthinkable in earlier times. On contemporary stages, stories from various cultures, previously marginalised viewpoints, and experimental forms that defy conventional notions of what theatre can be coexist. Playwrights such as Tony Kushner, Lin-Manuel Miranda, and Susan Laurie Parks have produced plays that broaden the theatrical canon while appealing to new audiences. The fundamental components of theatrical performance have been improved by technology rather than replaced. Nowadays, sound design is a highly developed art form that produces aural landscapes that were not possible in the past. Computer-controlled systems are used in lighting design to produce effects that are only constrained by the designer's creativity. Real-time visual environments that adapt to live performances are made possible by digital effects and video projection. However, these technological advancements support conventional theatrical functions, such as narrating stories, setting the mood, and drawing in viewers. Realising that theatre's power is in the direct interaction between actors and audiences, the most successful modern productions use technology to complement live performance rather than to replace it. Some elements of theatre have stayed remarkably consistent over thousands of years, despite all these changes. The fundamental bond between an entertainer and their audience, the enchantment of live performances, and the potency of group storytelling have withstood all social changes and technological advancements. Being in the same room as live performers, experiencing the energy of the crowd, and realising that this specific performance will never be precisely duplicated are still incomparable. Live performances are unpredictable and crucial in ways that recorded entertainment can never match. With subtle variations brought about by the audience's mood, the performer's energy, the weather, and countless other small factors. Our cave-dwelling ancestors gathered around their fires for many of the same purposes that theatre still fulfills today. It gives difficult feelings and complicated concepts a tangible form and a common context, which aids in their processing. By offering experiences that people can talk about, debate, and remember together, it fosters a sense of community. It allows each generation to reinterpret stories and cultural values for their current relevance while preserving them. Theatre gives us the opportunity to investigate various viewpoints and options in a secure setting where we can experience repercussions without actually going through them, observe other people's decisions, and consider how we might act in comparable situations. Through the experiences of characters who represent various facets of human nature, it offers a forum for discussing ethical issues, societal issues, and interpersonal conflicts. Indeed, theatre serves many important artistic and social purposes, but it's also important to remember that it's just for fun. These small pleasures, the shared gasp of surprised and unexpected plot twist, the laughter that breaks out during a well-timed comedy sequence, the shared intake of breath during a moment of transcendent beauty, directly connect us to every audience that has ever assembled to witness other people posing as someone else. Theatre's humanity is what makes it so appealing. In contrast to television or movies, which show us still photos of actors who played their parts weeks or months ago, theatre shows us real people performing live, right in front of us. The tears shed by a theatre performer are genuine. When they laugh, it's real laughter. They must immediately correct their mistakes in front of the audience. No other art form can compare to the sense of danger and urgency this evokes. During a live performance, anything can happen. An actor may forget their lines, a set piece may break, or a costume may tear at a pivotal point. How the actors respond to these situations becomes part of the entertainment for the evening. By agreeing to overlook small errors and recognising the skill needed to produce convincing characters and gripping narratives under such immediate pressure, the audience complicitly maintains the theatrical illusion. With theatrical traditions from all over the world influencing one another in ways that were not feasible in the past, modern theatre has a genuinely global reach. Western experimental theatre is influenced by Japanese no and kabuki techniques. Modern American playwriting is influenced by African storytelling traditions. Asian productions of Western classics adopt European directing techniques. By broadening the scope of methods, themes, and approaches accessible to modern artists, this cross-pollination has enhanced theatre. As artists strive to respect traditional forms while bringing them up to date for contemporary audiences, as well as negotiate issues of cultural appropriation and genuine representation, it has also brought forth new difficulties. Theatre innovations are now widely disseminated across national and cultural borders through the festival circuit. Festivals in Adelaide, Edinburgh, Avignon, and numerous other cities offer venues for artists from various traditions to exchange their work and have an impact on one another's growth. This international exchange has been sped up by digital communication, which has made it possible for theatre professionals to collaborate on projects, share techniques, and reach audiences around the world in ways that were unthinkable for earlier generations. Although live streaming of theatrical performances has grown in sophistication and popularity, it still serves as an addition to live theatre experiences rather than as a substitute for them. Theatre keeps changing while retaining its fundamental qualities as we look to the future. Although they haven't yet completely altered the fundamental theatrical experience of live performers working with live audiences, virtual and augmented reality technologies present new opportunities for staging and audience interaction. Theatre operations are being impacted by environmental concerns, as many businesses are implementing sustainable set construction, energy use, and touring logistics practices. As audiences, funding sources, and distribution strategies shift in response to more general social and technological advancements, theatre's economics continue to change. The same urgent subject matter that has always inspired the most compelling dramatic work is available to theatre today in the form of climate change, political polarisation, economic inequality, and technological disruption. Emerging playwrights of today are figuring out how to deal with these issues while respecting theatre's historical advantages and investigating fresh avenues for artistic expression. Tens of thousands of years ago, the first storytellers gathered around their fires and began a tradition that today's young performers are carrying on. They're learning from teachers who learned from teachers who can trace their ancestry back through centuries of theatrical tradition, an unbroken line of knowledge and technique that links actors of today to actors of the past. However, they're also developing new formats and inventive storytelling techniques that appeal to audiences in the modern era who are confronted with previously unheard of possibilities and challenges. They are performing for audiences that include people from all over the world, working in theatres that are equipped with new technology, and tackling artistic and social issues that were unthinkable for earlier generations. Theatre adapts without losing its core, which is why it endures and flourishes. While embracing new technologies, it keeps its emphasis on interpersonal connections and in-person communication. It explores the timeless themes that have always fueled dramatic literature while incorporating shifting social perspectives. In addition to developing new narratives that represent modern experience, it discovers novel ways to tell old tales. The value of theatre's emphasis on community, presence, and shared experience increases rather than decreases in our increasingly digital, remote, and fast-paced world. The experience of sitting in a theatre with hundreds of other people, all of whom are focused on the same live performance, feels more valuable and unique as more of our entertainment becomes personalised and customisable. Theatre serves as a reminder that humans are social beings who require opportunities to come together in physical settings where we can laugh, cry, and discuss what it means to be human. It offers a break from the never-ending stimulation of digital media in favour of the more profound rewards of focused attention, emotional involvement, and group contemplation. For the next few hours, you become a part of something bigger than yourself, part of the ongoing dialogue between the past and present, between artists and audiences, and between personal experience and collective understanding that has been going on for as long as people have been gathering to tell stories. This begins when the curtain rises and the first actor enters the spotlight. You take part in one of the oldest and most enduring traditions in human history in that dimly lit theatre, with strangers who momentarily become your companions as you watch a story unfold. Together with everyone else present, you consent to believe the story being told and allow yourself to be moved by the experiences of fictional characters who are portrayed by actual people just a few feet away from you. And when the lights come up and the applause subsides, you take a little bit of that experience back into your everyday life. Memories of things that shocked, touched, or challenged you. Questions prompted by the story you've seen. Connections drawn between the experiences of the characters and your own life. And the pure joy of spending time with people who have chosen to congregate in that specific location at that specific moment to partake in the age-old enchantment of live performance. Because it fulfills needs that technology cannot and offers experiences that no other art form can match, theatre has endured. There will always be theatres where actors and audiences gather to discuss what it means to be alive in any given time and location, as long as people have a need for stories, a desire for connection, and a search for meaning in shared experiences. So let's celebrate theatre, its absurd aspirations and deep fulfillments, its age-old wisdom and modern inventions, and its capacity to make us laugh, cry, and think, often all in one evening. Cheers to the actors who dedicate their lives to playing different roles, the directors who transform unfinished material into meaningful experiences, the designers who build worlds out of plywood and imagination, and the audiences who consistently turn up night after night, willing to believe whatever story is being told. The custom is upheld, the curtain is raised, and the never-ending dialogue between the performer and the audience, the story and the listener, and the imagination and the real world continues. May your own performances, whether on stage or in the everyday theatre of life, be full of the ideal ratio of humour and drama, knowledge and awe and individual expression and group harmony. Sweet dreams. Imagine yourself standing in a Victorian library on a rainy London afternoon in 1864. Gas lamps cast warm pools of light across mahogany tables stacked with leather-bound volumes. Outside, the city hums with the energy of an empire at its peak. But in here, you're surrounded by maps. Beautiful, intricate maps that are simultaneously masterpieces and confessions of ignorance. These maps show something our modern world has lost. Genuine mystery. Vast portions of the Indian Ocean appear as blank blue expanses, interrupted only by scattered islands, whose interiors remain unexplored. Madagascar looms like a green question mark off the African coast. The islands of Indonesia and Melanesia scatter across the sea like puzzle pieces from different boxes, their relationships to each other unclear and tantalising. You're living in an era when a gentleman naturalist could still discover entirely new species on a weekend collecting trip, when expeditions regularly returned with creatures that seemed to belong in mythology rather than natural history museums. Charles Darwin has recently published his revolutionary theory, and the world of science is reeling from the implications. If species could change over time, if life itself was not fixed but fluid, then what else might be possible? The Victorian era possessed a particular genius for combining rigorous scientific inquiry with unbridled romantic speculation. These were people who would spend decades cataloguing beetle specimens, while simultaneously believing that fairies might inhabit their gardens. This combination of careful observation and wild imagination created the perfect conditions for myths to take root in scientific soil. The maps you're studying show something puzzling. Certain plants and animals appear in places they have no business being. Lemurs, those wide-eyed primates with their haunting calls and ghostly movements, live in Madagascar. Yet their closest relatives aren't in nearby Africa, but thousands of miles away in India and Southeast Asia. It's as if someone had scattered them across the ocean deliberately, like seeds from a cosmic hand. Fossils present even stranger mysteries. The Glossopteris fern, which anyone can recognise from its distinctive tongue-shaped leaves, appears in rocks across South America, Africa, India, and Australia. It's the botanical equivalent of finding your house key simultaneously in London, Cairo, Mumbai, and Sydney. Something doesn't add up, and Victorian scientists knew it. The standard explanation that these species had somehow walked or swum across thousands of miles of open ocean seemed absurd even to 19th century minds. Lemurs are decent climbers, but notoriously poor swimmers. The Glossopteris fern produces seeds far too heavy to blow across oceans on the wind. Yet there they were, separated by impossible distances, clearly related but impossibly divided. This was the scientific puzzle that would give birth to Lemuria. But to understand how that happened, you need to appreciate the Victorian mindset that saw patterns in everything, and believed that every mystery had a solution, even if that solution required imagining entire continents into existence. The 19th century was also a time when the Earth itself seemed younger and more malleable. Geologists were just beginning to understand the planet's true age, which was considerably older than the biblical calculations that had previously dominated Western thought. But they still imagined the Earth as a cooling sphere, contracting like a drying apple, with its surface wrinkling into mountains and valleys as it shrank. This contraction theory suggested that the planet's geography might have been very different in the past. Perhaps land bridges had connected continents that now stood separate. Perhaps entire land masses had sunk beneath the waves as the Earth contracted, taking their flora and fauna with them. The idea wasn't just speculation. It seemed to follow logically from the best understanding of planetary formation available at the time. Into this atmosphere of scientific inquiry and creative theorising stepped a British zoologist named Philip Sclater, who was about to name something that didn't exist and, in doing so, create a legend that would outlive his actual scientific contributions. Philip Sclater was, by all accounts, a thoroughly respectable Victorian scientist. He wasn't a wild-eyed mystic or a romantic dreamer. He was a Fellow of the Royal Society, a serious zoologist with impeccable credentials, and a particular interest in the geographical distribution of species, the kind of man who wore proper suits to dinner and catalogued specimens with meticulous care. In 1864, Sclater published a paper with the rather dry title The Mammals of Madagascar, which addressed the lemur problem we discussed earlier. His solution was elegantly simple. What if Madagascar and India had once been connected by a land bridge, or, better yet, were fragments of a larger landmass that had since subsided into the ocean? This hypothetical continent needed a name, and Sclater chose Lemuria after the lemurs whose distribution had inspired the theory. It was meant to be a strictly scientific term, describing a purely geological hypothesis. Sclater imagined Lemuria as a long-vanished connection between continents, a bridge that had allowed species to spread and then disappeared, leaving only scattered populations on isolated lands. The beauty of Sclater's theory was that it explained so much with a single hypothesis. The distribution of lemurs, the presence of similar rock formations across distant lands, and the fossil record that suggested tropical forests in places now divided by ocean, all of it made sense if you accepted that the Indian Ocean had once contained substantial land masses. Other scientists quickly embraced and expanded Sclater's idea. Ernst Haeckel, a German biologist and passionate advocate of Darwin's evolutionary theory, incorporated Lemuria into his understanding of human origins. If Lemuria had existed, Haeckel reasoned, it might have been the birthplace of humanity, the Garden of Eden rendered in geological terms. Haeckel's version of Lemuria grew considerably larger than Sclater's modest land bridge. In Haeckel's imagination, it became a vast continent stretching across much of the Indian Ocean, a lost paradise where the first humans had evolved before spreading to other continents. His beautifully detailed maps showed Lemuria as a substantial landmass, complete with mountain ranges and river systems that existed only in scientific speculation. The scientific community didn't immediately reject these ideas because they addressed real puzzles with what seemed like reasonable solutions. Continental subsidence wasn't considered impossible. After all, Earthquakes and volcanic eruptions constantly demonstrated that the Earth's surface was changeable. If mountains could rise and valleys form, why couldn't entire continents sink? For a few decades, Lemuria occupied a strange position. It was a scientific hypothesis with no direct evidence, but it explained patterns that otherwise seemed inexplicable. Scientists discussed it in academic journals, while acknowledging that proving its existence would be difficult. It was a placeholder solution, waiting for better explanations to come along. But something interesting happened as Lemuria moved from scientific journals into popular consciousness. The hypothesis began to transform, gathering romantic associations and mystical overtones like a snowball rolling downhill, accumulates mass. What started as a dry geological theory about lemur distribution was about to become something far more enchanting and considerably less scientific. The Victorian public had an insatiable appetite for lost worlds and vanished civilizations. Atlantis had captured imaginations for centuries, but Atlantis was ancient history, a philosophical allegory recorded by Plato. Lemuria was different. It was being discussed by actual scientists in actual academic journals. It had the glamour of mystery combined with the authority of science, a combination that proved utterly irresistible. Popular magazines began publishing articles about Lemuria, each iteration adding new details and expanding the story. What if Lemuria hadn't just been a land bridge but a genuine continent with its own ecology, its own landscapes, and perhaps even its own civilizations? The scientific hypothesis was becoming a myth in real time, and you could almost watch it transform if you track the publications chronologically. By the 1870s, Lemuria had escaped the confines of zoological journals entirely. It was appearing in spiritualist literature, in speculative histories, and in romantic poetry. The lost continent was taking on a life of its own, and that life would prove far more durable than its scientific origins. Picture yourself now in a Victorian drawing room, this time in the evening, with heavy curtains drawn against the London fog. Candles flicker on the mantelpiece, and a group of well-dressed ladies and gentlemen sit in a circle, holding hands around a table. This is a séance, one of thousands conducted across Europe and America in the late 19th century, when spiritualism wasn't considered fringe but fashionable. The Victorian era was experiencing a spiritual crisis. Darwin's theory of evolution had shaken traditional religious certainty. Industrialization was transforming agrarian societies into urban landscapes, where ancient rhythms of life no longer applied. People felt unmoored, searching for meaning in a world that seemed increasingly mechanical and purposeless. Into this uncertainty stepped a remarkable woman named Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, known to everyone as Madame Blavatsky. She was, depending on your perspective, either a brilliant mystic or a talented charlatan, possibly both. Born in Russia, widely travelled, and possessed of enormous charisma and questionable ethics, Blavatsky founded the Theosophical Society in 1875 with the goal of exploring the hidden wisdom supposedly underlying all religions. Blavatsky had a genius for synthesis, combining elements of Hinduism, Buddhism, Western occultism, and contemporary science into a grand narrative that appealed to Victorian seekers. Her magnum opus, The Secret Doctrine, published in 1888, presented a vast cosmology involving root races, spiritual evolution, and, crucially for our story, lost continents. In Blavatsky's telling, Lemuria became far more than a zoological hypothesis. It transformed into the homeland of the third root race of humanity, a civilization of spiritually advanced beings who existed millions of years ago. These Lemurians in Blavatsky's cosmology were not quite human as we understand it. They were gigantic, egg-laying hermaphrodites with 4 arms and an eye in the back of their heads. Now you might be settling deeper into your pillows and thinking that this sounds completely ridiculous, and you'd be right. But here's what's fascinating. Blavatsky claimed her information came from ancient manuscripts shown to her by spiritual masters in Tibet, and thousands of intelligent, educated Victorians believed her. Or at least they wanted to believe her, which amounts to nearly the same thing. The theosophical Lemuria bore almost no resemblance to Sclater's modest land bridge. It stretched across vast portions of the Pacific and Indian Oceans, encompassing everything from Madagascar to Easter Island. Its civilization predated any known human culture, and its inhabitants possessed powers that made modern humans seem like pale shadows of former glory. According to theosophical teachings, the Lemurians had been destroyed in a cataclysm, volcanic eruptions and earthquakes that caused their entire continent to sink beneath the waves. But before the destruction, the most advanced Lemurians had escaped, carrying their wisdom to other lands. This explained conveniently why traces of advanced ancient knowledge appeared in cultures worldwide. The beauty of Blavatsky's system was its unfalsifiability. Any evidence that contradicted her claims could be explained away as incomplete understanding or spiritual blindness. The lack of physical evidence for Lemuria became proof of how thoroughly it had been destroyed. It was mythology masquerading as lost history, and it filled a need that pure science couldn't satisfy. Theosophy attracted an impressive roster of followers, including writers, artists, scientists, and social reformers. These weren't necessarily gullible fools. Many were thoughtful people seeking alternatives to both religious dogmatism and materialistic reductionism. Theosophy offered a middle path, spiritual meaning clothed in pseudo-scientific language. The theosophical Lemuria also served another Victorian preoccupation, race theory. The concept of root races, each supposedly more evolved than the last, appealed to a society deeply invested in hierarchical thinking. While Blavatsky's system was less overtly racist than some Victorian race theories, it still embedded troubling assumptions about human development that reflected the prejudices of her era. Other writers and mystics eagerly expanded on Blavatsky's framework. James Churchward, in the early 20th century, wrote extensively about Mu, which he claimed was Lemuria's Pacific counterpart, another lost continent supposedly proven by ancient tablets that conveniently disappeared before anyone else could examine them. Each iteration added new layers to the myth, building an elaborate structure on foundations that had never existed. What's remarkable is how quickly Lemuria moved from scientific hypothesis to mystical certainty. Within a few decades, you could find multiple versions of Lemurian history, each contradicting the others, but all claiming ancient authority. Some describe Lemuria as a tropical paradise, others as a harsh volcanic landscape. Some Lemurians were spiritual masters, others were primitive giants. The continent's location shifted depending on who was writing about it. This proliferation of conflicting accounts should have undermined Lemuria's credibility, but somehow it didn't. Instead, each new version seemed to validate the basic concept. If so many different sources mention Lemuria, surely there must be something to it. This is how myths work. They accumulate details and variations while the core story remains flexible enough to accommodate contradiction. By the turn of the 20th century, Lemuria had become firmly established in popular consciousness, particularly among spiritual seekers and alternative historians. It was taught in theosophical lodges, discussed in occult circles, and referenced in popular literature. The lost continent had achieved a kind of cultural reality, independent of any physical evidence. As you drift deeper into this story, imagine yourself in early 20th century California, specifically at Mount Shasta, that magnificent snow-capped volcano rising from the northern landscape. Local legends begin circulating about a secret civilization living inside the mountain, survivors of ancient Lemuria who retreated underground when their continent sank. These Lemurian survivors supposedly built a city called Telos within the mountain, complete with temples and gardens illuminated by mysterious light sources. They occasionally emerge to walk among ordinary humans, recognizable by their unusual height, white robes, and tendency to pay for supplies with gold nuggets before disappearing back into the wilderness. The Shasta legends illustrate how Lemuria adapted to local conditions. Every region that embraced the myth modified it to fit local geography and culture. In the Pacific, Lemuria explained the origin of Polynesian peoples. In India, it connected to Vedic traditions. In California, it merged with Native American legends and gold rush mysticism to create something uniquely Western American. The Lemurians themselves evolved in the popular imagination from Blavatsky's bizarre hermaphrodites into more conventionally attractive spiritual masters. By the 1930s, descriptions typically portrayed them as tall, graceful beings with pale skin, large eyes, and serene expressions. Basically, they looked like idealized Hollywood versions of wise mystics. This transformation reveals something interesting about how myths adapt to their audience's aesthetic preferences. Various channelers and mediums claim to communicate with Lemurian spirits, receiving messages about spiritual evolution and humanity's future. These communications typically emphasize peace, love, and the development of psychic abilities, standard fare for New Age spirituality, but given historical weight by association with an ancient civilization. Frederick Spencer, Oliver's 1894 novel A Dweller on Two Planets, introduced another element to Lemurian mythology, advanced technology. Oliver claimed his book was channeled from a spirit who described Lemurian civilization as possessing flying machines, wireless communication, and other devices that anticipated 20th century innovations. This technologically advanced Lemuria would become increasingly popular as the actual 20th century demonstrated that impossible technologies could become reality. The notion of Lemuria as a technologically sophisticated civilization served multiple purposes. It suggested that modern progress wasn't unprecedented, but rather a rediscovery of ancient knowledge. It implied that human potential was greater than contemporary limitation suggested, and it provided comfort that even advanced civilizations could be destroyed, making the catastrophic potential of 20th century warfare feel like part of a larger pattern, rather than a unique modern horror. Edgar Cayce, the famous sleeping prophet, incorporated Lemuria into his trance readings during the 1920s and 1930s. His versions emphasized the spiritual and psychic abilities of Lemurians, describing them as beings who communicated telepathically and manipulated matter through thought. When their civilization fell, Cayce claimed, it was because they had misused their powers, privileging material advancement over spiritual development, a cautionary tale that resonated with audiences living through rapid technological change. What united most of these Lemurian accounts was a sense of loss and possibility. Lemuria represented something humanity had once possessed and might reclaim: harmony with nature, spiritual advancement, and technological prowess combined with wisdom. The lost continent became a mirror reflecting whatever its believers felt was missing from modern life. The myth also provided an origin story that bypassed uncomfortable questions about evolution and human origins. If humanity descended from spiritually advanced Lemurians, then we weren't merely evolved apes, but beings with a noble lineage temporarily fallen from former glory. This narrative appealed to people who couldn't accept evolutionary theory, but recognised that biblical literalism was increasingly untenable. Indigenous peoples' reactions to Lemurian theories were complicated. Some saw the myths as yet another example of colonisers appropriating and distorting indigenous histories. Others found ways to incorporate Lemuria into their own traditions, using the concept to add historical depth to oral histories. The Hawaiian concept of Mu, for instance, became entangled with Lemurian mythology in ways that blurred original traditions with imported ideas. By mid-century, Lemuria had become something like King Arthur's Camelot. A story everyone knew probably wasn't literally true, but that persisted because it served emotional and psychological needs that facts couldn't address. People wanted to believe in lost golden ages and hidden wisdom, in the possibility that somewhere, beneath the ocean's surface or inside mountains, traces of humanity's nobler past endured. The irony is that while mystics and channelers were elaborating increasingly baroque visions of Lemurian civilization, actual scientists were developing theories that would completely eliminate any need for Lemuria's existence. The solution to the puzzles that had inspired Sclater's original hypothesis was emerging, but it would take decades for that solution to become widely accepted. Let's shift our scene now to 1912, to a meeting of the German Geological Society. where a meteorologist named Alfred Wegener is presenting a theory so radical that most of his colleagues think he's lost his mind. Wegener is proposing that continents move, not slowly settling or rising, but actually drifting across the Earth's surface like massive rafts floating on a denser layer below. Wegener has noticed the same puzzles that inspired Lemuria: matching fossils on different continents, similar rock formations separated by oceans, and coastlines that fit together like jigsaw pieces. But instead of imagining vanished land bridges, he's proposing something far more revolutionary. All the continents, he suggests, were once joined in a single supercontinent, he calls it Pangaea, that has since split apart and drifted to their current positions. The reaction from the geological establishment is swift and brutal. Continental drift seems physically impossible. What force could move entire continents? How could solid rock flow like liquid? Wegener can't answer these questions satisfactorily, and his theory is largely dismissed as imaginative speculation unsupported by mechanism. Here's what's fascinating. Wegener's evidence for continental drift was actually stronger than any evidence for Lemuria had ever been. He could show matching rock layers, identical fossils, and even glacial patterns that made sense only if continents had once been connected differently. Yet the scientific community rejected his well-evidenced theory. While some of those same scientists had previously entertained the essentially evidence-free notion of sunken continents, this reveals something important about how scientific acceptance works. It's not just about evidence, but about whether a theory fits within acceptable frameworks. Land bridges and subsiding continents fit Victorian assumptions about how the Earth worked. Moving continents didn't. So despite better evidence, continental drift languished in scientific purgatory for decades. But Wegener's theory had planted a seed. Other researchers began finding supporting evidence. Paleomagnetic studies, examining the magnetic orientation of ancient rocks, showed that continents must have moved relative to the magnetic poles. Mapping the ocean floor revealed mid-ocean ridges and deep trenches that suggested active geological processes. The real breakthrough came in the 1960s with the development of plate tectonics theory. Scientists realised that the Earth's surface consists of massive rigid plates floating on a partially molten layer beneath. These plates move, driven by convection currents in the Earth's mantle. Where plates separate, new crust forms. Where they collide, mountains rise, or one plate subducts beneath another. Plate tectonics explained everything that Lemuria had been invented to explain, but it did so with actual evidence and testable mechanisms. The matching fossils on different continents. They weren't separated by a sunken land bridge, but by continents that had split apart. The distribution of lemurs. Madagascar had separated from India millions of years ago, when Africa and the Indian subcontinent were parts of Gondwana, a southern supercontinent. Suddenly, Lemuria became scientifically unnecessary. The puzzles that had inspired Sclater's original hypothesis now had a better explanation, one supported by evidence from ocean floor mapping, earthquake patterns, volcanic activity, and the continuing movement of continents that could be measured with precision instruments. You might think this would have killed the Lemuria myth, but mythology doesn't die just because science provides better explanations. Myths persist because they serve needs that transcend factual accuracy. While geologists abandoned Lemuria, mystics and alternative historians clung to it with renewed fervour, often claiming that mainstream science was suppressing evidence, or that spiritual truth transcended mere physical facts. The scientific abandonment of Lemuria actually freed the myth to become more elaborate. Without the constraint of needing to fit geological evidence, Lemurian enthusiasts could imagine whatever they wanted. The lost continent migrated between oceans depending on who was writing about it. Its civilization's technology became increasingly anachronistic and impossible. The reasons for its destruction multiplied and diverged. Modern geology can now map the ocean floor with extraordinary precision. We've sent submarines to the deepest trenches and used sonar to create detailed topographical maps of underwater terrain. There's nowhere for a continent-sized landmass to hide. The Indian Ocean floor shows the expected patterns of plate tectonics. spreading ridges, subduction zones and volcanic chains, but no evidence of recent continental subsidence. Yet this definitive absence of evidence hasn't eliminated belief in Lemuria. Instead, believers have adapted their claims. Maybe Lemuria existed so long ago that geological processes have erased all traces. Maybe it was in a different ocean than originally thought. Maybe it wasn't a physical continent but an astral realm that existed on a different plane of reality. The myth simply evolves to survive, demonstrating impressive adaptability. The transformation of Lemuria from scientific hypothesis to disproven theory to persistent myth illustrates something important about how knowledge works. Scientific theories are provisional. They stand until better explanations emerge, then gracefully retire. Myths are different. They're not about explaining physical reality, but about meeting psychological and emotional needs. Disproving a myth's literal truth doesn't eliminate those needs. For scientists, plate tectonics replacing Lemuria represents progress, better understanding built on evidence. For believers, science's rejection of Lemuria might represent closed-mindedness or the limitations of materialistic thinking. These groups are essentially speaking different languages, pursuing different goals, and measuring success by different standards. The story of Lemuria's scientific demise is actually a success story for science, a demonstration of how the scientific method eventually arrives at better explanations by following evidence wherever it leads. But it's simultaneously a demonstration of science's limits. Science can explain physical processes, but it can't necessarily satisfy human yearning for lost golden ages or connections to ancient wisdom. As you settle more comfortably into your blankets, let's explore how Lemuria escaped the confines of both scientific journals and occult societies to become a presence in art galleries, bookstores, and eventually movie theatres. The Lost Continent proved irresistible to artists and writers because it offered something precious, a blank canvas. Unlike actual historical civilizations that come burdened with inconvenient facts, Lemuria could be whatever an artist needed it to be. It was Eden without biblical constraints, Atlantis without Plato's philosophical baggage, a lost world limited only by imagination. Science fiction writers were particularly drawn to Lemurian themes. Abraham Merritt's 1919 novel The Moon Pool featured hidden Lemurian ruins in Micronesia, complete with ancient technology and otherworldly beings. His lush, dreamlike prose transformed Lemuria from an abstract concept into a visceral experience. You could almost smell the tropical flowers and feel the humid air of his lost world. These early 20th century adventure stories treated Lemuria much as they treated any exotic location, as a setting for Western protagonists to have thrilling experiences. The actual Lemurians often appeared as wise mentors, mysterious guides, or occasionally obstacles to be overcome. They were essentially fantastical versions of the noble savage trope. Filtered through theosophical ideas about spiritual advancement, poets found Lemuria equally inspiring. The Lost Continent became a metaphor for vanished innocence, for knowledge lost to time, for the price of hubris. In these poetic treatments, Lemuria wasn't necessarily literal. It was symbolic, representing whatever the poet felt had been lost in the transition to modernity. The continent's physical existence mattered less than its emotional resonance. Visual artists produced countless depictions of Lemuria, each reflecting their era's aesthetic sensibilities. Victorian illustrations showed it as a vaguely classical civilization, with toga-clad inhabitants and marble temples. Art Deco interpretations featured sleek geometric buildings and stylized figures. 1970s New Age art transformed it into a psychedelic paradise of crystals and cosmic consciousness. What's striking about these artistic representations is their diversity. Unlike historically attested civilizations that must conform to archaeological evidence, Lemurian art was constrained only by the artist's imagination and their audience's expectations. This freedom produced wildly varying visions, from primitive tribal societies to technological utopias, sometimes within the same decade. Comic books and pulp magazines embraced Lemuria enthusiastically. The continent appeared in adventure stories, horror tales, and even superhero comics. Sometimes it was the source of mystical artifacts that modern characters sought. Sometimes it provided origin stories for mysterious villains or wise mentors. The Lost Continent had become a standard element in popular culture's toolkit, available for whatever narrative purpose a writer needed. The 1960s and 1970s counterculture found Lemuria particularly appealing. As young people rejected mainstream society and sought alternative worldviews, the Lost Continent fit perfectly into emerging New Age philosophy. Lemuria represented humanity before hierarchies, before pollution, before war, everything the counterculture imagined could exist if only society would embrace peace, love, and spiritual development. This association with New Age culture cemented Lemuria's modern image. Walk into any metaphysical bookstore, and you'll likely find books about Lemurian crystals, Lemurian healing techniques, or how to channel Lemurian spirits. The continent has become thoroughly integrated into contemporary alternative spirituality. Alongside chakras, auras, and astral projection, musicians have composed symphonies and songs inspired by Lemuria. Progressive rock bands wrote concept albums about its fall. New Age musicians created ambient soundscapes supposedly channeling Lemurian vibrations. The Lost Continent even appeared in video games, providing backstory and mystical elements for fantasy worlds. What's interesting is how Lemuria's artistic and cultural presence has eclipsed its scientific origins. Ask most people today about Lemuria, and they're more likely to mention crystals and spiritual evolution than lemur distribution patterns. The myth has successfully reproduced across cultural domains, adapting to each new medium, while maintaining enough consistency to remain recognizable. Television and film approached Lemuria more cautiously than print media, perhaps because visual media demands more concrete depiction. Still, the continent has appeared in documentaries about lost civilizations, usually framed as some people believe segments that present claims without endorsement. These presentations often treat Lemuria alongside Atlantis and other legendary places, rarely acknowledging that Lemuria, unlike Atlantis, originated as a serious scientific hypothesis. The internet age has been remarkably kind to Lemuria. Websites devoted to the Lost Continent proliferate, offering everything from supposedly historical accounts to guided meditations for connecting with Lemurian energy. YouTube features countless videos about Lemuria, ranging from earnest spiritual teachings to critical debunkings. The democratization of content creation means Lemuria can be endlessly reinvented by anyone with a camera and an internet connection. Social media has created communities of Lemuria believers who share experiences, theories, and art. These digital spaces function similarly to Victorian spiritualist societies, communities of seekers supporting each other's explorations of alternative histories and spiritual possibilities. The technology is modern, but the impulses are ancient. What all these artistic and cultural manifestations share is a sense that Lemuria represents something missing from modern life. Whether that's spiritual wisdom, harmony with nature, advanced but lost technology, or simply the romance of mystery, the Lost Continent serves as a receptacle for contemporary longings projected onto an imaginary past. As we approach the end of our journey, let's consider what Lemuria means now in our own time, when satellite imagery has mapped every inch of the planet, and scientific understanding of Earth's history is more comprehensive than ever. The story of Lemuria is ultimately a story about human imagination and its relationship with evidence. It demonstrates how easily scientific hypotheses can transform into myths when they tap into deeper needs and desires. It shows how myths persist despite contrary evidence, because they serve purposes that transcend factual accuracy. Lemuria's journey from zoological puzzle to spiritual homeland reveals something important about the Victorian era that created it. That was a time of enormous confidence in human understanding, but also deep anxiety about humanity's place in the universe. Darwin had displaced humans from their special creation. Industrialization had disrupted traditional communities. Traditional religious certainty was eroding. Lemuria offered comfort, a suggestion that humanity had once achieved greatness and might do so again. The myth also reflects colonial attitudes and anxieties. The idea that isolated, primitive peoples might be degraded remnants of advanced civilizations justified colonialism while explaining cultural differences in ways that preserved European superiority. Even as it critiqued modern civilization's flaws, Lemurian mythology often embedded racist assumptions about human development and achievement. Modern believers in Lemuria face different challenges than their Victorian predecessors. They must navigate a world where Lemuria's scientific impossibility is well established. This has led to interesting adaptations. Some locate Lemuria in increasingly remote time periods, hundreds of millions of years ago, when geological evidence becomes murkier. Others shift from physical to metaphysical claims, suggesting Lemuria existed on spiritual rather than material planes. The persistence of the Lemuria belief, despite scientific consensus, reveals the limits of scientific authority in shaping public imagination. Science can establish facts about the physical world, but it cannot dictate what stories people find meaningful or what beliefs serve their psychological needs. This is both science's limitation and its strength. It constrains itself to answerable questions rather than claiming authority over human meaning-making. Lemuria has also become a case study in how to approach dubious claims without dismissing the people who hold them. Skeptics who simply mock Lemuria believers often miss the opportunity to understand why the myth remains appealing. The Lost Continent addresses real needs, for wonder, for connection to something greater than oneself, and for alternatives to materialistic reductionism. The educational challenge is finding ways to teach critical thinking while respecting people's need for meaning. Explaining why Lemuria is geologically impossible is relatively straightforward. Helping people understand what needs the myth serves, and finding better ways to meet those needs is much harder, but ultimately more important. Lemuria has left its mark on language and culture in ways that persist regardless of belief in its literal existence. When someone refers to an idea as Lemuria, vague, unsubstantiated, but appealing, they're drawing on the lost continent's legacy. The term has become shorthand for a particular kind of attractive but unfounded speculation. The myth has also influenced legitimate archaeology and anthropology by creating expectations and interpretations that researchers must navigate. When unusual artifacts or structures are discovered, someone inevitably suggests Lemurian origins. This forces scientists to repeatedly explain dating methods, construction techniques, and cultural contexts, which can be frustrating but also provides opportunities for public education about how we actually understand the past. Perhaps Lemuria's most lasting contribution is as a reminder of science's provisional nature. The scientific theories that gave birth to Lemuria seemed sound based on available evidence. Scientists weren't being foolish or credulous. They were working with incomplete information and proposing explanations that fit their understanding of how the world worked. That those explanations proved incorrect doesn't diminish the legitimate scientific process that generated them. This should make us humble about current scientific consensus. Not every theory will be overturned, but history suggests that some of what we consider established fact will be revised as understanding deepens. The scientific method's strength lies in its self-correction, its willingness to abandon even cherished theories when evidence demands it. At the same time, Lemuria's transformation from hypothesis to myth demonstrates the danger of premature certainty. The ease with which Victorian scientists accepted the subsiding continent hypothesis suggests they were too quick to embrace convenient explanations. This is a trap that each generation of scientists must guard against. The temptation to accept explanations that fit expectations rather than demanding rigorous proof. For believers in Lemuria, the myth offers something science cannot, a sense of enchantment in a disenchanted world. It suggests that reality is larger and stranger than mainstream understanding allows, that mystery persists despite scientific explanation, and that rationality doesn't exhaust the possibilities of human experience. These are important needs that deserve respect even when specific beliefs don't deserve acceptance. The question isn't whether Lemuria existed. Geologically, it didn't. The interesting question is why people continue to believe in it, and what that belief does for them. Some are drawn to the narrative's spiritual elements, finding meaning in Lemurian teachings about consciousness and human potential. Others appreciate the myth's critique of modern civilization, using Lemuria as a lens for examining what contemporary society might be missing. Young people today discovering Lemuria often approach it differently than earlier generations. Many treat it as aesthetic inspiration, Lemurian imagery for art, music or fashion, without committing to literal belief. This ironic or aesthetic appropriation represents another evolution of the myth, one that values Lemuria's imaginative power while acknowledging its factual problems. As you prepare for sleep, consider this. Lemuria never existed as a physical place, but it exists very much as an idea. Maps showing its location have influenced thought and culture for over a century. Books describing its civilization line library shelves. Art depicting its landscapes hangs in galleries. The lost continent is imaginary, but its effects are real. This paradox, that fictional places can have genuine consequences, tells us something profound about human nature. We are storytelling creatures who create meaning through narrative. Facts matter, but stories matter too, and sometimes they matter in different ways. The blank spaces on those Victorian maps weren't really blank. They were full of possibility. When explorers finally mapped those spaces and found only water, coral reefs and volcanic islands, they eliminated geographical mystery but couldn't eliminate the human need for wonder. Lemuria filled that need, and when physical geography could no longer accommodate it, the myth simply migrated to other territories, the distant past, alternative dimensions, spiritual realms. Your own life probably contains equivalent blank spaces, periods you don't fully remember, possibilities not pursued, futures that might have been. Like Victorian cartographers filling unknown oceans with speculative continents, you've probably populated your blank spaces with imagined what-ifs and might-have-beens. This isn't foolishness, it's imagination. And imagination is as fundamental to human nature as reason. The story of Lemuria teaches us to hold our certainties lightly. The Victorian scientists who proposed sunken continents weren't stupid. They were working with incomplete information and doing their best to explain genuine mysteries. The mystics who elaborated the myth weren't all frauds. Many genuinely sought meaning in a world that seemed increasingly meaningless. Even modern believers in Lemuria aren't necessarily credulous. They're often thoughtful people who've decided that spiritual truth and scientific fact operate in different domains. This doesn't mean all beliefs are equally valid, or that we should abandon critical thinking. Scientific evidence clearly demonstrates that no continent-sized landmass has subsided in the Indian or Pacific Ocean within the time frame relevant to human evolution. Plate tectonics explains the distribution of species and geological formations without requiring lost continents. These facts matter, and respecting evidence matters, but facts don't exhaust reality. The human need for wonder, for connection to something greater than ourselves, for narratives that give life meaning, these are also real. Lemuria persists not because evidence supports it, but because it addresses needs that evidence cannot satisfy. Understanding this helps us appreciate why myths endure and what purposes they serve. The 21st century presents us with fewer geographical blank spaces than the Victorians enjoyed, but we've discovered new realms of mystery. The ocean depths remain largely unexplored. The quantum realm behaves in ways that defy intuition. Consciousness itself remains mysterious despite advances in neuroscience. Perhaps these modern mysteries will inspire new myths, new Lemuria suited to contemporary needs. What we can learn from Lemuria's story is the importance of distinguishing between different kinds of truth. Scientific truth, based on evidence and testing, tells us what physically exists. Mythological truth, based on meaning and narrative, tells us what we need psychologically and spiritually. The problems arise when we confuse these categories, when myths claim scientific authority they don't have, or when science claims to answer questions beyond its scope. A mature relationship with beliefs like Lemuria involves appreciating what they offer while acknowledging what they lack. You can find meaning in Lemurian mythology's emphasis on spiritual development without believing in literal Lemurian civilizations. You can use the myth as inspiration for art or meditation without making factual claims about geography. This both respects the myth's power and maintains intellectual honesty. The scientists who debunked Lemuria didn't destroy anything valuable. They clarified our understanding of Earth's actual history, which is fascinating enough without fictional continents. The real story of Gondwana breaking apart, of India colliding with Asia to create the Himalayas, of Australia drifting north while carrying its unique marsupial fauna, this is genuinely wondrous. We don't need imaginary continents when actual geological history is so remarkable. Yet something is lost when we eliminate all mystery, when every blank space gets filled with verified facts. The tension between knowledge and wonder, between explanation and enchantment, is one that each generation must navigate for itself. Perhaps the healthiest approach is maintaining both. Scientific literacy about how the world actually works, coupled with appreciation for the human imagination that can conceive of lost continents, ancient civilizations, and spiritual truths beyond material reality. Lemuria reminds us that humans have always been meaning makers, storytellers who shape our understanding through narrative as much as through observation. This is neither a flaw nor a virtue, it's simply what we are. The challenge is doing it consciously, with awareness of when we're making claims about physical reality and when we're expressing psychological needs through metaphor and myth. As you drift towards sleep, you might dream of tropical islands appearing on empty ocean horizons, of ancient temples emerging from mist, of civilizations that never were but somehow feel real in the way that dreams feel real. These dreams connect you to everyone who has ever wondered about what lies beyond the known, who has populated blank spaces with possibility, and who has found meaning in stories that transcend fact. The Victorians who imagined Lemuria were trying to solve real puzzles with the tools they had available. When better tools revealed better answers, the scientific hypothesis correctly faded away. But the myth persists because it serves different needs. Needs for wonder, for alternative possibilities, for narratives that suggest human existence is larger and more meaningful than materialistic reduction allows. Tomorrow, when you wake, you'll inhabit a thoroughly mapped world. Satellites have photographed every square mile of land and sea. We know where continents are, how they've moved, and why lemurs live where they do. This is progress. Genuine, valuable progress that expands human understanding and capability. But you'll also wake to a world that still contains mystery, still offers possibilities for wonder, and still invites imagination even in the absence of geographical blank spaces. The human capacity to dream up lost continents hasn't disappeared just because we've mapped the ocean floor. It's simply found new outlets, new frontiers, and new blank spaces to populate with possibility. Lemuria was born from lemurs and scientific puzzles, transformed by spiritual seekers and romantic dreamers, elaborated by artists and writers, and survives today as an idea that means different things to different people. It's a testament to human imagination, a cautionary tale about premature certainty, and a reminder that the stories we tell ourselves are as much a part of human reality as the facts we discover. The lost continent never existed, but the needs it addresses are real. The civilizations described by mystics never flourished, but the yearning for golden ages and spiritual wisdom is genuine. The geographical hypothesis was wrong, but the impulse to explain puzzling observations was scientifically legitimate. Lemuria is false, but not meaningless. As sleep approaches, let Lemuria remind you that the boundary between fact and fiction, between knowledge and imagination, and between science and myth is more permeable than we often acknowledge. We need rigorous thinking to understand how the world works, but we also need imagination to envision how it might be different. We need evidence to guide our beliefs, but we also need narratives to give our lives meaning. The story of Lemuria is ultimately hopeful. It shows that humans have always looked at mystery and tried to understand it, have always faced the unknown and tried to map it, and have always encountered limits and tried to transcend them. Sometimes our answers are wrong, but the questions reveal what matters to us: connection, meaning, wonder, and the eternal human impulse to explore beyond the known. So sleep well, knowing you're part of a species that can imagine entire continents into existence, and then, with equal creativity, use the scientific method to discover what actually exists. Both capabilities, imagination and investigation, make us human. Neither is complete without the other. The blank spaces on Victorian maps are filled now, but new blank spaces always emerge. The questions that inspired Lemuria are answered, but new questions constantly arise. The lost continent has been found in myth, in art, in culture, and in the persistent human need for stories that transcend the merely factual. Lemuria reminds us that we are fundamentally explorers, not just of physical geography, but of possibility, of meaning, of the territories where fact and imagination intertwine. We map what we find, but we also dream of what might be. We correct our mistakes, but we never stop creating new visions. And perhaps that's the truest legacy of Lemuria. Not as a cautionary tale about scientific error or an example of gullibility, but as a testament to the indomitable human spirit that looks at an empty ocean and imagines continents, at scattered species and envisions bridges, at apparent limitations and dreams of transcendence. The lost continent is found, not where maps suggested, not where mystics claimed, but in the persistent human capacity to populate blank spaces with wonder, to create meaning from mystery, and to keep exploring long after the maps are complete. Dream well of continents that never were but somehow remain more real than many things that are. Dream of the blank spaces where possibility lives, of the questions that inspire both science and story, and of the eternal human journey between what we know and what we imagine. For in the end, Lemuria teaches us this: the maps we make of the world matter, but so do the maps we make of meaning. Physical geography constrains where continents can be, but imagination has no such limits. Reality defines what is, but humans have always been more interested in what could be, what might have been, and what stories we tell ourselves about both. So rest now in this thoroughly mapped world that still contains infinite mystery, this evidence-based reality that still accommodates wonder, this scientific age that still needs myth. Lemuria is gone, or rather never was, but its legacy endures in every human who looks at the unknown and dares to imagine. Sweet dreams of lost worlds and found wisdom, of blank spaces filled with possibility, of the eternal dance between knowledge and wonder that makes us human. The continent may be lost, but the capacity to dream it into being, and then to seek truth about what actually is, remains our most distinctly human inheritance. In the year 742 CE, the prosperous city-state of Khorasan glittered under the noonday sun. A nexus for caravan routes feeding distant empires, Khorasan thrived on the exchange of saffron, silk, star charts, and rumours whispered behind curtained alcoves. At its centre loomed a grand marketplace whose vaulted roof trapped the daily bustle in a ceaseless echo. Traders from Byzantium, Tang China, the Abbasid Caliphate, and beyond mingled among stalls stacked high with lapis lazuli, dried fruit, and perfumed sandalwood. Some hailed it as a marvel of cosmopolitan life, where fortunes might pivot in a single conversation. Among the people navigating the throng was Karia bint Yazd, a travelling scholar whose lineage traced back to the once-renowned Zoroastrian priests of Persia. Her face betrayed concentration as she studied hieroglyphic notations in a weathered scroll. Unmarried and unconcerned with the expectations placed upon a woman of her station, she had roamed from one end of the Silk Road to the other, piecing together knowledge that seldom found its way into the official annals. The swirl of Khorasan's commerce did not distract her. She focused on a lead suggesting that rare manuscripts had surfaced in a private collection near the city's eastern quarter. This rumour, if proven true, could illuminate corners of history barely glimpsed by modern scholars. Korea pressed deeper into a labyrinth of narrow lanes behind the main bazaar, guided by a coded map etched into her memory. Eager boys offered to carry her satchels for a coin, and watchful guards in brass-trimmed uniforms eyed each passer-by. She brushed off all offers of help. Too many watchers, too many ears. At last, she arrived at a courtyard hidden behind a plain wooden door. Its walls were plastered in cream white, while vines spiralled up lattices under a hazy afternoon sky. Within that secluded enclave stood an elderly bibliophile named Kazem Al-Talibi, his hands trembling under the burden of a slender volume bound in jade-green leather. Their meeting was brief. Courier offered him carefully wrapped objects, fragments of ancient mathematics tablets uncovered near Samarkand, and, in exchange, Kazem relinquished the jade-bound text. He warned her that certain circles would stop at nothing to keep these pages hidden, for they revealed knowledge rumoured to disrupt any empire reliant on controlling scholarship. She nodded gravely, accustomed to the shadows that dogged rare manuscripts. Across the years, she had learned that truth took many forms, each requiring a subtle approach to keep it from vanishing under official censure. Emerging once again into the main bazaar, Courier carefully hid the new acquisition beneath her travelling cloak. She knew better than to linger. Khorasan's seeming tolerance of foreign ideas could transform abruptly if power shifted. Memories of burned scrolls and harassed scribes in other dominions haunted her, fueling her determination to preserve the text at any cost. She arranged with a local caravan heading eastward, its leader a woman named Afsoon, who had a reputation for outmanoeuvring desert bandits. Without illusions, Courier recognised that partnering with such a skilled merchant would cost her, yet safety for the jade-bound book was paramount. Before the caravan departed, Courier paid her respects at a small shrine dedicated to wise men of antiquity. A single candle flickered by the altar, illuminating offerings left by travellers praying for clear roads and fair weather. She exhaled a silent oath that she would not let ignorance devour the precious knowledge in her care. Beyond the city's gates lay an expanse of desert and studded with dunes and hammered by fierce winds, but her route led even farther, along mountain trails rumoured to house hidden monasteries and ephemeral oasis towns. The unstoppable pulse of curiosity drove her to press forward, regardless of perils that might lurk in the next bend of the road. Dawn arrived, painting the sky with ochre and salmon hues. Courier joined Afsoon and the other travellers at the designated meeting point, where camels brayed and donkey drivers prepared loads of barley and dried fruit. The caravan's synergy was immediately evident. Each person had a distinct task, ensuring that by the time the sun fully breached the horizon, they were on the move. Courier walked near Afsoon, who shared glimpses of the terrain ahead and introduced Courier to the caravan's unspoken rules: trust the signals, ration water meticulously, and never question the necessity of midnight halts. In these borderless regions, vigilance was currency. With the sun mounting, the caravan snaked through a parched plain dotted by twisted shrubs. A hush fell over them, broken only by the soft shuffling of hooves and the gentle clink of metal fastenings. Courier's thoughts drifted to the codex inside her bag. She had only glimpsed a few pages thus far. Intricate diagrams of planetary movement, cryptic references to an ancient empire that preceded the Achaemenids, and footnotes scrawled in an unfamiliar script. If accurate, these writings expanded the known timeline of advanced astronomy by centuries. She resolved to study every page once the caravan reached a safe haven. Afsoon signalled a halt near a cluster of sun-scorched boulders, granting the group respite from the crushing midday heat. While some dozed in makeshift shade, Courier took cautious sips from her water skin, feeling the dryness cling to her throat. A restlessness stirred within her, equal parts excitement and anxiety. She replayed Kazem al-Talibi's warning. Powerful figures had an interest in ensuring no one deciphered the text. For them, knowledge was a finite resource, best kept under strict watch. As a swirl of wind kicked sand across her path, Courier gripped her satchel, silently vowing she would not be silenced. By twilight, the caravan approached a modest oasis, lined with date palms that cast long shadows across still water. Afsoon guided her camels into a semicircle, forming a protective barrier against stray wanderers. Several travellers set about erecting tents, while others gathered wood for small fires that would ward off the chill of desert night. Courier found herself drawn to the water's edge, where subdued conversation rose among weary merchants. Some speculated about the political tensions brewing in distant courts, others lamented the rising cost of salt. As darkness settled, the oasis took on an otherworldly hush. A crescent moon glimmered overhead, illuminating faint outlines of crumbling stone pillars, suggesting an abandoned settlement from a forgotten era. Under that quiet vault of stars, Korea couldn't resist scanning a few more pages of the jade-bound manuscript. Its text merged empirical observations with philosophical notes referencing the grand wheel of time. She recognised oblique references to astronomical systems older than the widely recognised Ptolemaic model. If deciphered fully, such knowledge might challenge many assumptions cherished by esteemed academies. Meanwhile, Afsoon stepped away from the main group, beckoning Korea to join her near a withered acacia. "You stand out among our company," the merchant remarked in a measured tone. "Your eyes never rest, and you guard that bag as if it carries the soul of a king." Korea, wary of revealing too much, offered that she was merely a scholar entrusted with a rare item. Afsoon nodded, but warned Korea that roving spies seeking advantage for rival factions often infiltrated caravans. She suggested Korea remain vigilant, especially given the extraordinary bustle in Khorasan, where rumour travelled like wildfire. Unable to sleep, Korea lingered by the embers of the fire after most travellers had dozed off. She studied the swirling patterns of the night sky, mindful of the coded star charts in the manuscript. Passing caravans sometimes recounted legends of a hidden library in the mountain city of Varash, where lines of knowledge stretched back to centuries unknown. Karia wondered if that library could fill the gaps in her text. She believed the jade-bound manuscript might be only a fragment of a larger puzzle, scattered across the Silk Road's shifting tapestry. Morning unveiled a horizon brushed with amber, and the caravan proceeded along a rocky escarpment overlooking a vast dune field. Rolling slopes of sand rippled beneath the wind like the surface of a living sea. At midday they paused for water, rationed by Afsoon with practised efficiency. Karia noticed that one of the other travellers, a soft-spoken man named Malik, carried a small chest meticulously locked. He travelled with perpetual worry etched into his features, eyes darting whenever talk turned to rumours of desert raiders. Secrets seemed to coil around each member of this assemblage, as though no one ventured these roads without hidden motives. Late in the afternoon, the caravan encountered a party of horsemen flying the banner of a minor warlord rumoured to be in league with the region's most feared bandit clans. Tension crackled through the group as Afsoon halted the caravan, waiting for the riders to approach. After a terse greeting, the horsemen rode on, apparently uninterested in conflict, but the encounter rattled everyone. Korea noticed Afsoon's posture remained rigid with caution long after the riders vanished in a plume of dust. The merchant murmured about changing their route, seeking narrower trails less patrolled by predatory chieftains. That evening brought them to a narrow gorge, its walls towering on either side in jagged ridges. Afsoon insisted they make camp in a sheltered alcove half hidden behind weathered boulders. By the flicker of firelight, Korea finally delved into the central chapter of the manuscript. Strange symbols, part cuneiform, part unknown script, decorated the margins, each sign accompanied by cryptic commentary. The text recounted a civilization that mapped constellations in ways contrasting with every known chart. Diagrammatic lines implied an advanced geometry, far exceeding the standard calculations of her time. Just as Korea's pulse quickened at the revelation, a cry rang out near the edge of camp. She rushed toward the commotion, heart pounding. Malik stood trembling by his small chest, which now lay open, its contents missing. Anguish coloured his voice as he pleaded for help, insisting that something vital had been stolen, a crucial letter from the governor of Basra, hidden within that chest. Afsoon assembled the caravan members, demanding an explanation. Tempers flared, suspicion circled, and whispered accusations rippled through this group. Searching for footprints beneath lantern light, they discovered evidence of at least 2 intruders who had come and gone without a trace. No sign indicated who among them might be an accomplice. The theft underscored Afsoon's earlier warning. In these transitory worlds, secrets attract cunning opportunists. Korea gripped her manuscript more tightly, wishing to vanish inside the labyrinth of lines and symbols that promised an era unbounded by petty intrigue. Yet she remained anchored in the caravan's tense reality. The road ahead felt increasingly perilous, and the cost of preserving knowledge seemed set to rise. The following sunrise found the caravan subdued, each member wary of neighbours who might conceal hidden agendas. Afsoon led them out of the gorge at a brisk pace, aiming to put distance between their group and whoever had orchestrated the nighttime theft. A pale wind carried the scent of flint and dust, stinging eyes and chapping lips. Their route descended along a dry riverbed flanked by stunted tamarisk shrubs, offering scant protection from the intensifying sun. Korea trudged in Stolzen silence, mindful that trust could be a luxury. As midday drew near, they spotted the remnants of a caravanserai built against the side of a bluff. Its once sturdy walls had caved in and battered archways led into courtyards strewn with fallen timber. Afsoon signalled a cautious approach, uncertain whether travellers or outlaws might be occupying the ruins. The group explored in pairs, stepping over cracked tiles littered with scorpion husks. No living presence emerged, though evidence of a hasty departure. Scattered coals, torn blankets, suggested someone had sheltered there not long before. Since water was available from a half-collapsed cistern, Afsoon decided they would rest under what remained of the caravanserai's roof. Malik hovered by his broken chest, sifting through remnants of cloth as though searching for any clue. Korea drifted away from the group, drawn to an overgrown courtyard where a dried fountain stood. Vines draped its cracked basin, trailing over carved motifs of intertwined serpents. Time and neglect had worn away the finer details, yet a mysterious energy lingered, as though the place once echoed with conversation about cosmic truths beyond mortal comprehension. She pulled out the jade-bound book to scrutinize a passage describing the 4 points beyond the boundary of earthly measure. The text postulated that certain alignment patterns, stars in specific conjunctions, allowed glimpses into knowledge unattainable through ordinary means. This notion was not entirely foreign, given that many mystical traditions in Persia and India spoke of cosmic gates. Still, the clarity of these instructions startled her. The manuscript seemed less a mere curiosity, and more a carefully constructed key. She wondered if others who sought it might comprehend its significance. Meanwhile, Afsoon prepared spiced lentils and shared them among the group, her gestures calm yet determined to maintain unity. Tension still hovered like a low cloud, with suspicions that the thieves might be part of a larger plot. Over a sparse meal, Korea gleaned fragments of each traveller's story. A textile merchant returning from Cairo, a widower heading to Samarkand to meet his estranged son, an amateur scribe hoping to gain employment in the libraries of Nishapur. Layer by layer, she sensed each person guarded secrets born of loss, ambition, or desperation. As dusk fell, moonlight filtered through the caravanserai's gaps, accentuating outlines of shattered pillars. The group huddled around small fires. Soft conversation revolved around the abrupt shift in weather, the possibility of encountering warlord patrols, and whether rumours of a plague in the western provinces were exaggerated. Though the chatter seemed ordinary, Korea felt a current of urgency running beneath it. Everyone understood the precariousness of travelling these routes. At any moment, violent storms or human treachery could obliterate the careful calculations of even the most disciplined merchant. Restless, Korea ventured into the courtyard once more. She ran her fingertips over the carved serpents, musing that knowledge itself often took the shape of something fearsome and winding, capable of enlightenment but also of destruction, depending on who wielded it. Before she could lose herself in speculation, a subtle motion in the archway drew her attention. She turned to see Malik, shadowed in moonlight. His face still wore traces of anguish. He approached and, in hushed tones, apologized if his panic had disrupted the caravan's stability. Then he posed a startling question. "Is your book truly worth risking your life?" Korea hesitated, contemplating her answer. She confessed that its pages might safeguard insights from an older civilization, knowledge that could enrich the world if studied openly. Yet she recognized the hazards. No single text was worth a life, unless it also contained the means to prevent greater harm. Malik nodded, revealing that his lost letter held the potential to end a trade blockade strangling his hometown. Without it, he feared entire families would starve. They shared a poignant silence, realizing each bore a heavy burden for reasons that extended beyond self-interest. Their exchange was interrupted by a faint shout from Afsoon, who was patrolling the perimeter. A silhouette darted across the ruins, then vanished behind a crumbling wall. Alarmed, Carrier and Malik hurried back to the main courtyard, only to find the rest of the travellers on their feet. The intrusion lasted mere seconds, but it confirmed the presence of watchers trailing them. The memory of the stolen letter flared in every mind. Gathering her satchel close, Carrier recognised that pursuit was inevitable. She could only hope that what she carried would outlast the desert's shifting alliances and the relentless greed of unknown adversaries. Early the next day, Afsoon insisted they abandon the ruin before sunrise. Lanterns swinging from camel saddles cast flickering halos in the pre-dawn gloom. Korea walked at the caravan's rear, scanning the horizon for silhouettes. She felt more exposed than ever, especially with the manuscript drawing unseen eyes. A swirl of wind rustled the sparse vegetation, carrying the forlorn call of a distant jackal. Although no further intruder appeared, the caravan's collective nerves remained raw. Their route now wound through a series of rocky badlands. Eroded hills, tinted red and ochre, rose around them in jagged formations reminiscent of a broken amphitheatre. At times the path was scarcely wide enough for 2 camels to pass. Dust coated every surface, clinging to clothes and creeping into waterskins. The travellers advanced in single file, each footstep measured. Malik, no longer shy, kept pace with Korea, forging an unspoken alliance based on empathy rather than shared purpose. By noon they reached an outcropping that afforded a sweeping view of the surrounding valleys. Afsoon pointed to a distant caravan crossing a ridge, its figures small as insects against the harsh light. "Better to let them move on without our paths intersecting," she murmured, concerned they might be bandits or rival merchants. She had planned a side route that skirted known bandit strongholds, though it meant trudging through more challenging terrain. No one objected. Safety trumped speed in these uncertain wilds. As the day wore on, the punishing sun pressed down. Some travellers began to show signs of heat exhaustion. Afsoon allotted extra water rations, mindful that supplies were finite. Korea's thoughts swirled with calculations. How many days until they reached an established town? Would the manuscript's possible revelations be worth the perils? She reminded herself that knowledge had never come cheap, especially not the kind that might undermine established systems of power. Still, she felt an undercurrent of apprehension. Unseen forces seemed determined to intercept their path. Twilight offered a brief respite. They pitched camp at a plateau peppered with hearty desert shrubs. Wind wove through the stony hollows, producing a low moan that set everyone on edge. This time, Afsoon posted watches in rotating pairs. Korea volunteered for the midnight shift, hoping to glean some solitude for reading. When her turn arrived, she positioned herself near a small fire, scanning the starlit horizon, while carefully turning pages of the jade-bound codex. A diagram, carefully inked, depicted a swirling cosmos dotted with unfamiliar constellations. The accompanying text mentioned a geometry bridging mind and universe, though the specifics remained cloaked in archaic jargon. She sensed movement at the edge of the firelight and gripped the book protectively, but it was only an elderly trader from their group, awakened by coughing. He approached, nodding politely. "I see that you carry more than curiosity," he said, glancing at the manuscript's glowing pages. He spoke of his younger days when he'd travelled to a mountaintop sanctuary, rumoured to house writings older than any empire. The priests there, he claimed, hinted that scattered relics across the Silk Road formed pieces of a grand puzzle. He stopped short of elaborating, perhaps wary of scaring her with improbable myths, or simply reluctant to resurrect memories best left buried. Karia nodded, intrigued yet cautious. She had heard variations of the mountaintop library tale in her journeys. One version placed it in Tibet, another in the highlands of Persia, and yet another in the Himalayas near the Indus. Regardless of location, the consistent theme was that a hidden repository of ancient texts might hold radical knowledge of mathematics, medicine, and astronomy. Could her manuscript be part of that lost legacy? She recalled hearing rumours that certain references connected the library's existence to the taboo notion of cyclical time, where civilizations rose and fell repeatedly, each leaving faint echoes for the next. The elderly trader coughed again and excused himself to rest. Alone, Korea gazed at the codex, a swirl of questions filling her mind. Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the night air. She sprang to her feet. Afsoon came running, sword in hand. A scout on the perimeter shouted news of footsteps on the far side of the plateau. Everyone scrambled for weapons. Adrenaline surged. Within moments, the intruders fled, vanishing as swiftly as they'd arrived, leaving only footprints. Afsoon suspected they were testing the caravan's defences. Tension soared. Though no battle ensued, the message was clear, someone to track them with precision. As the group attempted to settle back into a semblance of rest, Korea's mind refused to quiet. She wondered if the vanished intruders belonged to a clandestine order, or were simply bandits with a knack for intimidation. Either way, the manuscript's significance seemed amplified. In that uneasy darkness, she cradled her precious book, feeling the weight of unspoken centuries pressed between its covers. The next day would bring new confrontations, but for now she could only watch the flickering embers and await the uncertain dawn. Dawn arrived with a brittle clarity that rendered every stone, shrub and wary expression in sharp focus. Afsoon wasted no time ordering a quick departure. The caravan assembled under a sky streaked with lavender and rose, a fleeting beauty overshadowed by a need for vigilance. Camels loaded, watch rotations decided, they moved out, following a narrow winding track that descended toward lower elevations. The arid air tasted metallic, as if charged with pent-up tension. By mid-morning, the landscape began transitioning to hill country. Small streams, fed by recent rains, cut through the tough terrain, offering a chance to refill water skins. The travellers approached a shallow creek where reeds rustled in the wind. Carrier noticed footprints in the soggy earth. A separate group had passed here recently, heading in the same direction. Afsoon scowled, muttering about the possibility that they might be trailing those who had invaded their camps. Concern rippled through the caravan. Eager to stay ahead, Afsoon pushed the group onward at a grueling pace. Carrier's calves ached as the trail zigzagged between rocky slopes and patches of thorny vegetation. In the distance, the outlines of a fortified town occasionally emerged, only to disappear behind ridgelines. She guessed it to be Garesh, a mid-sized trading post rumoured to host pilgrims from the Indus region. If they could reach Garesh by nightfall, the caravan would have a solid perimeter wall to shield them, at least temporarily. Eventually they spotted walls of pale stone crowned by watchtowers. Afsoon signalled for calm, reminding everyone that unknown dangers could lurk within a walled town as readily as outside. Approaching the gates, they encountered a row of guards wearing mismatched armour. After examining Afsoon's travel permits, the guards allowed them entry in exchange for a modest toll. Inside, the streets were cramped with stalls selling earthenware, dyed cloth and hammered bronze jewellery. The aromas of grilled meat and fresh bread teased weary travellers, but an undercurrent of wariness ran through the crowd. Afsoon found a secure compound where the caravan could rest. Stone walls enclosed a courtyard that provided storage for the camels and a small stable for donkeys. Carrier, anxious to glean any insight into who might be pursuing them, ventured into the town's winding lanes. She discovered a public square where men played strategy games on carved wooden boards. Nearby, a cluster of pilgrims chanted verses in a language unfamiliar to her. Amid these scenes, rumours floated. A band of masked riders had passed through a day earlier, asking about a certain travelling scholar. The mention chilled her. She hurried back to the compound, only to find Malik pacing by the gate, fidgeting with a leather pouch. He had overheard similar chatter, strangers seeking news of a woman carrying forbidden documents. Carrier realised the net was tightening. They still had a window to slip away, but not much of one. She conferred with Afsoon, who suggested leaving Garesh under cover of darkness, continuing east along seldom-used back roads. Although it entailed more risk, waiting might let their pursuers converge. After sunset, the caravan packed up stealthily. Torches were kept minimal, camels silenced with calm handling. A hush enveloped them as they slipped through Garesh's secondary gate, bribing a night watchman who scarcely looked at their faces. Outside the walls, moonlight glimmered on the grassland. Carrier clutched the manuscript, absorbing the night's chill. She couldn't escape the conviction that her mission had become a race, one in which the cost of failure was irreparable loss, not just for her, but for an entire lineage of knowledge that might vanish again. Guided by Afsoon's careful planning, they pressed into a region of rolling hills shaped by centuries of flood and drought. Occasional clusters of cypress trees broke the monotony. Crickets chirped in the darkness. The group maintained strict silence, halting often to listen for sounds of pursuit. Each time the night breeze whispered through the brush, Carrier braced for a distant hoofbeat or a flash of torchlight. Yet hours passed with no sign of the ambush. As the moon descended, they reached a shallow ravine dotted with smooth, ancient boulders. Afsoon called for a halt to rest the animals. Carrier found a flat rock and sank onto it, physically spent but mentally alert. She glanced at Malik, whose eyes reflected the same exhaustion mixed with defiance. The sky above them showed the faint glow of approaching dawn. Tomorrow, or perhaps the next day, they would come upon the mountain routes leading to Varash, the rumoured city of hidden monasteries. If the caravan made it that far, the Jade manuscript might finally find a place where its arcane revelations could be deciphered without fear. But that hope remained fragile, like a candle flame in a gusty corridor. The first rays of morning lit the ravine, revealing dusty grass and scrub that offered little camouflage. Wearily, the caravan assembled and continued, mindful that speed was their best defence. Over the next hours, they traversed rolling slopes that ascended gradually into stony highlands. The trail grew hazardous, lined with the loose gravel and sharp descents. Several times, a misstep nearly sent a donkey tumbling into a gorge. The group's morale, though frayed, held steady under Afsoon's firm direction. Korea noticed the air thinning as they climbed, accompanied by a crisp coolness that sharpened her senses. Tiny alpine flowers clung to crevices, their vivid petals a welcome contrast to weeks of unrelenting dust. From a vantage point overlooking a sprawling valley, she glimpsed distant peaks wrapped in mysterious haze. Locals called these the 1,000-Year Mountains, rumoured to shelter monastic retreats older than recorded dynasties. The prospect of reaching them bolstered her spirit, even as her body complained of fatigue. Near midday, the caravan stopped by a rivulet trickling through a rocky defile. While watering the animals, Afsoon and Korea consulted a hand-sketched map that indicated Varash lay 2 more days beyond the far ridges. The path ahead would be even more treacherous, cutting across unpredictable passes sometimes blocked by landslides. Korea felt her heartbeat quicken, recalling rumours that entire caravans had been buried by sudden rockfalls in these mountains, yet the urgency to evade pursuers overshadowed every other fear. They pressed on, the route turning into a steep climb dotted with ancient stone markers. At each switchback, Carrier saw inscriptions worn by centuries of weather. She paused to trace her fingers over a faint symbol, a stylized sun encompassed by the intersecting circles. Something about it resonated with the diagrams in her jade-bound codex. She made a mental note to compare them later, suspecting these markers might be vestiges of the same civilization described in the manuscript's cryptic pages. Whenever she glimpsed fresh inscriptions, her curiosity ignited anew. Late in the afternoon, the skies darkened ominously. Thunder rumbled among the peaks, and a biting wind heralded an approaching storm. Soon urged everyone to hurry. They located a natural overhang near a rocky ledge, providing partial shelter from the elements. Rain unleashed its fury soon after they took cover, slamming the landscape in waves. Lightning tore the sky, illuminating ragged silhouettes of mountains. The downpour threatened to wash away the path. Huddled together, the travellers watched rivulets form across the rocky ground, carrying pebbles and debris downhill. The storm raged for hours, pinning them under the overhang. Korea used the enforced pause to unwrap the codex, sheltering it beneath a canvas. She examined the sections she had not yet deciphered, focusing on references to a temple of horizons. The text included mathematical guidelines for charting star positions from an elevated vantage. With each flash of lightning, she glimpsed the manuscript's swirling lines and felt a peculiar kinship with those unknown scholars from centuries past. They had once braved the wilderness of ideas. Now, in a literal wilderness, she carried their legacy. Eventually, the worst of the storm passed, leaving dripping rocks and a deep chill in its wake. The group decided to remain under the overhang for the night, wary of slick trails and potential landslides. By flickering lamplight, Afsoon distributed dried figs and salted lamb. Conversation drifted from the challenges of the climb to more philosophical musings, the futility of borders in a land shaped by millennia, the intangible line between faith and science. Malik spoke quietly of his father, who had died under a tyrant's regime while trying to protect valuable manuscripts. Listening to him, Korea sensed that each traveller had been guided here by a longing for redemption or renewal. Sometime after midnight, Korea woke to the faint crackle of footsteps. She inched toward the edge of their makeshift shelter, heart pounding. 2 figures, hunched low, hovered near the pack animals. She recognized them as strangers, not members of the caravan. Before she could raise an alarm, Afsoon emerged from the darkness like a phantom, sword drawn. A terse standoff ensued, broken by frantic whispers. The intruders fled once they saw they were outnumbered. The caravan's travellers, now fully awakened, spent the rest of the night in guarded watch, cold and uneasy. With dawn they surveyed the sodden landscape. Landslides had ripped through parts of the trail, but it appeared passable with caution. Though the intruders had not returned, the sense of pursuit remained acute. Karya conferred with Afsoon, both concluding that time was running short. If Farash was within reach, they needed to seize the chance before more enemies closed in. Hoisting packs onto weary camels, the group set forth again. The distant peaks beckoned like silent witnesses, and Korea whispered a fervent hope that the city's rumoured monasteries could offer refuge. and perhaps reveal how to unlock the manuscript's deeper secrets. The final stretch to Varash proved grueling. Narrow trails clung to mountain ridges overlooking mist-shrouded abysses. Each step required vigilance. At times, they paused to listen for rockfalls in the distance, markers of an unstable terrain. The air grew thinner, and breath came in short gasps, yet beyond every precarious turn a new vista opened. Crisp lakes reflecting the sky, hidden valleys studded with wildflowers, the occasional stone ruin perched on a ledge like an ancient sentinel. The extremes of this landscape both awed and unsettled the travellers. By late afternoon the slopes relaxed into a wide plateau. Rising from the plateau's edge stood Varash, enclosed by a high stone rampart. At first glance the city appeared carved from the mountain itself, its walls blending with the surrounding cliffs. Mist swirled around parapets, creating a dreamlike vision. According to legend, Varash was older than any recorded dynasty, built upon a site revered for its celestial alignments. A hush fell over the caravan as they approached the massive gates. Inside, the city's winding streets ascended in tiers. Houses with slate roofs leaned against sturdy ramparts, while cobblestone lanes converged on a central square. Steam rose from communal baths that tapped into natural hot springs. Monks in dark robes shuffled along the corridors, carrying scrolls tucked beneath their arms. Carrier's senses ignited at the first glimpse of this environment. She could feel an undercurrent of scholarship humming through the city like a subterranean river, a potent contrast to the chaotic markets of Khorasan. Afsoon guided the caravan to a spacious courtyard inn used by trade emissaries. Soon after settling, Carrier excused herself and ventured into the city's upper levels, following directions gleaned from a scribe at the inn. She was searching for a specific monastery library, rumoured to house ancient manuscripts paralleling her jade-bound text. Crossing a series of stone bridges that arched over narrow gulches, she noticed the architecture displayed recurring motifs, spiral carvings, geometric borders reminiscent of the Codex's marginal designs. At last, she arrived at a massive carved door flanked by statues of robed figures. A discreet sign identified it as the Library of High Windows. Inside, the atmosphere was reverential. Golden light filtered through stained glass windows, illuminating shelves stacked from floor to ceiling with scrolls, codices, and tablets. Monks, novices, and a few learned travellers from distant lands moved quietly between reading alcoves. Carrier approached a tall, bearded monk who introduced himself as Brother Callan. With measured politeness, he asked her purpose. Carrier revealed her codex, explaining in hushed tones that she believed it referenced an advanced astronomy predating recognised schools of thought. Intrigued, Brother Callan led her to a private study chamber lit by oil lamps. There he produced a set of meticulously preserved star charts inscribed on leather. To Carrier's amazement, certain passages aligned closely with the diagrams in her manuscript. Upon closer inspection, they found near-identical glyphs representing cardinal points beyond normal mapping. Brother Callan's eyes glimmered with excitement. These references appear in only our oldest records, believed to have been copied from texts salvaged millennia ago. As the evening deepened, they pieced together parallel lines of text, cross-referencing them with genealogies, sterolters, and cryptic commentaries. The synergy suggested that the jade-bound book might indeed be part of a nearly lost tradition. However, a vital section remained missing. It was rumoured that a sister manuscript lay in a monastery farther east, high in a remote range where few ventured. Carrier's heart sank, knowing the road ahead might hold even greater dangers. Yet she also felt invigorated. The puzzle had grown more intricate, weaving her fate with ancient legacies that demanded guardianship. Upon returning to the inn, she found Afsoon and Malik in heated discussion with the rest of the caravan. News had arrived that unidentified riders were poking around Varash's gates, questioning travellers about a woman scholar and her prized artefact. Their arrival here was no secret. For the moment, the city's laws prevented open aggression, but no one believed that protection would last indefinitely. Afsoon proposed they break the caravan into smaller groups for anonymity. Malik pledged to stand by Carrier, recognising that her success might ripple far beyond personal gain. Under the inn's lantern glow, Carrier shared what she and Brother Callan had uncovered. The group listened in solemn silence, understanding the gravity of her discovery. Perhaps it offered a new perspective on the cosmos, or perhaps it threatened structures built on carefully managed knowledge. Either way, their pursuers would not relent. Still, Korea felt a renewed determination. The tapestry of centuries had woven her path into this moment. With the city of Varish as an unlikely refuge, she now held a clearer vision of the manuscript's purpose. Dawn would bring decisions, whether to remain, to search for the sister text, or to brave unknown dangers. In that flickering moment of possibility, each traveller realised they had become part of a tale larger than themselves, a saga carried along by caravans, forged in hidden libraries, and destined to echo across the shifting dunes and precarious peaks of time. Picture this. You're settling in for the night, maybe with a warm cup of something comforting, and someone asks you to imagine ancient Italy. Not the Italy of pasta and espresso, though wouldn't that be nice? But a wild, untamed place where every hill might hide a god having a particularly dramatic day. Our story begins with Mars, the god of war, who apparently had nothing better to do than fall head over sandals for a young woman named Rhea Silvia. Now, Rhea wasn't just anyone. She was a Vestal virgin, which meant she'd taken a sacred vow to stay single and tend the eternal flame in the temple. Imagine it as the most stringent employment agreement in the ancient world, where violating it could result in death rather than mere termination. But gods, as you've probably noticed if you've ever read mythology, aren't particularly good at respecting human rules. Mars swept down from his celestial perch like a divine hurricane, and before you could say, workplace harassment complaint, Rhea found herself pregnant with twins. The event created what ancient Romans might have called a situation, though they probably used more colourful language. King Romulus, Rhea's uncle and the current ruler, was understandably pleased. He'd already stolen the throne from his brother and wasn't keen on potential heirs popping up to complicate his retirement plans. When the twins were born, two healthy boys who would someday be called Romulus and Remus, Romulus made the kind of executive decision that makes modern corporate restructuring look gentle. He ordered the babies to be thrown into the Tiber River. Now, if this were a modern story, we'd call Child Protective Services, but the setting was ancient Rome, where rivers were apparently considered acceptable babysitters, and wolves had better parenting skills than most humans. The servant tasked with this grim duty, let's call him reluctant middle management, placed the babies in a basket and set them afloat, probably hoping someone upriver would fish them out and wondering if his job description had always included infanticide. The Tiber, swollen with spring rains, carried the basket downstream like nature's own lazy river, except considerably less fun and with much higher stakes. You can imagine the babies bobbing along, probably thinking this wasn't quite the welcome to the world they'd been expecting, though at their age their concerns were likely limited to warmth, food, and dry diapers, none of which a river provides particularly well. The basket eventually washed ashore near the base of the Palatine Hill, in a spot where a fig tree cast dappled shadows on the muddy bank. This is the pivotal moment in our story, as it seems the gods were not yet done intervening. A she-wolf, probably out for her morning constitutional, discovered the crying infants and made a decision that would echo through history. Instead of seeing breakfast, she saw babies in need. This wolf, and you have to admire her maternal instincts, began nursing the twins as if they were her cubs. Picture this scene. Two human babies being raised by a wolf under a fig tree, like some sort of ancient daycare centre run by wildlife. It's the kind of image that makes you wonder if maybe we've been overthinking childcare all these centuries. The twins thrived under their unconventional upbringing, growing strong on wolf's milk and whatever else their adoptive mother could provide. They learned to crawl among the roots of the fig tree, to understand the language of the wild, and to see the world through eyes that knew no fear of beast or storm. In many ways they were getting an education no Roman school could provide, though it was probably lacking in mathematics and rhetoric. This arrangement could have persisted indefinitely, establishing the world's first truly alternative family structure, but destiny had other intentions, as often happens in the best stories. Just when you think you know where things are heading, a shepherd appears over the hill, and everything changes once again. Faustulus was the kind of shepherd who paid attention to things that weren't strictly his concern, which is either admirable curiosity or professional nosiness, depending on your perspective. On this particular morning, as he guided his flock toward better grazing, he spotted something that made him stop dead in his tracks. And in the shepherd business, stopping when you should be moving usually means you've seen something worth investigating, or you're about to become something else's breakfast. What he saw was a she-wolf nursing two human babies under a fig tree. which even by ancient Roman standards was unusual enough to warrant a second look. Most people, finding themselves witness to such a scene, might have backed away slowly and reconsidered their breakfast choices. But Faustulus possessed that particular mixture of courage and poor judgment that drives people to adopt stray animals and investigate strange noises in the basement. He approached carefully, not because he was afraid of the wolf, mind you, but because interrupting a nursing mother of any species tends to end badly for all involved. The wolf, perhaps sensing that her unconventional childcare arrangement was about to be discovered, looked up at Faustulus with the kind of steady gaze that suggested she was evaluating whether he represented help or hindrance. What happened next depends on which version of the story you prefer. Some say the wolf simply walked away, her duty done, like a divine babysitter whose shift had ended. Others claim she adopted Faustulus too, which would have made for interesting dinner conversations. The most practical version suggests that wolf and shepherd reached some sort of understanding, the kind of wordless negotiation that happens between adults who suddenly find themselves responsible for children neither of them had planned for. Faustulus gathered up the twins, probably wondering how he was going to explain this to his wife, Acca Laurentia. You can imagine him practicing the conversation during the walk home. "Honey, you know how we always talked about having children? Well, funny story." Most wives might have questions about babies appearing out of nowhere, but Acca, bless her practical heart, took one look at the healthy, wolf-raised infants and apparently decided that origin stories were less important than diaper duty. The couple raised Romulus and Remus as their sons, though they couldn't quite hide the fact that these boys were different from the average shepherd's children. For one thing, they grew like weeds in a rainy season. Tall, strong, and seemingly immune to the normal childhood ailments that kept other parents up at night. For another, they displayed a natural confidence that suggested they'd never learned to be afraid of anything, which was either inspiring or concerning, depending on your parenting philosophy. The twins learned the shepherd's trade, but they approached it with the kind of innovation that comes from thinking outside traditional boundaries. While other young men were content to follow established grazing routes and time-honoured methods of flock management, Romulus and Remus seemed to view the entire landscape as their personal domain. They knew every cave and stream within miles, could track any animal through the hills, and had an uncanny ability to sense trouble before it arrived. This last skill proved particularly useful, because the hills round their home were not exactly what you'd call a peaceful suburb. Bandits roamed the area like ancient highway robbers, except the highways were mostly goat paths, and the robbery often involved stealing entire flocks rather than just wallets. These bandits had grown comfortable in their profession, operating with the confidence of people who'd never met serious opposition. They were about to learn that confidence can be a fragile thing, especially when it encounters two young men who'd been raised by wolves and taught by shepherds, who understood that protecting your flock sometimes required more than just a stern talking to. The twins began organising the local shepherds into something resembling a neighbourhood watch programme, if neighbourhood watch programmes involved strategic ambushes and the kind of justice that doesn't require paperwork. They turned bandit hunting into something approaching an art form, using their knowledge of the terrain and their wolf-taught instincts to outmaneuver criminals who'd grown lazy from easy victories. Word of their success spread through the hills like smoke from a well-tended fire, and soon people were travelling considerable distances just to see these young men who'd made the roads safe again. Some visitors came seeking protection, others hoping to join their group, and a few simply wanted to hear the stories that were already growing in the telling. But success, as anyone who's ever had a particularly excellent year at work knows, has a way of attracting the wrong kind of attention. You know how it is when you're doing something well and word gets around. Suddenly everyone wants a piece of your action, including people you'd rather not meet in a well-lit place, let alone a dark alley. King Romulus himself had heard about the twins' reputation for dealing with bandits. Now, Romulus was the sort of ruler who preferred his subjects to be grateful for whatever protection he provided, which in practical terms meant very little protection, but considerable taxation for the privilege. The idea that two young shepherds were handling security better than his forces was not the kind of news that improved his mood during breakfast. But Romulus had bigger problems than freelance law enforcement. His brother Numitor, the one he'd overthrown years earlier, was still alive and still had supporters who remembered when the kingdom had been run by someone who actually cared about effective governance. These supporters had an annoying habit of pointing out that Numitor's rule had been marked by prosperity and justice. while Amulius's tenure was more notable for creative taxation and the kind of paranoia that comes from knowing you're not actually supposed to be in charge. The king's paranoia was about to prove justified, because the twins were approaching the age when young men start asking uncomfortable questions about their origins. Faustulus and Acca had done their best to provide satisfying answers about where Romulus and Remus had come from, but their story about finding babies by the river was the kind of explanation that works for children, and becomes increasingly inadequate as those children grow into adults with functioning critical thinking skills. Romulus, the more direct of the two, had started pressing for details with the persistence of someone who'd inherited both divine stubbornness and wolfish determination. Remus, more diplomatic but equally curious, had been asking around among the local elders, piecing together fragments of old stories and half-remembered gossip like an ancient detective working a cold case. Their investigation might have continued indefinitely, a leisurely pursuit of family history that bothered no one, except that King Amulius chose this moment to make one of those decisions that seemed reasonable in the short term but catastrophic in hindsight. He decided to have Remus arrested. The charge was cattle rustling, which in ancient times was serious business, but also the kind of accusation that could be levelled against any shepherd who'd ever moved livestock across disputed boundaries. In reality, Amulius had probably heard about the twins' growing influence and decided to remove them before they became a genuine threat to his rule. Arresting one twin, he reasoned, would either eliminate half the problem or draw the other into a trap. His reasoning was the kind of strategic thinking that explains why some people succeed in politics and others end up as cautionary tales in bedtime stories. Remus was brought before King Amulius in chains, which must have been quite a sight. A young man who'd been raised by wolves and trained by shepherds, standing in a palace throne room like a wild creature suddenly caged. But if Amulius expected intimidation or pleading, he'd seriously underestimated his prisoner. Remus stood straight, met the king's gaze without flinching, and answered questions with the kind of calm confidence that comes from knowing you've never done anything truly wrong. His bearing was so naturally regal that several courtiers later remarked they'd never seen anyone wear chains with such dignity. This was unfortunate for Amulius, because Numitor happened to be present at court that day, kept around as a sort of living reminder of conquered opposition, but still sharp enough to recognise something significant when he saw it. As Numitor watched this young prisoner, certain details began clicking into place like pieces of a puzzle he'd been trying to solve for 20 years. The timing was right, the age was right, and there was something about the young man's features, his bearing, and the way he held himself even in captivity that stirred memories of his daughter Rhea Silvia, and whispered possibilities that had been buried under years of grief and resignation. Meanwhile, Romulus was discovering that his brother's arrest had triggered something in him that felt less like worry and more like controlled fury. He began gathering allies with the focused intensity of someone who'd found his true calling, and it turned out that his true calling involved the kind of leadership that makes people willing to follow you into battle against overwhelming odds. Though none of the participants quite realised it yet, they set the stage for a family reunion that would change the course of history. Dramatic timing holds significance, and Numitor's extensive experience in politics enabled him to identify a crucial moment as it loomed across a throne room, while King Amulius was busy congratulating himself on capturing one of the troublesome shepherds. Numitor was conducting his own quiet investigation into questions that had haunted him for 2 decades. He began with discreet inquiries, the kind of careful questioning that comes naturally to deposed rulers who've learned that curiosity must be balanced with survival. He spoke with servants who remembered the night his grandsons had been taken, guards who recalled the orders they'd been given, and even tracked down the man who'd been commanded to drown the babies in the Tiber. What he discovered was the kind of story that explains why some people believe in divine intervention, and others start questioning the competence of their subordinates. The servant, it turned out, had possessed just enough conscience to make him terrible at infanticide. Instead of drowning the babies, he'd set them afloat in a basket, probably telling himself that such actions counted as following orders while leaving room for the gods to intervene if they were so inclined. It was the kind of creative interpretation of instructions that either makes you a hero or gets you executed, depending on how things turn out. The timeline matched perfectly. The location where the twins had been found was exactly where a basket launched into the Tiber would have washed ashore. And there were physical resemblances that became more obvious once you knew what to look for. The set of the jaw, the way they carried themselves, certain gestures that echoed his murdered daughter. Numitor arranged a private meeting with Remus, using the kind of political manoeuvring that keeps deposed kings alive long enough to see their kingdoms restored. What passed between them in that conversation was probably one of those moments that feels like destiny clicking into place. A young man learning he was descended from gods and kings, and an old man discovering that his family line hadn't ended in the Tiber after all. However, understanding one's identity and taking action to change it present entirely different challenges. Remus was still in chains, Romulus still held the throne, and Romulus was somewhere in the hills gathering what amounted to a shepherd's army. The situation called for the kind of careful planning that balances justice with practical politics, except that none of the people involved were particularly known for their patience. Romulus, meanwhile, was discovering that leadership came to him as naturally as breathing. The local shepherds and farmers who'd benefited from the twins' bandit clearing activities were eager to help rescue Remus. But Romulus was thinking bigger than a simple jailbreak. He was beginning to envision the kind of solution that would ensure this problem never arose again. He sent messages to everyone who had reason to dislike Romulus's rule, which turned out to be a surprisingly large portion of the local population. Farmers tired of excessive taxation, merchants frustrated by arbitrary trade restrictions, and nobles who remembered when the kingdom had been governed with something approaching competence, all found themselves quietly invited to consider whether the current arrangement was really working for anyone except the king himself. The response was more enthusiastic than Romulus had dared hope. Apparently Romulus had been even less popular than anyone realised, ruling through fear and inertia rather than genuine support. When given an alternative, people were remarkably willing to consider change, especially when that change was being organised by young men who'd already proven their effectiveness at solving problems. The revolution, when it came, was almost anticlimactic. Romulus had spent so much energy watching for threats from established nobles that he'd completely missed the danger approaching from shepherds and farmers. By the time he realised what was happening, Romulus was already at the palace gates with enough supporters to make resistance pointless. What followed was the kind of regime change that historians later described as surprisingly bloodless, which is another way of saying that sometimes people are ready for change and just need someone competent to organise it. Romulus was removed from power with the same efficiency the twins had once applied to bandit problems, and Numitor found himself restored to a throne he'd never expected to see again. The family reunion that followed was probably worth the wait. 2 young men learning they were princes, a grandfather discovering his grandsons had not only survived but thrived, and a kingdom finally getting the kind of leadership it had been missing for 20 years. It was the sort of ending that would have been perfectly satisfying if this had been the end of the story. But this was really just the beginning. You might think that overthrowing a tyrant and restoring a beloved king would be the kind of achievement that leads to comfortable retirement and grateful citizens building statues in your honour, and for most people that would probably be enough excitement for one lifetime. But Romulus and Remus had been raised by wolves and trained by shepherds, who understood that standing still in dangerous territory is usually a mistake. The problem was that success had given them a taste for leadership, and leadership, once you've experienced it, tends to be addictive in the way that solving puzzles becomes compulsive for people who are good at it. They discovered they had a talent for organising people, settling disputes, and turning chaotic situations into functional communities. It was deeply satisfying work, the kind that makes you wonder what else you might accomplish with the right resources and enough time. But Numitor's kingdom, while grateful for their help, was already well established with its traditions, hierarchies, and ways of doing things. The twins found themselves in the position of successful consultants who'd completed their project and weren't quite sure what to do with themselves next. They were too young to settle into comfortable advisory roles, and too ambitious to be satisfied with the relatively quiet life of reformed princes. The solution, when it came to them, was both obvious and audacious. They would found their city. They aimed to establish a genuine city that had the potential to grow into something significant, not just a small settlement or an expanded village. It was the kind of project that appeals to people who've never been taught that certain things are impossible, which is either the advantage of a wolf-raised education or evidence that some kinds of ignorance are actually useful. They gathered their most loyal followers, the shepherds and farmers who'd supported their revolution, young men eager for adventure, and anyone else who found the idea of building something new more appealing than maintaining something old. It was the sort of group that forms naturally around ambitious projects, part idealists, part opportunists, and part people who simply couldn't imagine doing anything else. The first decision was where to build their city, which should have been a straightforward question of geography, water access, and defensive positioning. Instead, it became the kind of disagreement that reveals fundamental differences in personality and approach to problem solving. Romulus had a preference for the Palatine Hill, the location where their wolf mother had found them as babies and raised them. It had symbolic significance, excellent defensive potential, and the kind of commanding view that makes visitors take you seriously. From a practical standpoint, it was an excellent choice. High ground, access to the river, and room for expansion. Remus preferred the Aventine Hill, which offered different advantages, better trade routes, more accessibility to merchants, and a position to take advantage of river traffic that could bring prosperity along with strategic importance. His choice reflected a more commercial vision of their future city, one that would grow through trade and diplomacy rather than conquest and intimidation. Both locations had merit, which made the choice more difficult rather than easier. In a perfect world, they might have flipped a coin, built two cities, or found some other compromise that honoured both visions, but the twins had inherited their divine father's competitive nature, along with their human grandfather's political instincts, and neither was particularly inclined to defer to the other's judgment on such a crucial decision. They decided to settle the matter through divination, reading omens in the flight patterns of birds, which was the ancient Roman equivalent of consulting focus groups and market research. It seemed like a reasonable way to let the gods make the final decision, removing personal preference from the equation while maintaining the appearance of divine guidance. The contest was simple. Each brother would stand on his chosen hill and count the birds that flew overhead within a specified time. The brother who saw more birds would receive divine approval for his site selection, while the other brother would gracefully accept the decision. The solution was flawless until it came to reality. Remus saw 6 vultures circling over the Aventine Hill, which he took as a strong sign of divine favour. Vultures, after all, were associated with Mars, who was considered their divine father, and the number 6 was respectable, suggesting serious celestial attention. He was probably already planning the layout of streets and public buildings when messengers arrived with news from the Palatine Hill. Romulus had seen 12 vultures, which was either twice as good as his brother's result, or the kind of divine joke that gods find amusing and mortals consider troubling. The number 12 had significance in Roman religious thinking. It suggested completion, perfection, and the kind of cosmic approval that's hard to argue with mathematically. What should have settled the dispute instead intensified it, because now they were arguing not just about location, but about interpretation, timing, and whether the gods were speaking clearly or just enjoying themselves at mortal expense. The problem with divine signs is that they're remarkably open to interpretation, especially when the people reading them have strong opinions about what the gods ought to be saying. Until you started examining the details, Romulus's 12 vultures seemed decisive, and Remus was precisely the type of person who believed details mattered. Had Romulus actually seen 12 birds, or had he counted some of them twice as they circled? Were they all vultures, or had he included other species to reach his impressive total? And most importantly, who had seen their birds first? Because surely priority should count for something in divine mathematics. These were the kinds of questions that might have been resolved through calm discussion between brothers who trusted each other's honesty and shared a common goal. Unfortunately, the twins were discovering that wolf-raised confidence and divine heritage could combine in ways that made compromise feel less like wisdom and more like weakness. The argument escalated in the way that disagreements do when both parties are absolutely certain they're right, and neither is particularly skilled at backing down gracefully. What had started as a practical discussion about city planning was becoming a fundamental clash over leadership, authority, and who had the right to make decisions that would affect thousands of future citizens. Romulus initiated construction on the Palatine Hill, arguing that the superiority of 12 vultures over 6 was reasonable, and that taking action was preferable to an endless debate. He marked out the boundaries of his future city with a plough, creating the sacred furrow that would define the limits of what he was already calling Rome. It was the kind of bold move that either demonstrates decisive leadership or forces everyone else to choose sides. Remus, feeling his perfectly valid concerns ignored, watched his brother's preparations with growing frustration. The Aventine Hill remained unbroken ground, but more importantly, The principle of shared decision-making was being abandoned in favour of what looked suspiciously like dictatorship. The pivotal moment occurred when Remus chose to challenge the arbitrary nature of boundaries and the dubious legitimacy of his brother's authority. He jumped over the freshly ploughed furrow that marked Rome's border, probably intending it as a gesture of contempt, a way of demonstrating that imaginary lines in the dirt don't automatically deserve respect just because someone claims divine approval for drawing them. If the ancient world hadn't taken symbols so seriously, this symbolic protest could have been effective. But Romulus had just spent considerable effort establishing that this particular line in the dirt represented something sacred and inviolable, the boundary of a city blessed by the gods and protected by divine will. What happened next was the kind of moment that demonstrates why family disputes are often the most dangerous kind. Romulus killed his brother, either in a fit of rage or as a calculated decision to not allow a challenge to his authority. The exact details were probably lost in the shock and grief that followed, but the result was unmistakable. The twin who had shared everything from wolf's milk to revolution was dead by his brother's hand. The killing might have been impulsive, driven by anger and competitive pride rather than calculated malice, but intention mattered less than consequence, and the consequence was that Rome's foundation story would forever be marked by fratricide. Brother killing brother over questions of power and precedence. Romulus was left to found his city alone, carrying the weight of what he'd done along with the responsibility of leadership. He'd gotten his way about the location and the authority, but at a cost that would haunt him and define his city's character for centuries to come. Rome would grow to become the greatest city in the ancient world, the centre of an empire that stretched across continents and influenced civilization for millennia. But it would always bear the mark of its violent beginning, the knowledge that its first law had been written in a brother's blood, and its first lesson had been that power often comes through the elimination of those who challenge it. The tragic irony was that both brothers had been right about their visions for the city. Rome's success would ultimately depend on both military strength, Romulus's specialty, and commercial prosperity, Remus's preference. The city would need the defensive advantages of the Palatine Hill and the trade opportunities that connected it to the wider world. But that understanding would come later, built on the foundation of one brother's ambition and another's death. There's something particularly sobering about getting everything you thought you wanted and discovering it tastes like ashes in your mouth. Romulus stood on his chosen hill, surrounded by loyal followers and blessed by divine signs, with the authority to build whatever kind of city he could envision. He should have been triumphant. Instead, he was learning that some victories cost more than defeat ever could. The city that rose on the Palatine Hill grew with remarkable speed, as if Romulus was trying to build something large enough to contain his grief, or impressive enough to justify what he'd done to achieve it. His followers worked with the zeal of those who knew they were part of something historic, but also with the quiet efficiency of those who'd seen their leader's decisiveness and didn't want to test his patience. Rome attracted people the way successful projects always do: refugees seeking safety, traders drawn by opportunity, young men looking for adventure, and families hoping for a fresh start in a place that wasn't burdened by old grudges and established hierarchies. Romulus welcomed them all with the kind of inclusive policies that suggested he'd learned something from his brother's vision of a commercially successful city. But the rapid growth created new problems that required the kind of pragmatic solutions that don't appear in heroic songs or romantic histories. Most of the early settlers were men, which meant Rome had a promising economic future, but a questionable demographic one. You can't build a lasting civilization without families, and you can't have families without women willing to participate in the project. Romulus approached this challenge with the same systematic thinking he'd applied to bandit elimination and political revolution. He organised festivals and trade gatherings, invited neighbouring communities to participate in religious ceremonies, and generally did everything possible to create opportunities for social interaction between Rome's male-heavy population and the daughters of nearby settlements. The results were mixed. Some marriages occurred naturally through these events, creating the kind of alliances that strengthened Rome's position while addressing its population concerns. However, many neighbouring communities continued to harbour suspicions towards this rapidly expanding city due to its reputation for drawing individuals who could be described as adventurous and, less charitably, as fugitives seeking justice elsewhere. The solution Romulus eventually implemented was the kind of strategy that works in the short term, while creating long-term complications that future generations have to manage. During a particularly well-attended festival, Roman men systematically abducted women from the visiting Sabine tribe. Not random violence, but organised recruitment that Rome's leaders presented as emergency matrimony, rather than kidnapping. This event, known to history as the Rape of the Sabine Women, was probably less brutal than the name suggests, but more coercive than modern sensibilities would tolerate. The Roman version emphasised that the women were treated with respect, offered genuine marriages rather than temporary arrangements, and given the opportunity to become founding mothers of a great city, rather than just wives in traditional communities. Whether the Sabine women saw it that way is a question that ancient historians didn't spend much time exploring, but the practical result was that Rome acquired both the population base it needed for long-term stability and a war with the Sabine tribe that tested every military and diplomatic skill Romulus had developed. The conflict that followed demonstrated that Romulus had learned more from his grandfather Numitor than just how to overthrow tyrants. He fought when fighting was necessary, but also negotiated when negotiation offered better outcomes. Eventually the war ended not with conquest, but with integration. The Sabines joining Rome as equal partners rather than defeated enemies, their king Titus Tatius ruling jointly with Romulus, in an arrangement that doubled the city's population and political complexity. This integration was probably the kind of outcome that Remus would have approved of. Growth through inclusion rather than just conquest. Prosperity through cooperation rather than simple domination. It suggested that Romulus had, in his own way, found room for his brother's vision within the city he'd built alone. The years that followed were marked by the kind of steady development that historians find less dramatic than wars and revolutions, but which actually determines whether civilizations thrive or merely survive. Rome grew into a genuine city with laws, institutions, and the kind of civic culture that attracts visitors and inspires imitators. It became the kind of place where people chose to live rather than just the place where they happened to end up. Romulus ruled for nearly 4 decades, long enough to see his experimental city become an established regional power. When he finally disappeared, the gods reclaiming him in a whirlwind, according to those who preferred dramatic endings, he left behind something that had grown far beyond one man's vision or ambition. Rome would continue for more than 1,000 years, growing from a single city to an empire that encompassed most of the known world. Its influence on law, language, architecture, and political thought would outlast the empire itself, shaping civilizations that arose centuries after the last Roman emperor had been forgotten. And through all of that history, Rome carried the memory of its beginning, twin brothers raised by wolves, saved by shepherds, and separated by a disagreement that ended in tragedy. It was a story that reminded every generation that greatness often comes at a price, that the most important battles are sometimes fought between people who love each other, and that cities, like people, are shaped as much by their sorrows as their triumphs. The Wolf twins had grown up to found the greatest city in the ancient world, but they'd also demonstrated that even the most extraordinary beginnings can't protect us from the ordinary tragedies that define human experience. In the end, that might be the most important lesson their story teaches. Not that we're destined for greatness, but that greatness itself is never quite what we expect it to be when we finally achieve it. Rome began with a brother's dream and a brother's death, and perhaps that's exactly the right foundation for a city that would teach the world both the possibilities and the costs of human ambition. Some stories end with everyone living happily ever after, but the best stories, the ones that stay with you long after the telling, end with the understanding that happiness and sorrow, triumph and tragedy, are often just different ways of describing the same complex experience of being human. And that really is why we still tell the story of Romulus and Remus after all these centuries. Not because it has a perfect ending, but because it has a true one. When you're sleeping on what passes for a Celtic mattress, basically a pile of sheep's wool packed into a leather sack that has seen better decades, waking up before the sun does isn't exactly a hardship. In ancient Britain, where central heating won't be developed for another 1,000 years or so, the morning air has that special bite that comes only from sleeping outside. You roll out of your makeshift shelter and walk barefoot across grass that has been soaked with dew in the direction of the Holy Grove. After years of this routine, your feet have long since hardened to leather, but you still flinch when you step on a sharp stone. Like a curious cat, the mist clings to everything, encircling the old oaks and giving the impression that the world is smaller and more personal. As a druid, your day starts with what you could call meditation, but it's more about standing among trees that were old when your great-grandfather was young and listening than it is about sitting cross-legged and humming Om. Paying attention, you're drawn to your own breathing in the silence, to the distant call of a curlew, and to the rustle of leaves that resembles whispered secrets. The Oak Grove house is your outdoor office, library and temple. There are no walls, no roof apart from the canopy above, and no expensive furnishings, just you, the trees, and whatever knowledge you can extract from them. Feeling the deep grooves and recalling the innumerable dawns you have welcomed here, you run your hand along the bark of your favourite oak. Over the years, this tree has taken on the role of a kind of co-worker, a silent observer of your thoughts and prayers, checking on the different plants and herbs you've been growing nearby as part of your morning routine. Although it may not resemble a modern garden, there are carefully arranged plantings in small clearings and among the roots. You must be patient, sometimes waiting years for mistletoe to appear, because it doesn't grow on every oak. When it happens, it's similar to discovering a £20 note in your coat pocket, but this note has the power to heal the sick and establish a connection with the divine. Even the most pragmatic person gets a little mystical from the golden way. The early morning light filters through the leaves. You collect a few special herbs, such as meadowsweet for its sweet aroma and therapeutic qualities, vervain for purification, and some hawthorn bark for later use. These treasures are stored in your leather pouch, which has been softened by years of use and resembles an ancient pharmacy. You hear the sounds of the settlement starting to awaken as the sun rises higher. The familiar sounds of everyday life, such as children laughing, cattle lowing, and someone presumably arguing over who gets to milk the goats, drift through the trees as smoke rises from cooking fires. But for now, you are caught between the eternal and the earthly in these final moments of dawn silence. When you close your eyes, you can feel the earth's slow, steady heartbeat, the pulse of the land beneath your feet. The ability to perceive the deeper rhythms of the natural world is a sensation that developed over years. You know better than to call it fanciful. You've discovered that the world speaks to those who can listen after 20 years of training, memorizing thousands of lines of poetry and lore, and researching the motions of stars and the characteristics of plants. A simple acknowledgement, which is in between a prayer and a greeting, marks the end of the morning ritual. One last time, you press your palm against the oak's trunk and mutter something in the ancient tongue that your teacher taught you when you were just a young child. Naturally, the tree never responds, but you always feel heard. It's time to confront the day and all of its human-related issues and complications. You must eat something first, though. When their blood sugar falls, even druids become irritable. You practice what may be the most spectacular party trick in all of ancient Europe as you make your way back toward the settlement, but it's deadly serious, and there are no parties. Genealogies, court rulings, and religious tales that need to be memorized verbatim are being recited. There were no crib notes, no written books, and no let me Google that choices. Just your brain, which has been conditioned to function as a living library since childhood. The intricate inheritance laws governing cattle disputes are the subject of this morning's mental exercise. The content is truly exciting. You silently discuss the appropriate course of action in the event that a neighbour's grain field is damaged by someone's prize ball, going over different scenarios and the solutions that are suggested. It's similar to being a walking Wikipedia, except that you can't use Ctrl+F to find what you're looking for, and real people suffer real consequences if you forget something crucial. A growl from your stomach, likely audible in the valley beyond, interrupts this legal recitation. In Iron Age Britain, breakfast is defined as anything that didn't go bad overnight and won't kill you right away. You walk over to the communal kitchen, where a number of big pots bubble over well-maintained fires. Porridge, not the simple instant variety you can microwave, but real porridge made from barley, oats, or whatever grain survived the weather, the birds, and the general unpredictability of prehistoric agriculture, is the breakfast food. It's flavoured with whatever herbs or dried fruits happen to be on hand, and stirred with wooden spoons that have been worn smooth by innumerable hands. Occasionally honey is used when the bears aren't feeling hungry, and the bees are feeling generous. With your hands warmed by the cool morning air, you take a seat on a wooden stump that doubles as your breakfast chair. What does the porridge taste like? I like porridge, actually. but by ancient standards it's a huge success because it's hot, filling, and doesn't cause food poisoning. You enjoy the crunch of the hazelnuts against the smooth grain as you add a handful that you've been saving. You go over your mental notes from yesterday's consultation with a farmer whose sheep had been acting strangely while you're eating. Even though it was the right season, 2 rams had refused to mate, and 3 ewes had been moving in circles. It was most likely ergot poisoning from contaminated grass, you decided after looking at the animals and weighing the many possibilities. Disease, poisoning, supernatural interference, or just plain sheep stubbornness. Your advice had been sensible. Relocate the flock to new pasture, provide them with lots of clean water, and make sacrifices to make sure there were no residual spiritual issues. It's the type of diagnosis that neatly blends agricultural science, veterinary medicine, and religious practice. Your success rate keeps people coming back, but modern doctors would likely question your methods. The toddler is clinging to the young mother's leg like a resolute barnacle as she approaches. She explains that the child has been experiencing night terrors and is unable to sleep through the night. After you finish your porridge, you think about the issue. Sometimes the remedy is herbal, such as a gentle chamomile or lavender tea. Checking for drafts in their sleeping area, or implying that the child may be old enough to have a separate sleeping area from his parents, are examples of practical applications. Sometimes, though, you suspect it's simply the fact that 2-year-olds are inherently scary beings who don't receive enough sleep until they're around 30. Naturally, you don't say this to the mother. Instead, you propose creating a mild herbal remedy and suggest a simple bedtime routine that may help the child feel more secure. Your work revolves around these consultations, which are the everyday reality that differs greatly from the enigmatic, unearthly perception that people frequently hold of Druids. You have elements of a lawyer, a doctor, a therapist, and an agricultural consultant. The mystical elements, though woven through pragmatic concerns like a golden thread through rough wool, are sufficiently real. Your day has officially begun when you finish your breakfast and notice that the sun has risen well above the tree line. It's time to review your many ongoing projects and determine who else might benefit from your unique combination of common sense and age-old wisdom. It's a 3-walled building with a thatched roof that only leaks when it rains a lot, which is usually the case. Your makeshift dispensary is located in a corner of what could be kindly referred to as a workshop. To receive any sunlight that Britain's consistently overcast skies may provide, the open side faces south. Clay pots line wooden shelves that have been smoothed by years of use, and bundles of dried herbs hang from the rafters like an aromatic chandelier. Checking on a batch of willow bark tea that has been steeping overnight is the first task for today's pharmaceutical work. Kind words and gentle stretching are insufficient for the middle-aged blacksmith patient, whose joints are so stiff that he can hardly lift his hammer. You test the strength of the dark liquid with a cautious sip after straining it through a piece of linen. It's probably about right, because I'm as bitter as a disgruntled tax collector. Your medicine cabinet would confuse a modern pharmacist, but any respectable herbalist would be impressed. For headaches, feverfew is collected at dawn, when its potency is at its highest. The country people refer to comfrey as knitbone for good reason. It helps with wounds and broken bones. St. John's wort is used to treat depression, but you may also think of it as a way to drive out evil spirits that descend on the heart like mist in a valley. A woman shows up looking ashamed, accompanied by her teenage son. The boy's face resembles a battlefield of red pimples and angry spots, commonly referred to as acne, but you recognise it as the unfortunate consequence of maturing into manhood in a world lacking face wash or dermatologists. It's not incorrect for his mother to worry that the condition could hinder his ability to locate a wife, but you don't bring up the possibility that his personality could be a greater barrier. Herbal remedies and practical advice are part of your treatment. Applications of honey and crushed mint leaves on the outside for their antibacterial qualities. This tea blend, which contains burdock root, nettle, and a little yellow dock, is meant to balance what you think of as internal heat. Above all, there are strong warnings not to pick at the spots, but you know that teens will disregard these warnings with the same tenacity that has been displayed throughout history. Mental and emotional disorders present the true obstacle. After losing her baby daughter 6 months ago, a merchant's wife has been describing what she calls melancholy of the spirit, likely what we would recognise as depression. You have plants that can help with the physical pain and insomnia that come with deep sadness, but no herb can cure it. You make a mild concoction: passion flower to promote relaxation, lemon balm for its energising qualities, and a tiny bit of lavender for its soothing aroma. More significantly, though, You allow her space to talk about her daughter and acknowledge the truth of her loss without downplaying it or pressuring her to accept it. A significant portion of your practice consists of this emotional labour. People seek you out not only for physical cures, but also for someone who will listen to them without passing judgment, and who could help them understand why they are suffering. You're a priest, a counsellor, and a friend all at once, but you've learned to keep your distance so that you don't get caught up in other people's suffering. A more unusual case arrives in your afternoon. A farmer who believes a rival has cursed his prize bull. The animal no longer serves the cows and has turned violent and erratic, charging at shadows. Examining the beast from a safe distance, you observe its irregular behaviour and dilated pupils. After careful interrogation, you learn that the bull has been grazing in a field where ergot-infected grain grows wild. The curse treatment includes moving the bull to a clean pasture, providing him with plenty of fresh water, and performing a ceremonial cleansing to help him feel that the spiritual threat has been removed, all due to the farmer's strong and genuine belief in curses. As you think about your evening meal, you mutter impressive-sounding incantations, burn some purifying herbs, and sprinkle blessed water around the bull's pen. This is not exactly a deception. Instead of making the farmer feel helpless and afraid, the ritual actually helps them feel empowered and hopeful. The bull's recuperation will be impacted by his mental state, which will also affect how he treats the animal. Medicine that treats both the patient and their human caregivers can sometimes be the best. You tidy up your equipment and arrange your supplies for the next day as night falls. The work for the day has been successful, a number of people are feeling better, and your treatments haven't killed anyone, which is always a win in prehistoric medicine. Approximately 2 miles from the settlement, the stone circle is situated on a rise where, generations before your grandfather's grandfather was born, your ancestors dragged enormous blocks of local granite into a perfect ring. You follow a path that has been smoothed by innumerable feet. Druids, petitioners, and inquisitive kids who have been told not to play among the sacred stones but still do so, as you stroll there in the late afternoon light. Each stone, roughly twice your height, is a weathered grey monument that has endured for centuries. They aren't the enormous trilithons you might picture from Stonehenge. Those megaliths are from a more ambitious, earlier era. Despite being smaller and more personal, these stones are just as potent. Small offerings left by guests clump together around their bases like vibrant prayers made tangible, and Lycan paints them in patches of green and silver. In your world, spirituality and astronomy are never completely distinct. But today's purpose is more astronomical. For months, you've been monitoring the moon's movement and its position in relation to the background stars in anticipation of a specific alignment that happens once every 19 years. If your calculations are accurate, the moon will rise through the space between 2 particular stones tonight, signalling a significant event in the astronomical calendar. Years of stargazing were part of your training, which taught you to read the sky like a huge, slowly turning book. Understanding celestial cycles helps you time everything from plantings to religious festivals to court cases, not because you think the stars dictate human fate. That's more of a Roman notion. The phases of the moon dictate when it is best to gather specific herbs, when rituals are most effective, and when it is fortunate to start significant projects. You set up a basic meal consisting of bread, cheese, and dried apples as your observation point. Patience is necessary for astronomical work, and patience necessitates nourishment. The grain used to make the dense, dark bread was ground between 2 stones that morning. Because it was aged in clay pots buried in cool earth, the cheese has a sharp tang. Simple food tastes better when enjoyed in the company of old stones and under the open sky. You start the evening's actual task as dusk falls, teaching your apprentice the intricate craft of memory. As you recite the family tree of the local chieftain, young Calum sits cross-legged next to you, his expression solemn and focused. The meticulously structured verse chronicles 15 generations worth of marriages, feuds, births, and deaths, which helps readers retain the information. The genealogy serves as legal documentation in addition to family history. Who is entitled to inherit property? Due to long-standing blood feuds, which families are prohibited from getting married to one another? In tribal councils, who is empowered to speak? Your mind contains all of this knowledge, which you need to impart flawlessly to the following generation. A single error could render a property claim void or unintentionally approve a union that would spark a new conflict. Calum repeats the verses back to you, occasionally stumbling over the more complex relationships. Although he is intelligent enough, memory work necessitates constant practice and perfect accuracy. You recall the frustration of knowing that a single incorrect word could have major repercussions for actual people in the real world, as well as your struggles with the same material at his age. You point out constellations rising in the darkening sky in between genealogical lessons. The Great Bear is circling the North Star indefinitely. With his belt of 3 brilliant stars, Orion the Hunter strode across the winter sky. There are tales associated with each constellation, not merely lovely myths, but useful knowledge contained in enduring tales. For example, the Seven Sisters story tells you when to plant barley. The story of the swan's flight across the summer sky marks the time to gather some medicinal plants. These aren't just tales your people share over fire on chilly evenings. They're an intricate system of oral tradition that preserves and passes along important seasonal knowledge. You see the moon, fat and almost full, rising precisely where your calculations indicated it would as complete darkness descends. It first manifests as a glow behind the stones, then as a curved edge, and lastly as a full silver disc that is precisely framed in the space between 2 granite monoliths. You're always moved by this sight, which demonstrates that the age-old wisdom preserved in stone and tale is still true, accurate and trustworthy. Calum lets out a quiet gasp at what he sees, and you recall the first time you saw such accuracy. Learning about astronomical alignments in theory is one thing, but witnessing them in action with perfect precision is quite another. The stones appear to be a sophisticated instrument, a calendar written in granite and starlight, rather than just random rocks. For the next hour, you teach Calum how to use the stone circle as a giant clock and calendar, demonstrating to him how various risings and settings indicate the changing of the seasons, when festivals should be held, and when the boundaries between worlds become increasingly blurred. The special energy that precedes any meeting where significant decisions will be made fills the great hall of the settlement. A boundary dispute between nearby farms, the conditions for throwing a wedding feast that will bring together 2 powerful families, and the delicate case of a young man accused of stealing cattle from his cousin, are just a few of the urgent issues that will be discussed at tonight's council meeting. As the sun rises, you arrive wearing formal robes that symbolise your position as an arbiter and upholder of traditional law. Nobody's impressed by the hall itself. It's just a big wooden barn with more smoke holes and better decorations. The air is filled with the mixed smells of leather, wet wool, wood smoke, and too many people in one location, while rushlights flicker in the background. Your seat is in a prominent location close to the main fire, close enough to the clan chief to offer advice, but far enough away to speak to the group as a whole. The arrangement takes into account your dual responsibilities as an independent authority and counsellor, since that would require a formal court system that does not yet exist. You are not quite a judge in the contemporary sense. Rather, you're a sort of legal scholar, mediator and precedent repository. In the first instance, 2 brothers quarrel about where their property line is. Although they both inherited parts of their father's land, spring ploughing and winter floods have shifted the original boundary markers, which were a line of standing stones. Every brother maintains that his version of events is accurate, and each has witnesses to back up his claims, asking thoughtful questions concerning the original positioning of the stones, the intentions stated in their father's will, and the testimonies of neighbours who recall the land prior to the boundary being disturbed. You listen to both sides. In order to piece together physical evidence and human memory and reconstruct the truth, the solution calls for more detective work than legal scholarship. Following much deliberation, you suggest a compromise that gives each brother approximately equal acreage, while drawing a new border that traces natural features, a line of oak trees and a stream bed, that will be more difficult to contest later. The fact that neither brother is completely satisfied with the solution suggests that it is likely fair. The charge of cattle theft turns out to be more complicated. Dara, a cousin, accuses young Brannock of stealing 2 priceless heifers. The evidence is circumstantial but concerning. Dara recently purchased cattle that look strikingly similar to Brannock, who was spotted close to his herd the night before the animals vanished. Although he is unable to provide the merchant or any witnesses to the transaction, Brannock asserts that he bought the animals from a travelling merchant. Claims of theft must be supported by either unambiguous evidence or an ordeal trial under your legal system. Since no one witnessed Brannock actually taking the cattle, the first option is not feasible. The second option entails making unpleasant decisions, such as fighting a duel, submerging an arm in boiling water, or holding a red-hot iron bar. Although you've noticed that divine justice occasionally has a peculiar sense of humour, The theory holds that it will protect the innocent and punish the guilty. You suggest a third option. A formal oath-taking ceremony in which Brannock is required to publicly declare his innocence, while touching a holy object and pleading with the gods to hear him. The oath will ultimately result in divine retribution if he is lying. His public statement should clear his name and put an end to the accusation if he is speaking the truth. Although it's not perfect justice, it avoids the possibility of injuring an innocent person while still formally resolving the conflict. Brannock readily agrees, indicating either his innocence or his extraordinary faith in his ability to deceive the gods. Even though you've been mistaken before, you suspect the former. The last issue, planning the wedding feast, calls for completely different abilities. You have to make sure that the seating arrangements don't unintentionally offend anyone, that the appropriate customs are followed, and that the two families' contractual duties are understood and observed. It's similar to juggling the roles of lawyer, diplomat, and wedding planner. The groom's family must provide certain items, such as a certain number of cattle, multiple bronze ornaments, and enough grain to brew ale for the celebration, while the bride's family will provide the main feast. Using your understanding of comparable arrangements and what each family can afford, you assist in negotiating these specifics. As the evening goes on and the different issues are settled, you experience the well-known joy of witnessing your training in action. In these situations, the laws you've learned by heart, the precedents you've researched, and the diplomatic abilities you've honed all come together to make your community run more smoothly. However, you're also worn out. Even when things go well, navigating complex social dynamics, mediating conflicts, and speaking authoritatively for hours on end is exhausting work. You look forward to the quieter parts of your evening routine, but your back hurts from sitting up straight and attentive, and your throat is dry from talking. With that special relief that comes from settling disputes without anyone brandishing a sword or hurling a punch, the council scatters into the cool night air. After spending hours in the smoky hall, you wrap your formal robes around yourself and go outside, thankful for the fresh air. Above, each point of light stands out against the black sky with a brilliant clarity that can only be achieved in a world free from light pollution. You're not quite done with your evening. In addition to the quiet, personal practices that keep you going through the rigours of public life, there are rituals to perform and observations to document. You make your way slowly to your private space, a simple roundhouse that doubles as a home, study, and haven. Years of meticulous arrangement are evident in the interior. Warm, consistent light is produced by clay lamps. One section serves as your sleeping space. It is basic but cosy, with furs and thick wool blankets for the coldest nights. Your most valuable belongings are kept on shelves, not gold or jewels, but ceramic jars filled with exotic herbs, engraved wooden tablets bearing astronomical formulas, and tiny bronze clocks and celestial angle gauges. The first task for tonight is to update your lunar calendar by recording the precise location of the moon and when it rises through the stone circle. You track patterns over several years using a system of marks and symbols that anyone else would find confusing. Future ceremonies, tide predictions for coastal communities, and the upkeep of the intricate festival calendar that organises your people's religious and agricultural year will all benefit from this knowledge. Charcoal for drawing on specially prepared clay surfaces, sharp flint blades for carving marks into wood, and a clever counting device made from knotted strings to keep track of longer cycles are your basic yet efficient record-keeping tools. Since written language exists but isn't used for long-term information storage, everything must be done from memory. Writing something down weakens the mental muscles that Druids rely on because it makes forgetting easier. You update your records and get ready for the spiritual observances that will take place that evening. These are private, quiet rituals that help you stay connected to the forces you serve, rather than large public ceremonies. Using particular woods selected for their symbolic qualities, oak for strength and endurance, ash for protection, and hawthorn for purification, you light a small fire in a bronze bowl. Your silent prayers for the day's accomplishments and requests for direction in the challenges of tomorrow are carried by the smoke as it rises in a thin column. After the day's events, you sit quietly and allow your thoughts to calm down. You feel the tension leave your shoulders and the stress that has built up from mediating conflicts evaporate like water. The structured mindfulness practice that modern people may be familiar with is not what this meditation is. Rather, it's a slow awakening to the subtle currents that run beneath the surface of ordinary reality. You hear the sounds of the night, the whisper of the wind through thatch, the distant lowing of cattle settling for sleep. and the owl's call from the oak grove, you gradually start to notice less evident sensations. The earth itself seems to be pulsing slowly with energy, the subtle grain of the landscape like wood that makes some directions feel different from others, the feeling that every prayer that has been said and every fire that has burned there are preserved in the stones of your hearth. To a modern ear, these perceptions may seem mystical, but to you, they are as natural as checking the weather or listening for approaching footsteps. Your senses have been trained for decades to pick up on rhythms and patterns that most people miss. The fact that these perceptions enable you to better serve your community is more important than whether they are the result of true supernatural awareness or simply highly developed intuition. Reviewing the day's events and thinking about what they reveal about broader patterns and trends is your final ritual as the fire burns down to glowing coals. The boundary dispute implies that the amount of available land is being strained by population growth. The charge of cattle theft may be a reflection of larger economic tensions, as young men find it difficult to make a name for themselves. The intricate network of alliances that binds your society together is exposed during the wedding negotiations. These observations will help you foresee future issues before they become crises, and will guide your advice to the clan leadership. It is a type of strategic thinking that uses both logical analysis and the deeper wisdom that comes from years of reading human nature's currents. It also blends practical analysis with intuitive insights. You finally bank the fire and get ready for sleep as genuine exhaustion descends upon you. There will likely be at least one emergency that calls for all of your abilities and knowledge tomorrow, along with new difficulties and conflicts to resolve. But that's a problem for tomorrow. You can sleep easy tonight knowing that you have done a good job of serving your people and upholding the long-standing customs that give their lives purpose and order. After such a long day, you can easily fall asleep as your body settles into the wool-stuffed mattress, and you feel the satisfaction of a job well done. However, your mind is still partially awake while you sleep because it has been trained over decades to pick up on odd sounds or shifts in the subtle energies that surround sacred locations, but only dreams of peace tonight. The trees are bigger and older than any that grow in the real world, and you find yourself strolling through a forest that appears familiar but is incredibly large. Beside you are ancient Druids, teachers from earlier generations whose knowledge has been transmitted orally. They communicate without using words, exchanging information that moves straight from one mind to another like water levelling out. Secrets that are hidden from everyday view are revealed by the dream forest. You can see how all of the trees are connected by a network of roots that exchange information and nutrients over great distances. You see how the forest functions as a single, enormous organism thanks to the mycorrhizal fungi's underground network of chemical signals. In the dream state, these connections appear as clear as sunlight, but it will take centuries for modern science to uncover them. The events of the day are processed by your sleeping mind and woven into the broader patterns that guide your work. Humanity's never-ending quest to impose order on the natural world is reflected in the boundary dispute. The charge of cattle theft highlights the conflicts that emerge when traditional communities start to expand past the point at which everyone is well acquainted with one another. The negotiations surrounding the wedding show how societies change and grow while retaining their fundamental characteristics. These realizations feel more like truths that have always been there, just waiting for the right time to come to light, than they do like conclusions you've drawn. Druidical wisdom frequently operates in this way. It reorganizes everything you believe to be true rather than using linear reasoning. Your dreams become more intimate as the night grows darker. As a young apprentice, you find it difficult to commit the extensive body of legal, historical, and religious knowledge to memory. You recall the aggravation of forgetting crucial information, the anxiety of failing your teachers, and the slow delight of realizing that the disparate facts were, in fact, pieces of a cohesive whole. Through decades of sometimes unappreciated service, the memory dreams serve as a reminder of why you chose this path and why you have stayed dedicated to it. Your people are able to preserve their identity and values for generations to come because of the living wisdom you possess, which goes beyond merely academic knowledge. Communities would lose their ties to the past and their direction for the future if Druids weren't there to maintain and pass along this cultural heritage. You dream about the vast cycles that control everything as the first grey light peeks through the smoke hole in your roof, just before dawn. The daily cycle of dawn and dusk, the moon's monthly cycle of phases, the changing of the seasons every year, each with unique challenges and gifts. The longer, multi-generational cycles that signify the emergence and decline of dynasties, the movement of peoples, and the gradual advancement of human knowledge. You see yourself in the dream as a component of these enormous cycles, no more or less significant than any other component of the pattern. Even though your life is short in comparison to the stone circle's age or the great oak's lifespan, your contribution to preserving wisdom's continuity makes you a part of something greater and more durable than any one person's life. Despite the complicated dreams, you awaken organically as the first bird starts singing in the morning, feeling refreshed and composed. Without the startling confusion that frequently accompanies contemporary alarm clocks, the shift from sleep to wakefulness feels seamless and natural. Instead of waking when the time is right, your body has learned to synchronize itself with its own natural rhythms. You get out of bed and do the easy stretching exercises that maintain the strength and flexibility of your aging body. Given that a healthy body is necessary to support a healthy mind, Druidical training places a strong emphasis on the relationship between mental and physical health. The mild yet effective exercises are made to keep your circulation, flexibility, and the kind of focused awareness that your job requires. The world is waking up to a new day outside. As families prepare their morning meals, smoke rises from cooking fires. The cool air is filled with the sounds of children starting their daily tasks. You hear the steady sound of grain being ground between stones in the distance, and you hear cattle sighing softly as they are led to new pasture. Even though your daily robes aren't as fancy as the ones you wore to the council last night, you still make a statement about your position and status in the community. Wool from local plants is used to dye the fabric. Rich greens from nettle, soft browns from walnut hulls, and a hint of blue from woad, which was expensive and time-consuming to obtain. As you step outside into the morning air, you experience the same sense of excitement that comes with the possibilities of every new day. People will need to be healed, conflicts will need to be resolved, knowledge will need to be preserved and passed on, and mysteries will need to be considered. It is challenging but incredibly fulfilling work that connects you to the eternal questions that have perplexed humanity since the dawn of consciousness, as well as the practical needs of your community. You consider the peculiar privilege of your position as you make your way to the sacred grove to start another day's routine. You act as a link between worlds, between the gathering wisdom of the past and the emerging possibilities of the future, between the practical demands of everyday life and the spiritual aspects that give life purpose, and between the human community and the natural forces that support it. The morning mist is burned away as the sun rises higher, showcasing the beauty of the familiar landscape. With the calm assurance of someone who understands their role in the vast scheme of things, you face the new day as it dawns in the never-ending cycle of days.